Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to SuperOldGameSaturday, Friday edition, the final show of 2022. I am Cam D-Trag.
And I am Inheritnacht.
And I finally got that name right. I can't believe that I got it wrong last week. Sorry, by the way, for getting it wrong. So glad you're here tonight for us to close off our final show of 2022. It's been quite a year for this show. We're doing, and it is a little bit of a switch of the schedule, as was indicated, because I was going to do Parappa the Rapper this weekend, but since you're here, you're in town, I said I wanted to do this game. I mentioned this when we did the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse for the Super Nintendo about a month ago. You play that, by the way, from Capcom?
You know, I don't recall. I don't think I have played that one.
It's really good. ElecVerse wanted to see that, and we played it and had a really good time with it. And I said we were talking about the magical element, because this was kind of a game that was doing that along with what Capcom did with Super Nintendo, which came out about a month before this. Because yeah, the game we're going to be playing, we're playing 3 games, or 4 games technically tonight, but we're playing one fully right now to start. And that is going to be World of Illusion, starring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, which came out December of 1992 for the Sega Genesis. The reason the Sega Genesis made me play this, it's the only re-release of it. So if you don't have a Sega Genesis, or you don't have a working cartridge copy, which I currently don't, you might want to get this unit, which is not super expensive. The game itself doesn't cost a lot in Genesis as it is, but playing this game because we played this growing up and we have a fandom of this. Am I right in saying that?
That's correct.
Yeah, feel free to go into your story about that as far as that. And by the way, just to give you an idea, like, okay, if we're going to be playing this game, first off, we're playing this game 3 times, which, if you're wondering why, the Illusion games tend to have that where there's reason to play the game more than once.
There's some special levels. So Donald Duck has some levels that only he can access. Mickey Mouse has some levels that only he can access. And then when you play 2-player, I guess are there any special 2-player only?
Yes, there are. Which go to the mechanics of the game, and how that operates when you're playing against 2 players. So yeah, it's not exactly the same in terms of how you go, but along with that, we got a couple requests sort of from the show as far as the chat is concerned, certain stuff. In fact, here's one of them now. Yo, Despina417. So good to see you. We're live, as he's saying, for this. So good to see you. We are here for World of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse primarily, but as I said, since you said you want to see this, we're going to at least have a little bit of a brief preview. There'll be 3 other games we're going to have a brief preview of in connection with this. First one's going to be a game you wanted to talk about, which was Eternal Champions.
Eternal Champions.
Which, I don't know, you have familiarity with this?
I'm not very familiar with Eternal Champions, but I'm interested to learn more.
I'm not that familiar either. It hasn't been re-released much. This is one of only 4 versions of it. I'm a Sega Genesis Mini ready to play along. Okay, well, I'm glad that you're doing that and like.
I'm kind of loving the cover art there. Is this like a Conan the Barbarian type character, or
you say that
half man, half lion with a club?
Well, actually, that game, just to give a little brief thing to it, maybe we should start with this one.
Let's start with it.
In fact, let's do that. We're going to be playing World of Illusion, and then we're also going to brief looks at 2 other mystery games. I'll put those way later. Let's take a brief look at what Eternal Champions is, and we'll do World of Illusion. It's the whole point of this. But as I said, also because we have this unit, we can just show all these games off all at once.
It's a one-stop shop. What could be easier?
Yeah, not much. Let's take a look briefly at Eternal Champions, which came out on December 11th of 1993 for the Sega Genesis. We're seeing Jonathan Blade punching the Sega logo. I do like when Sega games do that, as far as how it is. He's like, and the big character design, or big character display as it is. It is a one-on-one fighting game. You say Conan the Barbarian. It's funny you say that, because this was a passion project of Sega of America, specifically a company called Interactive Designs, who did Dinosaurs for Hire, which was also a Sega Genesis game, as well as Green Dog, if you're familiar with that one. Does that name sound a bell?
Not, but Dinosaurs for Hire sounds pretty exciting. Dinosaurs
for Hire, from what I understand, is actually really interesting as far as how it is. I actually have an image on for the show. It has like a sprites for a bunch of Sega Genesis games, and it has something with that specific. Can we talk about how awesome the soundtrack is? Yes, we can. We're seeing the element of the story here, which is, yeah, the Eternal Champion is revived a bunch of people who died before their time as it's been. And what happened with that is that one of them has an opportunity to fight and to come in for this. Hey everybody, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight for our final 2022 show. It's going to be a little bit of a variety couple of hours as it is.
It's a holiday special.
Another holiday special, second
holiday
special. We had our Christmas special last week, and actually we have, you want to say?
Hi, it's me, DollyFinn, everybody.
Yeah, DollyFinn is on the show, so yeah, there you go. Speak to that. Good to see you all tonight. Taking a brief look at Eternal Champions first on the Sega Genesis Mini. Most of this play tonight is going to be in regards to World of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, but I'm also going to bring a brief perspective on 2 other games on here, including one, ElecVerse, I know you wanted to see, just to show that I'm practicing for it, so I think they gave an idea of what it is, and another one I mentioned more than once. So feel free to let us know any memories on this, and also Despina 417 wanted to talk about this one specific, which is that, and ElecVerse very happy to see everybody, DollyFinn, Inherent Knock, I got it right finally.
Can you just quickly tell me one sentence about Dinosaurs for Hire, because I'm just so intrigued by how that would work?
Yeah, because the same designer.
Is it kind of like a zip car sort of situation where you walk up to the T-Rex and you swipe your card on its forehead, and then you hop on, or?
I think they're Hitman, actually.
Hitman,
I've never played it specific. It's kind of a shooter.
It's not a driving game?
Well, there's Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. If you're familiar with that show,
I'm not.
There's a Sega CD game based on that. That's the Driving with Dinosaurs, an FMV game, and that's just our other just had to drop the spine to that. But yeah, you're right. So Dinosaurs for Hire is an interesting one. It's kind of shooter a little bit. Well, this is a fighting game from the people who made that, as well as Garfield Cognac on Sega Genesis.
From the people who brought you Dinosaurs for Hire comes Eternal Champions.
And this is not the first. Oh, fine. This is the first case of this franchise, which is one fighting game. In a lot of different ways, and Despina 417 was talking about the music, which I'm trying to think if I took something down in terms of who did the music. I guess I didn't, but there's a lot of people who worked on this music, from what I understand. It's very interesting stuff. Midnight's background is the best soundtrack, if you ask me. Okay, well, let's see if we can't show that off specific. And you have 1 and 2 players. We can show that specifically if you want to do that. I'll run the 1 player. You know, fight, training room, and battle room.
So what's the training room? Is that where you can learn the combos and all that kind of
You
stuff?
can kind of practice, but it's not as much of a modern fighting case of practicing as is in some other stuff. When you got, I guess, like specific training modes of, doing moves and following them specific. But in that case, you can also kind of practice them that way. She was saying, I think it was, who was saying? Yeah, what was she saying as far as the best theme music? That was, Midnights. Okay, so let's find Midnights. Oh, because you have your characters. Yeah, Midnight spelled with
wow,
the
that's an interesting spelling. So how are we supposed to parse this?
Just Midnight.
It's a knight who's in the middle
Pretty
of
much.
something. But it looks like a kind of an old man with... have you seen there's a meme where they give Joe Biden these red eyes?
Yeah. I think
What's that meme called? It looks like that.
Okay, I'll put a picture as far as what it is. I don't remember the name of it. I'll have an edit down below. I mean, or just the idea of like somebody who's possessed or something, like Terminator is another case to a certain extent. But as I was mentioning to DollyFinn when we did the audio test, is that each of these characters died in their period, and then later what happened was that best part of this game is making the characters assault each other, yelling fond memories, yelling pig and simpleton. So yeah, there's like a taunt case. I played this game a little bit, not massive, and this is going to be a preview specific to it. We will play this game fully for the show, and when we do, I'll also get Eternal Champions Challenge from the Dark Side. I don't know if Despina 417's played that. It's the sequel on the Sega CD that has more characters and enhances the gameplay a little bit.
Is that available on any of these, what are these guys called?
The
Genesis Mini or the Genesis 2 Mini?
No, it's not, because it was running mature rating on the Sega CD. Some of the violence in it is pretty strong. Same with this one to a certain extent, but more so in that. And it was not on the Genesis Mini 2, which did have Sega CD games in it.
Although I kind of get the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, but that the rating. Look at some of the violence in a game from this era, and it doesn't hold a candle to what you see today. So if the rating systems were to be kind of retroactively applied, I think a lot of these games would probably be toned down a little bit in rating.
Well, it's funny you say that, because when it comes to this game, this was actually before the ESRB, the Entertainment Software Ratings Board, which, by the way, just to go to the edit from last week, while I'm trying to fight this guy specific, whose name is, he comes with a Stone Edge, I believe this is, Slash, I believe.
Sounds plausible.
A little
Looks
bit.
like a slash.
We called up the ESRB, and they did not pick up the phone.
It couldn't be reached from the area. So that was that idea, but actually this is before the ESRB existed. I haven't played the Sega CD game. I've heard it's better, actually, than even the Genesis version, because it's one that, it seems sometimes is a bit of a contentious one, as far as how it feels. It was going after Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, for sure, at the time, and understandably so. But it's also something that is a bit stiff that way, but then again, it's also can be a fun thing to try and understand the combos, and it sure looks nice as far as the look of the graphics, the way that the animations are running. It's very fluid. You got very big character models, which on Genesis you didn't tend to have. And actually, Dinosaurs for Hire.
Tell me a bit more about the character models.
First of all, I want to say the Dark Brandon.
Dark Brandon.
Okay,
That's what it is.
was.
It is Dark Brandon. So Midnight reminds me of sort of like a Dark Brandon crossed with, I'm not really sure what.
I mean, I guess. Oh, actually, he looks a little bit like. I'm trying to think. We've been playing Kingdom Hearts every so often. We played the first one. I'm gonna play Chain of Memories at some point. It almost looks like a design out of something like that a little bit. Maybe one of the Organization 13 members a bit, I would think. Okay, but I died. Yeah, it is Slash.
So there we go. There's Dark Brandon versus, I don't know.
Oh, it actually looks like Dr. Zaius from
Dr. Zaius, yeah, Dark Brandon versus Dr. Zaius. And it looks like that club, I'm not exactly sure what those are sticking out of the club.
His spikes.
But it's
He comes
certainly
with the Stone Age.
barbed.
He comes with the Stone Age. That's the idea. I know that for a fact.
And it does look like the barbs kind of twist inwards, and I just want to let you guys know at home, if you're trying to design your own spiked club, that you probably don't want the barbs to curve inward, because that kind of defeats the purpose.
Well, there are a lot of people way ahead of you on the cosplay scene who probably have done cosplay from this game, indicating that as it is. And I suck in this game because I'm just going to say that I've not played it that much.
We have a beautiful landscape.
The landscapes are great, and the music,
lava flows.
the music does have this great sound of like Genesis grunge. It's the Gems audio driver that was running this game, which was the case with a lot of games on Genesis. I'm not going to lie to that. And sometimes it sounded very
Tell me a bit about that driver.
It's something that was very easy to develop. A lot of Sega of America people tend to use this because this was also the case. This is a Sega of America thing. Sega Japan did not like this game at all. To the point where there's going to be another one on the Sega Saturn, Eternal Champions: The Final Chapter. But they said, we don't want you to make it because we think Virtua Fighter could sell better here. But Virtua Fighter never sold well here until Virtua Fighter 4 came out.
And we're hearing from Despina417, this game is hard.
It is
I
hard,
think we
yeah.
agree over
I've
here.
been playing, yeah. Well, I don't know how long you've been playing this game. You've been playing this probably your whole life, I'm going to assume. And
There
I
we
think
go.
you have
Dark
unlimited-
Brandon versus Slash. You get to just keep go again and again and again.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the other thing. I'm also going to do one thing. I'm going to actually do a game reset. You hit the mode button on the 6-button pad if you have it, or you hold in start for 5 seconds. It will do this, and we'll randomize the Sega logo as the character comes on. Which actually there is Slash again, throwing that out.
A little bit of a jaunty angle there. Mm-hmm. I'm not exactly sure what he's hanging over his private parts. Some kind of a weird chain.
And there's no nudity in this. We can show this because, yeah, that's the one thing we cannot show on the show, nudity. Assuming it's visible. Otherwise, yeah, maybe we can. Oh, no, we can because we did Parasite. We're doing Parasite anyway. I'll do another fight. We'll take a look at other characters because there is a Shadow. Because let's take a look at the characters that go through. There's Shadow Yamamoto here. There's Rax Coswell. Jonathan Blade, who we saw the first time. Jetta Max.
Jetta like the Volkswagen?
Yeah, I'll put a picture of the Volkswagen Jetta just to get an element of it. But yeah, that's the sexiest Jetta I've ever seen. Slash, as you mentioned, Trident, so it's going back into elements of...
Okay.
I guess
this is like an Aquaman tie-in, perhaps?
Yeah, before people gave a shit about Aquaman, quite frankly, because nobody cared about Aquaman until later, as it was. But actually, there is also, as was indicated, a lot of backstory. You can actually look in and see like character bios explaining what their history was, how did they die, and then the idea of them being brought back here. Xavier here, so it's kind of like the monk case. Midnight, as we saw. Larson Tyler, who comes from 1920 Chicago. So basically what he is he's a part of the mob. I think he worked for, his name escaped me now. Yeah, the big mob boss in the 20s. Him.
Elon Musk.
No, that's, not comparable. It's, who's the other guy? I'm trying to remember from the 20s, 1920s.
Donald
Al
Duck.
Capone specific. And so, actually, you know what? Let's show him, just to give an idea of this. Again, Shadow. Alright, so yeah, this case you're kind of in back here. It is a hard game of what I've played, but it is one that does, from what I've understood, there is a lot of passion that was put into this game, clearly. Ow.
So this is Volkswagen versus this Mafia guy. Now, Mafia guy seems to be hanging something from his belt. Are those handcuffs?
Yes, they are. I think they are.
So is he, which side is he on?
Actually, maybe he's an underground cop or something. I just did brief notes on this because this is not the game we're putting all of our attention to, with all due respect tonight, which is, as I said, a little bit of a preview to get a sense of looking at it, which I think is going to be something interesting as far as that goes.
So let's see. So these characters, who else we got here? We got Xavier. Nice thing is that the female characters are both tough.
Yeah, that's true.
So besides this one, this is Jetta. Who's the other female character?
That is Shadow Yamato.
Okay.
Oh, Yamato, I should say. Oh, I ran out of time. Yeah, that's the other character, and yeah, there is this toughness for them. And you mentioned at the beginning of this, you mentioned Conan the Barbarian. Actually, the art design of this game, just pointing that out, it was done by the late Ernie Chan, who actually did work in comics, including Conan the Barbarian and Batman, actually. And also Weird War Tales, and also Secrets, amongst many others. He unfortunately passed away in the mid-2010s, but there's a nice style to that, and it really goes to the sense that for this game, Sega America at least, because there was always that switch, that divide between Sega America and Japan, they really had this idea of like what they wanted to do and kind of differentiate themselves from Nintendo.
Check out that awesome bird. Don't miss the bird.
The
bird in the background.
What about the boat? Also,
there's a boat, but there's also a bird.
Actually, that goes to the idea of the backgrounds, because in a lot of cases with some games on the Genesis, it seemed like maybe it was too static for certain things, but with this game, not really. They clearly was some kind of a fascination and an intrigue for them to kind of make this game look really special and unique and distinct, and something that Nintendo would never, ever, ever allow a game like this, or make a game like this on their own.
You know what this reminds me of? You go into an art gallery, and you see kind of religious art from Europe, and in the early days, you just have the foreground, you have a couple of characters in some kind of a biblical scene, and then you have gold background. But then eventually, the background gets more and more and more and more and more exciting until, after a while, the stuff that's going on in the background is even more exciting than the stuff that's going on in the foreground.
Yeah, I get that, absolutely.
So here we've got this really, really exciting landscape back there. Now, I guess that's a boat. Is that supposed to be a junk?
What?
A junk. I think that's the name for that kind of boat.
I don't know.
That kind of shape of sail.
That's going to be more of a...
A lot of clouds scrolling past.
Yeah, I just need to check something quick. I need to check something specific, but I'm moving around specific to this, so yeah, just feel free to keep going. And I'm keeping an eye also on the chat for that. Just 1 second. Yeah, Jetta looks a little bit like Jean Grey from X-Men. Yeah, I mean, I can get that perspective too. It'll allow a picture of Jean Grey. I don't know what your background of X-Men is specific.
Well, I've been told that the backgrounds are how you die, so.
They can be how you die.
But since I'm not playing right now, I'm just eating this salad, I can enjoy both the background and the foreground.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, one thing I'll do is I'll also do one more reset. We will, because here's the other thing. You unfortunately can't do a soft reset on this game.
So what do we get out of these resets?
Being able to switch in your character, because otherwise it's infinite as far as me having to try over and over again. There might be some questions on the design of the game as far as letting you do that.
Who was that? Was that Xavier?
Yeah, I believe so. So at least I'll show another character. In fact, we can show him off as well, unless chat has any requests of what they want to see. Hang on. Let's take a look at fights. Also, okay, no, it did say practice. I thought that was a typo, but no, it's not. Okay. Let's play Jetta / Trident, Xavier.
Let's get Xavier.
Yeah, okay, let's take a look at him.
Oh,
against Rax as well. So kind of like Terminator, a little bit. Yeah, in fact, I'm getting Terminator mixed with, I guess, almost like Bruce Lee a little bit. There's some interesting stuff with the background to go into that as well. And as Speed of 417 mentioned, yeah, there are fatalities in this game. You can kill people by tossing them in the background, setting them on fire, getting eaten by a shark.
Setting them on fire?
Yes, and it's insanely gory in the Sega CD version in particular, that challenged the dark side, which is why it was not on the Genesis Mini 2, because they restricted everything to teen rating.
Oh, is this rated?
This was, okay, go back to the rating thing, because it was going off like 8 million tangents. This was actually before the ESRB rating system. This is the Video Rating Council that Sega set up because there was, we mentioned this before on the show, there was congressional hearings actually 30 years ago next year, because we're ending next year in 2 days, that were indicating the idea of Mortal Kombat, Lethal Enforcers, and Night Trap as being violent and important games for children because there's no rating system on board. Nintendo kind of tried to pretty much, you know, set up Sega for that, saying like, oh, Night Trap will never appear on a Nintendo console. I own it on the fucking Switch, so that is bullshit. But that being said, they said like, we're not going to do that. We're going to censor Mortal Kombat. We're going to not. Well, actually, I think they censored Lethal Enforcers on their system. But they didn't put a rating system in. They just said like, oh, we're never gonna have a game like anything I mentioned or this game right now for the purpose of that. But what happened was the Sega said, fine, we're starting the Video Rating Council, and that was also what the ESRB was sort of known beforehand. And so Sega had their rating system, which was GA for general audiences, this one, which was MA13, and then MA17, which is basically the equivalent of the E rating, the teen rating, and the mature rating, specifically as far as that is. Yeah, the irony as far as that, yeah, you're right. The fact of what ElecVerse was saying, the idea that Howard Link of Nintendo said, Night Trap will never appear on a Nintendo console. It's on a Nintendo console. I own it on the Nintendo console. But yeah, when you look back at that you were mentioning this as well here, Doc, which is that a game like this or like that, being seen as something violent back then, is kind of seen as nothing today compared to some other games as far as that. No. Challenge with the dark side a little bit, because also there are some really grisly fatalities in that. But even then, it's something that I get why they didn't have it in the Genesis Mini 2 unit specific, although then again it's a unit that could have used more Sega CD games. And just to go into that, we're using the Genesis Mini 1 because the games we're running, specifically World of Illusion, are on that. We will show up the Mini 2 eventually if there's anything you want to see from that. I think the game I want to show off to start on that is going to be, what is it? Shadow Dancer, The Secret of Shinobi. Have you ever played that?
I think I played it very briefly, found it confusing, and gave up. But there's a lot of games where that's how I related. I feel like there were very few games that really captured my attention, and the ones that did, I played maybe obsessively for a certain period of time.
Sure.
But that, most games I found it harder to get into. And the same thing was true recently when I got the Super Nintendo, what's it called? Classic Edition. And I tried to get into some of the games that I didn't know before, and I really struggled, and I found myself just going back to my old standbys.
Well, so that would be like what? As far as what you went back to,
Super Mario Kart, for sure.
Yeah, it was a great game.
For sure.
Because it's funny you mentioned that, because there's also people I know. I mean, the Crusader64 mentioned this in regards to Mega Man, the Mega Man X games.
Star Fox is hard.
The original? Oh yeah, we played
original
it.
is really,
we played
really
it for
hard.
the show this year, and next time we come back to that franchise, DollyFinn wants to see its sequel. So specifically, we'll show it then. But yeah, it is hard. We showed that.
I think we played. I think the only time that I played Star Fox as a kid was that we went to some kind of a birthday party at a place where they had all the video games and you could play them, and I found that Star Fox game really hard. But then we had the N64 game later,
which is easier. But it is also, there are parts of that game that are really tough, as I showed when we played it. I mean, I showed running the expert mode. That was not an easy case, and also having all of my stuff for that.
Mario Kart on the Switch is pretty fun.
8? Yeah, I have 8 specific. I have most of the Mario Kart games that we can show. I think the first one I want to show, I want to show the Super Nintendo off as we can do that specific. As we keep going on for this, actually, I guess I kind of dove off as the soundtrack. Because yeah, the soundtrack of this game is actually really good of what I'm liking. Just the kind of the Genesis twang is this kind of stereotypical sound because of the sound driver, but it sounds very appealing in a lot of ways. Oh, hello. Hi, Zubat Brigade. Good to see you tonight. We're playing, we're playing Eternal Champions on Sega Genesis specifically now.
Eternal Champions on Sega Genesis are opening for Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse, who are the main attraction tonight.
Yeah, the World of Illusion game. Yeah, I have it here at Knock with me. So good to see you tonight, Zubat Brigade. Feel free to let us know memories you have if you played Eternal Champions. I barely played it. We're using this, and then for World of Illusion, and the 2 other games we have. Yeah, the Star Fox stream we had was fun. Yeah, well, we had 2 of them, because we did Star Fox 64, and we also did Star Fox Super Nintendo, because we did that Super Nintendo
which
game
is very, 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 very hard.
I showed that. There were parts of that were really hard, to the point where I actually had to edit in parts that I wasn't able to show on the program. But yeah, we did have a good time playing that game, for sure, and it is a good one. Hard, but good. And also that unit you have, it has its unreleased sequel, or it's initially unreleased sequel, but now it's available to people.
What's that?
Star Fox 2. That was what before Star Fox 64, that was the next Star Fox game. Argonaut developed it basically entirely.
But it wasn't released?
Yeah, Nintendo canceled it. They said we want to move over to the N64, and then there was a big falling out between Argonaut and Nintendo because Argonaut made a game that was going to be a 3D Yoshi game that turned into Croc Legend of Gabos. Super Mario 64 came out. Argonaut charged that Nintendo stole their concept, but they kind of did when you think about how the similar Croc and Super Mario 64 play a little bit. And it wasn't until Star Fox Command came on the DS that Dylan Cuthbert, who worked at Argonaut, helped design that, and he said, I saw a pretty much complete version of Star Fox 2 around. And then Nintendo said, okay, fine, we can sort of finish this thing and release it.
So who actually took responsibility for finishing it?
I think it was Nintendo. It was basically almost done, and there were reproduction cartridges of it for years showing that it was almost pretty much finished. But then when he was working on Star Fox Command, there was like something hidden by Nintendo away. They just never did anything with it. And he said, like, I saw that when I designed this game. I basically had my hand on it because I technically worked on it. Because he did. It was Argonaut who worked that game. And then basically, as years went on, I guess Nintendo got the sense of, hey, let's re-release stuff that we didn't put out, like Mother on the Famicom that got re-released as Earthbound Beginnings, which is the prequel to Earthbound. We got the second game here. The first game was Japan only. And the third game was on Game Boy Advance, also Japan, and still has not been released, even though it's been almost 20 years. Or like 26 years as it is. And there are people saying, like, Nintendo, why are you not releasing that? Although, I mean, we are getting Fatal Frame 4 from the Wii, that it didn't come out. Actually, it's not coming out here until next year, so that's been a while people releasing that. So Star Fox 2 is kind of a case like that, a little bit, although that game just never released. And as I was mentioning with Eternal Champions, there's the Sega Saturn version that was going to be made, but Sega Japan basically killed it. Because at that time there was a lot of, there's a lot of tension when it came to Sega of America and Sega of Japan. A lot by Yuji Naka, who, by the way, is going to jail now and probably is going to be spending the rest of his life in a cell, potentially. Because he committed insider trading, allegedly, but it's pretty cut and dry as far as how it is. He had multiple charges and found when he was working on Balan Wonderworld. So yeah, his time in this industry is over. So yeah, they're never bringing him back for Sonic the Hedgehog as well, so that's going to be a case of that, unfortunately, we've got to deal with. Although he hasn't been convicted yet, but he had like an insider tip of somebody who was working on one of the Dragon Quest games, and there was something else they found, and they actually just officially, arrested and charged him.
When did that happen?
About 2 months ago, they got the indication he was just charged and arrested this week.
I mean, the alleged deeds.
It was 2 years ago when he was working on Balan Wonderworld, because Balan Wonderworld was a game that he was making for Square, and then what happened was, we'll make this the last fight and we'll go on to, I guess, well, maybe to World of Illusion, but I might actually show the other game because he's still in the game.
Well, I'm pretty quick. I'm almost done.
Okay, that's fine.
And I played, remember?
Yeah, you're right, you did on the background on that. But yeah, with Balan Wonderworld, he was working with Square on that, and that's a game that was kind of a disaster as far as how it operated. And I have the so-called good version. I have it on Xbox One. Ed Weck bought the Switch version, and like, yeah, that is horrible as far as it. But he was rushed on that game. Him and Naoto Oshima, who worked on Knights and Sonic the Hedgehog, as it is. When he was working with Square on that one, he apparently had an insider tip of who was working on some of that stuff. He made stock trades in regards to that, and yeah. So yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, is there much money to be made by doing insider trading on video games? Because I would have thought.
Yeah, actually there is, because Dragon Quest. I don't know if you mentioned. Are you familiar with that franchise?
I'm not.
Or Dragon Warrior was known in the U.S. initially for licensing reasons. It is huge in Japan. We're talking about the fact that it usually launches with multiple hundreds of millions of dollars when a game comes out. When 11 came out, it sold amazingly. I mean, it was huge over there for years. I'll do one more fight then, and then we can go on. It was a huge franchise of them, and it still is. It's not as huge here, but it is still something that does well. But over there, it's a sensation. So at that point, Naka knowing who was making that and getting a sense of how that was, he would make pretty clean with that, quite frankly.
It was actually that he invested about 144 million yen.
And you might want to talk up because I don't know if it's going to pick you up on the mic.
Well, he supposedly says that he invested approximately 144.7 million yen, which was $834,000 in A-Team Entertainment, knowing the value would rapidly rise once news of development of Final Fantasy VII, The First Soldier.
Oh, right, I forgot.
Which
That's the
A-Team
other
would
reason,
work on in collaboration, but he's not the only one. Actually, following on from the arrest of him, Yuji Naka, and former Square Enix employee Tatsuki Sasaki, the two have been formally indicted 2 days ago over alleged. So.
Oh yeah, you're right, because there was the Final Fantasy VII,
They
the
were
Final
arrested,
Soldier that they
yeah.
were arrested on.
That's right. They said they were arrested again over potential insider trading related to the mobile title Final Fantasy VII: The First Soldier. It's not known whether they will stand trial, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, fine. Naka's case he's over basically. It's like with we mentioned Keiji Inafune. I mean, Keiji Inafune didn't do anything illegal, but yeah, he totally fucked his status in the industry up with Mighty No. 9, as we went over. And also these other projects, they kept like saying, we're gonna do this, but then it never happens. And yeah, that went back to his days at Capcom. But even then, it's like, well, you still sort of got a pass for it. But I mean, fine, he didn't commit a crime. Yuji Naka allegedly did.
Yeah, and the Tokyo District Public Prosecutor's Office has actually took on the case.
So yeah, we were talking about the fact of, I guess, heroes of games that we really like getting, you know, taken that way. Because I know Nocturne's a huge one on, on Mega Man, so like that idea. And then fine, we had to find out when we played Mega Man Legends 1, and we'll have to go into this again with Mega Man Legends 2. The voice of Cecil Bond was convicted of child pornography, and now he killed himself like a few years ago. So we're gonna have to go into that when we play the next one because, like, hey, we didn't actually know when we did the show. We got questioned like, hey, he has a thing with young boys, like, and then I looked in the ad and I said, oh Jesus. And I'm gonna have to go into that to Sonic Adventure 2 when it comes to Hunting P, the guy that did the raps of Knuckles. He has the same kind of thing going on, unfortunately, to that. Nothing necessarily sorted with some of these things with, like, Eternal Champions, I guess.
Yeah, this was another one arrested again on the 7th, so, yeah.
So yeah, it is an ongoing story, but that's how that's operating.
Yep.
Specific, so yeah, that's the idea. And some people might say, hey, it's karma because of how Naka acted when it came to, actually, a lot of people say of America in regards to Sonic Extreme, basically shooting down every idea of theirs, trying to say that, oh no, this was that idea. But yeah, there you go.
Is this the last round?
Oh yeah, this will be the last round. Both of Inafune's companies are now owned by Level 5. Yeah, we're actually funny, remember mentioning Dragon Quest. Level 5, who made Dragon Quest 8, they own a lot of Inafune stuff. That's a concept was his company that he used for, for Mighty No. 9, but also he was involved in another franchise killer, which was Yajimba Ninja Gaiden Z, I believe it was, which... Fine, Ninja Gaiden is not in a good place as far as a franchise with the re-releases that came out a couple years ago. I don't even like 2 and 3, the last one. 3 is horrible. The one that came out about a decade or so ago. The Jimba Ninja Gaiden Z, they went mature rated for really no reason. Right, they're all mature rated, but that one went mature rated, and the idea you got this annoyingly whiny character who's like yelling and saying like, I know exactly where to stick my sword sugar tits. I was like, wait, for Ninja Gaiden, that's not fitting for something like that. Even as far as like how you rationalize it, that's you're going mature with the franchise and making it adult in ways that are just embarrassing. And unfortunately, Inafune is off. I'm gonna get myself killed. Perfect. Okay, that's the way we ended. So I got shocked and killed. So there you go. And then I get myself sucked up by the stuff from that. So there you go. That is the overkill, I believe it's called. So Rax killed me. I think with that we can move on to our next game.
Yay.
It was interesting, and we'll come back to this game just to give us an indication of that. And thank you to Spina for making the request for a visit. We'll have a full show for this, and then the other 2 games, which I will give indication of later.
Got the overkill.
Yeah, there you go, he did. So, like, yeah, the computer did that. I didn't do that. So, but at least you got to see overkill that way. The other one I did when I was doing my test, by the way, just to give an indication, was I was able to knock somebody onto the fire during the Salem witch trials. Which is interesting that way. But alright, fine. Let's, I don't know, do we want to go on to World of Illusion? Do you want to do the other games? So let's talk about World of Illusion, starring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Came about 30 years ago on the Sega Genesis. We're using the Sega Genesis Mini, which is its only re-release. It was developed by Sega AM7, which was known as Sega CS Research and Development 2, and later they were known as Overworks, the people who would go on to make Phantasy Star 4 Into the Millennium, Skies of Arcadia, Sakura Tyson, and Shinobi on the PlayStation 2. Well, and they also worked on the original Shinobi games, like specifically Revenge of Shinobi on Sega Genesis. By the way, before we go on, Rax reminds me of Sci-Fi, pronounced as Sci-Fi from War Gods. Oh, right, I remember War Gods from Midway.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I haven't heard that name in a while. They ported that to home consoles. That was a very Mortal Kombat-ish too, and actually, good indication like for some of that, because I didn't really think that idea for what that was. Yeah, actually, there's kind of an Eternal Champions case, but Eternal Champions might be a better game than War Gods, honestly.
1996 War Gods.
Yeah, the arcade game was, and they ported it to the PlayStation and Nintendo 64.
Yeah, in 1997. But yeah, I remember the arcade.
Yeah, they're pulling a lot from Mortal Kombat as it was.
Yep.
Are we live or?
No, well, fine. Let's run the demo. I'll play the demo just to give a sense of a brief preview of what we're going to see. We're going to be playing this game 3 times, as I mentioned. This is the main indication of this game with it running, cooperatively playing. And there's a lot of Disney referencing in this, by the way. I know, like, for sure, big one on Kingdom Hearts. We played the first one, play Chain of Memories eventually, which everybody's saying to me, good fucking luck. Who's going to want to play that one? I'm like, I'll play it, don't worry. Because they don't like elements of how that game operates. Or maybe stuff with story, but I'm not aware of that. But either way, you could see this maybe as a little bit of a precursor to Kingdom Hearts, and maybe it was intended because this game was directed by Emiko Yamamoto, who worked on Revenge of Shinobi for Sega and did the design direction of Castle Illusion, the game in the Illusion franchise from before this, as well as Quackshot. And she also did this CG cutscenes in Bomberman World on PlayStation, which we're playing next year, but she now works at Disney Interactive in Japan. She's the producer on every game in the Kingdom Hearts franchise, and you're seeing a little bit in this demo. There's the nod to Alice in Wonderland, as well as the nod about what he and I are going to be doing. Jack and the Beanstalk a bit, or Mickey and the Beanstalk, which we played Mickey Mania earlier this year. So there are a lot of them, including ones that are very specific, and I had to dig out to find some of this stuff, and it really was fascinating to figure that when I was doing the audio test. But all right, we have the background of what this is.
Time for the open. Oh, we're gonna skip the cutscene.
Well, we didn't. Well, not. We skipped it. We saw that cutscene while we were talking over. Oh. We're not skipping this one. In fact, there's a very specific reason we're not skipping this one.
Should I read it?
Well, before you do, I want to indicate that music. That, by the way, is the music of Maleficent's spell in Sleeping Beauty. The movie, it is literally the same piece of music. I will have a link indicating that. And going on the story, which is that, yeah, Mickey and Donald are magicians, so that might be where they got it with Kingdom Hearts. But yeah, while they're doing their act, or trying to practice for it, Donald tripped over the scenery, but hey, there's this cool box. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If it works, we can use this in our magic act. But, yeah, Mickey's not sure.
Mickey, I don't know if that's such a good idea. Like Mickey noticing a strange glow behind the curtain.
Yeah, but Donald's like, yeah, I don't care, I'm just going in. No, look at that.
Too late. Donald had already stepped inside.
Look at Mickey's look. He's like, I don't know him. Like, yeah, don't worry, it's not me.
Good plan, Mickey. Poof, the curtain fluttered and Donald disappeared.
I do love that shot, though, just him looking down. It's like, oh, Jesus, he fell down. It's like, I might not know him, but I want to figure what's going on now.
Mickey stepped inside to inspect the box, and poof, he disappeared too.
Actually, that looks almost like something out of Fantasia, the box design, as far as, like, the way he is, but all they're
Booming
falling.
laughter echoed as Mickey and Donald fell through the darkness, and an evil voice said,
Copyright protection extends longer than you think.
He's not wrong, maybe, but I don't think I'm going to get the contest striked on this.
You are good magicians in your world, but here in my world of magic, if you can find and defeat me, I will show you a way out of this magic box.
And I can't do the Jim Cummings Pete voice, because that's sort of, well, you're seeing the idea of it, so I'm like, get out of my way, Goof! He's like, yeah, well, speaking of Goof, there he is.
Hi, Goofy.
Yeah, there he is. By the way, this goes back to something else. Here's the link for the console's episode of World of Illusion Magical Quest. Yeah, because we played Magical Quest about a month ago, which ElecVerse you wanted to see. You said this was your that was your childhood. This is kind of ours, actually, to a certain degree. And it takes a very interesting mixture, like what they're doing with the magic. And actually, I'll say one thing as far as Magical Quest is concerned, and that's doing more stuff with the magic as far as its gameplay is concerned. Here it's a little more window dressing to some degree, but there's also some stuff that it's doing. It definitely makes it go well, and this one's good stuff. Alright, so you have your options of running past what you want to, change controls, and player. So I'm going to show you this specifically. Because yeah, we're going to play this 3 times. There's separate campaigns for Mickey and Donald, and there's 2-player co-op. We're doing the 2-player first?
We're gonna do 2-player first because it's more fun.
Alright, so here's the deal. I'm player 1, you're player 2. You want to be Mickey or Donald? What's your choice?
What did we used to do?
You used to be Mickey.
Alright, then we better do that.
Alright, so yeah, I am Donald Duck at player 1. He's player 2 as Mickey. Hit that and hit the start button. And just to, I'll give a brief element of controls. You can set what they are. By default, they're running on by holding the A button and moving. B for your magic scarf attack and C button for jump. I don't know, you want the same method?
I think so, yeah. Why mess with perfection?
Hit the C button then. And we are good. So here we are. This is it, and here's our first nod here. There is the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland.
Let's make sure we understand all these controls.
Also, Al Capone, going back to that, that seems random. The Al Capone thing was I was mentioning the Larson from Eternal Champions. Thank you, by the way, for that link. ElecVerse will go on the link list. And you have a compare and contrast on this game, which is another great game. Yeah, 1992, we're not starved for choice as far as great magical games with Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck as the ants running towards me. Yeah.
So let's make sure we understand how this works. All right,
you want to explain to them how this works?
Well, I mean, let's just figure it out. So, because I don't remember everything. Okay, so the first thing that I can do is I can walk around, I can jump, that's easy.
Yeah, which is on the
I
C
can
button.
run, which I can do by
Holding the A button.
holding the A button one direction.
B is your magic
B is
scarf.
my magic scarf, which I can use against my teammate if I like.
Yeah, you can also feasibly do that when they're in a jump, because by the way, when they do that, they're stuck, they can't move.
Now I can stand on my teammate.
Yeah, which is
I can
specific
also
for player.
creep. I can creep along.
Yeah, hit down and C button, hold C button down to crawl.
Down and C.
You get a which is definitely an interesting thing.
So down and C is that. C is jump. B is my magic thing.
And I can't off-screen him, by the way, so actually, well,
What does
fine.
A do? A is the run?
Yeah, you basically hold that the whole game. That's how I tend to operate with this. And you basically just use that to transform, these evil creatures and things. And I got a cake, which I'll let you get another one later. What that is
That's
is
gonna come get you.
yeah, but I'm also gonna make you invincible or something.
Alright, you're trying to get me to lose as many of my cards as possible.
Yeah, but by the way, when you lose all your cards, you die. You share lives in this game, or tries. Just remember, Disney does not like it when you make you die. But yeah, he's dying, potentially. Okay, so yeah, what do we do? What do you gotta do here?
Well, I'm supposed to help you up, but I don't want to. I want to first take all the trees.
That's always how it was when we grew up, as far as how it was.
Help, he says. He says help, help, help. Am I gonna help?
Yeah, how do you help?
I can lower a rope.
How do you do that?
B, A. I don't remember how.
Oh, hit the A button. Okay, yeah, I know. I've been playing this game massively.
There's the rope.
You get that, and we'll go the same speed, specific as far as how it goes. In that case, launching up. By the way, the bags, there are items in there. The question mark means you'll get a sense of what it is later. Yeah, there's the rope, and then it's pulled over.
I see. My problem was I was pressing down. I thought somehow I had to press down along with A.
Which makes sense, because when you're at the end of a ledge, in two-player only.
I go first.
Okay.
I refuse to let you go first.
That is how we operated when we were playing. The other thing I could do is, like, say, fine, screw you, you're not going on first, but there you go.
But I want that too.
Yeah. Also, I am stuck, by the way. By the way, the cards, what they do is when you get 52 of them, you get an extra one.
Here, send me up again. I demand.
Okay. Yeah, okay, now it's all coming back to me.
I'm still very low on cards. I'm gonna need some extra cards.
There is cards, by the way, going up there. Oh, well, fine, there's gonna be a recovery. Because I mentioned the cake, which gives you full health recovery, but there is also candy. There's a candy up there, too.
We all know that candy and cake are the best ways to get healthy in the real world.
Well, that's how actually, that's kind of how fine, okay, I'm doing it to you now. Now I'm pulling the rope up that way. So if he falls...
What happens if I fall all the way down?
You basically... I'll show you. Let's show what happens. Hell.
Can I pull you up in one go?
Yeah. As long as I'm gone, I'll just instantly appear.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, a lot of the Disney games tend to do that in the sense that what they would do is that they'd have items like cake and ice cream. Like, I know DuckTales tends to do that. Actually, the Donald Duck game was out around the same time. Quackshot did that as well. You play that?
I don't believe that I did.
I think we wanted to play it when we were growing up. I bought it years ago.
Oh, candy.
Yeah, which
That
covers
makes
one
you
of
so
your cards.
healthy. Oh, good. Here, take some string.
Okay. I just love the way that kind of came out. And even just that sound, the okay, that's the other thing, yeah, you make that jump. And that gives you help out. So,
How can
yeah,
you run and jump at the same time? It doesn't work.
you'll hold it and basically hold that A button the whole time at the end of it. And yeah, you do have the voices here, they're a little scratchy, but yeah, that is the late Wayne Allwine as Mickey Mouse. And also Tony Anselmo as Donald Duck. They don't have many voices, they only have 6 voice samples, so 3 apiece. In 1992, voice acting in your Disney game, you didn't have it much. In fact, I don't even think any of the other ones did, or the ones like Capcom had that. Okay, I've been recently playing Fire Emblem Awakening, as we're going into the mine from Snow White a little bit. Yeah, I've never played that. You played Fire Emblem Awakening? It's on 3DS. It's a game in the Fire Emblem franchise. I have a couple of the Fire Emblem games. I don't have that one. Feel free to go into that, because we can talk about that, and at some point we'll have to play Fire Emblem for the show. we'll have to crawl underneath that. But actually, before that's the case, yeah, my fat ass is not able to get through that, quite literally.
Ah, well then I'm going to have to help you out.
Hit A next to it to pull me out. Of course, pull it, waiting. Yeah, I get hit by the mining.
The crazed mall miner.
Which I think is a reference to something in a Disney property, yes?
All of these are, no doubt.
Mostly, because this actually, the music here, part of it is the motif of Hi-Ho from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, but not...
The crazed miner.
Yeah, he does come by, and yeah, it is characters appearing in that way. Although, here's the other thing, because you do,
Ooh.
Oh yeah, you want to go get that?
I do.
Yeah, I think you need it more.
I deserve it. I deserve all the treats. Yeah.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse, because you're worth it. I just started playing it, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about that. Actually, one thing, I don't know, you said, was that the first game in the Fire Emblem franchise you played, ElecVerse?
How do I get up there?
Oh, we'll come around. It's right there. Yeah, I have this game pretty much memorized. I'm not gonna lie to you. So just basically come up this way and just do it.
How come I can't jump? Oh, I can.
Yeah, but he's just crawling underneath that.
Gotta take everything that I can
Okay, yeah, and he has less health. Yeah, I don't know, because
How do I do it?
Yeah, just crawl underneath it. Yeah, ElecVerse, you mentioned we played Tetris Attack. You were saying that you hadn't, I don't know, either you hadn't played many of the Fire Emblem games, the idea that, hey, the Fire Emblem games can be very difficult. Oh, that was Three Houses. Okay. Oh, that's the one you were playing, or that's the one that, the first one you played? Yeah, because Three Houses is kind of, it's on the Switch. And what it is, it's a strategy role-playing game. You ever played the Fire Emblem games?
I don't think so.
Actually, they were not very well known in this country for a while. Actually, they were around in Japan at the time this game was
They were
around.
big in Luxembourg.
Actually, well, now they are. They're probably huge they're huge in Europe. They're huge everywhere. First I played was Three Houses specific. But Fire Emblem Awakening was one of the early ones, because one thing they do is it's strategy-based, where you kind of...
Now notice how all the bad guys turn into other creatures.
Yes, they do. Because you're turning into stuff that's not threatening. While you're going on the minecart. Hit down D-pad to get it going.
Nope. You should do all the work. I don't want to...
I can, actually. You have to do all the work. Or you have to do half of it. And that's what you get for saying, like, no, I don't want to do any work. Because when I hit it, he has to hit down again that way. But yeah, with Fire Emblem is that their strategy RPGs are basically getting, you know, units going all around. But what happened in that one is that the earliest ones you have the case where when your characters die, they are dead forever. Also, by the way, yeah, we gotta be careful not to fall into that, otherwise we're gonna die. Oh, but yeah, you always love to tempt fate.
All where?
And then we both died. And then we both died. Okay, and we have to go back to that. By the way, when you do die, yeah, you go back.
All the way back to the beginning?
Yes.
Oh, that was not worth it.
Well, hey, that was your you made the choice. Also, the one other thing is that
I thought we would just eke it out.
no, you eke it out if you if one character dies, you eke it out.
There.
But both of them die, they go back to the beginning.
I thought we would just eke it out. Okay, that's a shame. I want to tempt fate, but I don't want to actually... Okay. Well, to avoid us being up here all night, I'll be a little bit more pro-social in the future.
Okay. Also, you can make it up to me when we have some candy.
Alright. Go, get that candy.
I'm trying to get the candy.
Do we have any actual candy?
In the house, yeah, I think so.
I might have eaten it all.
I might have some left. Okay. So yeah, fitting, because like, yeah, we're
Just in
ending...
case.
Oh, also, because we're getting to the end of the year. Also, by the way, since I have one health, since we're at the same health, you take one, I'll take the other.
Sure, I'll go first.
I'm gonna try and not... you know what? Fine. Okay, there you go. I made sure not to hit the other one. Because I think if I hit the one in the front, I would have gotten both of them. So I said, fine, I'll jump over the first one. And get
Well, that was
the
what I
second.
was planning to do, so... It's good
What,
thing
take
you
the
beat me
first
there.
one?
Take them both.
Okay. Well, fine. With all due respect, I don't necessarily need it, because I've been playing this game so much. I have it basically memorized. This is one of those cases where I'm gonna, you know, gloat my, you know, capability with the game, because I know this game really well. The point where, like, fine, I'll off screen, he'll come by. He said, I'm saying help, it's fine, he just needs to come by. Also, yeah, you are invincible when I hit you with that. Actually, when you come out of that, just to give you an idea. That flashing does mean you're invincible. Fine,
So this time we're not going to tempt fate.
Alright, we showed what happened at least when you do it. Yeah, be careful not to hit the top on the ceiling, but it's only when you're getting a jump, or when you're hitting down to that, just keep doing that. Well, fine, in this case it's fine.
Perfectly safe. But it's I just want to understand
What?
how it works. Okay, so you do continue to slide down after hitting it once. And you've been...
Yeah, so it does have an element of physics,
Ascending.
really. Which is unique. Actually, we sort of had that when it came to some of the other stuff, too. And yeah, this is a dangerous spot because that collapses. Basically, just keep doing that. Basically, keep hitting and keep enjoying the great music, which, by the way, I'll talk about the music later. It was done by Haruyo Oguro, who did the music for the Game Gear version of Jurassic Park, as well as Formula 1 World Championship Beyond the Limit for the Sega CD, and Golden X3.
Alright, here we go.
Yeah, we're in the Spider Flags.
Always good candy around.
Yeah, he's standing up, by the way, so it's going to be interesting to see how the mic picks that up, or picks it up a little differently. Probably not, but yeah, he's over that. Oh! Alright, I fell. Okay, so I'm glad I got to show that. So here's what's happening. You have to get to a specific point to pick my body up. If he dies, we have to go back to the beginning of this level. In the meantime, just keep picking up the cards and keep walking all the way. Yeah, you're not getting up there that way.
Here, we have to be able to use that to our advantage.
Yeah, so basically the pressure's all on him. He doesn't need to get to the checkpoint area, otherwise, yeah, we'll start to flow over again. Oh, you have to go through the whole thing. Alright, fine. This is all you.
Now, this is an important part, because this spider's going to double back on himself in a moment.
Yeah, you know. Okay, you remember specific.
Yep. I remember this. Because the first time you see it, you think, oh no! And get jumped.
Well, hey, it also
Them
means
all.
you get all the items
Careful.
yourself.
But we gotta watch what he's doing.
Yeah, because this is a platform, by the way. Just walk along it, but don't wait too long.
Crap.
Yeah, here's the tough part. Sorta.
Gotta jump up.
Yeah, you jump up. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all coming back, isn't it?
Do a little dance. And here comes a guy you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, make sure to touch my body, and then we're good.
Yep, there you go. I've
Alright,
revived you.
Yeah, and yeah, he got through the level all his own. Fantastic. Alright, first boss. Here's the spider. Hit him 5 times.
Uh-oh.
You can probably stand there doing nothing. It's actually not that hard. But you can't kill him in one pass. So what happens is he'll be behind. You can't hit him here, but yeah, he'll taunt you. I just love that look. Like, wait, giving a little bit of a 3D perspective kind of on this boss.
Uh-oh.
Hey. You get a triumphant music when he goes down. This is awesome. And I'm going to turn down the game volume a little bit. It seems like it's a bit loud. I don't know how much of my audio or me you're hearing. Okay, so yeah, you get a magic spell anytime you beat a boss.
So now we're going to go to Aladdin, but we're going to have some different characters on the magic carpet.
Actually, Maleficent had just come out, actually, when this game released.
Oh, it's a whole new world, Donald!
Yeah, it is. So,
I can't make the duck sound.
no, it's Alakazam! Actually, I can throw that specific as far as that. I'm playing along and I just beat the spider. Okay, so Despina 417 is playing the actual game. Alright, I'll show how this
Okay.
works. So, the way magic works in this game is it's basically just to get you to one place or another. It's not a power-up the way Magic Quest starring Mickey Mouse was, or, well, the Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck game was on the Super Nintendo, which was Mickey O'Donnell Magical Adventure 3. Yeah, when you get into that state, you hit the button, you basically get into that state where it says Alakazam, you hit the button, and then you get something. So in this case, we have the magic carpet.
Now, but the thing is that Mickey has the magic, right? Oh no, we both do. But who's flying it?
I'm flying.
How come? Because you're going
I think
first?
because I landed on it first.
Right, so I don't do anything.
Yeah, so it makes sense that way. So how it works, you hit
Okay.
the C button to
I guess
jump.
we can't both do anything.
Well, we're going to see that happening.
Oh, there is a tray of chocolates here, so...
Okay, so yeah,
Wow,
you'd rather have that.
Where did they come from?
Okay.
Let's
Well,
see.
yeah, they came from a store.
Cake like
Ooh.
really
That looks nice.
Alright, so at the very least, I'll go through and get some items. Yeah, be careful of the tornadoes, they will hurt you. But there is one thing I do want to get with here. As you stay down below, there's a tornado there, but there's also items as well. And also, one is a candy. Depending on which character touches it, the character will get it. So, yeah, in that case, you got it, but you just lost. Okay. Okay, so here's what you do. You follow there's a life in here. So follow the path of bags. And right in the clouds, right in the middle there, Steven tries one before, or R tries one before, there you go, you're done. And yeah, you're back on the game, so, because we're in the
I'm
next...
back?
Yep.
But I was just thinking about these homemade rum balls that have been mentioned by Despina 417, which I've had and are extremely good.
Okay.
We don't have any homemade rum balls here. We do have some little chocolate treats.
Alright, well, I'm moving them over that way. This is an exclusive level for 2-player, by the way. And
Is
we'll
it?
see this later, yes. Because you need to drop the line. Yeah, so they did design this game really well as far as getting a sense of making it so that you're running it specific for to your players.
No, I go first. I have to go first, otherwise I refuse to play.
Well, see, that's what I usually tried to do. I tried to just pretty much time it so that as soon as he jumped... Yeah, I can, but I need to specifically make it so that he's doing that. There you go. That's how you do it. And now he's coming up on his own volition. And if he refuses, I just do that to him.
So this one is impossible for the one player because it requires the help of the...
Yes.
In the first level, the way that this is massaged is that there are counterweights on the... pillow. What's it called? On the seesaw.
The log. We'll see that later. Because actually there's an
Look at this guy. That's Martin Short from Three Amigos.
Yeah, it kind of is. But also, I guess it's like a reference to the Mad Hatter, which is not the first case we're going to see that.
Well, Martin Short should be the Mad Hatter. Didn't he play the Mad Hatter somewhere?
I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, he played Jack Frost in the Santa Claus 3, which is not a good movie, by the way. But he's there. He was also this crazed, I think, drug-obsessed dentist in the movie Inherent Vice. You ever see that?
I have not.
It's from Paul Thomas Anderson, so it's a case of, yeah, there's gonna be like a few people who would ever want to see it, and I'm one of them. Although even then, I'm like, I was kind of on myself a little bit. It was an adaptation of a Thomas Pynchon novel, which I know people love his work. I think it's the only movie that's adapted from work of his. I kind of liked it the first 2 hours, but it's like 2.5. Like, okay, that's that.
Now, what are these guys? Oh, baby vultures? Oh, they're California condors. They're highly endangered, and we shouldn't be killing them. But
Well, we're not killing them.
what are we doing to them?
We're turning them into something less threatening, which is turning the birds.
Well, but they're threatened, so the California condor is now being turned into like a swallow, which is not in any
Also,
way
yeah, you're over
critically
there. I'm
endangered.
just pulling you over here. All of a sudden, you're on the left. Yeah, it's video game magic, isn't it? But yeah,
These guys were gone a moment ago, weren't they?
Yeah, they're regenerating bad guys in this game. It's like a Kirby game. Specific. You do get this nice Western music going on, so it is nice stuff. Actually, I do like the way the co-op works on this, because at that point it is about, you know, having to play with the other player that way. It makes it good for children, but also feasibly for children at heart, like us.
Is this supposed to be like the Grand Canyon?
Well, it's the...
Look at that guy, look at him.
Coming
Here he
down with
comes.
balloons. Yeah, he does have the guns, and he has, like, balloons on him, and he just bang when he shoots the gun.
What does he turn into? He turns into a butterfly or something?
Oh, we can find him next time we kill him, because there's a couple of them there. Okay, there he
To
is.
be very clear, we're not killing them. They're enchanted. They started off as really happy creatures of some kind, and then they were turned into these horrible, ugly Disney characters.
Well, we're in the world of illusion, like the Master of Illusion is indicated. He said, yeah, within this world of mine, you have to escape this. So actually, these are all creations of his.
I see, so nothing is real.
Not really, no.
How about a treat?
I'm good for now.
They are very tasty.
Well, I mean, I guess so. Also, I'm gonna say fuck this, I'm jumping off. I live, don't worry.
Look how proud Mickey is.
I do love that idle animation of
He
him.
does have a face like that.
He does, and actually that's one interesting thing about the way this game is animated, the way the art is, because the artwork of this game was done by Takashi Yuda, who actually we saw before when we played Space Channel 5, the Crusader 64, and I played that. He directed that game as well as Puyo Pop Fever. But he also did artwork on Revenge of Shinobi, and also on Castle of Illusion, as well as Sonic 3 and Sports Talk Baseball on Sega Genesis. You ever play that? That is a great baseball game. As we just got through that, and we were going to the clouds. Yeah, that's the name of its world. This is Among the Clouds. That's what it's known as. First was the Enchanted Forest, and they'll move when we both jump on them.
So you don't want to help me, huh?
Not for that one, but fine, alright. Boop. When it does that boop, yeah, you can jump off specifically, and then it doesn't move again. I wouldn't miss the one time.
How come the cloud you're on is a face and the other ones don't?
Yeah, this is a normal one. That's just like a creation of the Master of Illusion. And this, by the way, I should have probably mentioned this. You Alright, fine, I died. So yeah, it's up to you
So
again.
now these guys are going to respond to one?
They will, yeah.
Wow, they're very context sensitive.
Yes, they are, which is actually very nice. And actually, if we get down to one try, I hope we don't, I can at least explain how that operates. Because basically it's the, well, we'll mention when we get there.
Oh no, Donald!
Is that one going to fall?
Yes.
Oh.
It'd be both if I was still there, but since I fell, it was not.
Alright, so that's going to make it much harder for me.
well, hey, in this case, it's putting that pressure on. But yeah, to go into that quickly as far as the Illusion series, this is the third game in the franchise technically, because we played Castle of Illusion for the show, which is also on the Sega Genesis Mini. There is the Game Gear version of Castle of Illusion, which is a totally different game. There's this. There is Land of Illusion, which is on Game Gear. There's the only one I haven't played, which is Legend of Illusion. That was
Oh no.
I think Nocturne played that. And then there was the remake of Castle of Illusion, which came out about 10 years ago now.
Chateau of Illusion.
Yeah, Castle of Illusion 2013. And there's technically 7, which is,
Can I replay them? Yeah.
you can replay them, but also you can't replay them for the items. So as soon as the items drop down on them, you gotta pick them up.
Drop down the items from above.
Or dying.
I can be killed by musical notes?
You can be killed by the bomb on the notes, yes.
The bomb on the notes? What notes are gonna bomb? Why should notes bomb?
Every note in this game, feasibly. We'll find every other note. But one of them has a life, and I do want to go get that.
Well, I just want us to do this carefully because there's a lot of peril here.
There is, and if one of us dies again, especially before we get there, I don't want to stop on that one because there's going to be there's a life over there. Shit. Yeah, you might want to jump off the one either on the left or in the middle of this. Yeah, one of us could be a real asshole to each other by doing the cape thing to us, but yeah, I'm not gonna do that. And now you see. Yeah, let's wait a second because the tornado will keep coming specific as far as that.
I see, so it only counts us both as being on the cloud if we're both touching the cloud.
Yes, that's correct.
If one of us standing on the other shoulder, no dice.
Well, it's good to show that because sometimes it's a question of, hey, what happens if I do this?
Wait.
Sometimes it's safer just to not kill anything in 2-player this way, lest you accidentally hit your friend.
Oh, no!
Okay, fine, I'll show this. 1 try is left, you wish to play in 1 player mode. This is basically the fuck you, you're bad at playing this game mode. But I'm not gonna do that, I'm gonna say no. I died in some water cave. Oh, you're ahead of us. So, alright, fine. You know how sometimes we say that there's some people do like races of games, where they'll play a game, they'll play it multiple ways. Okay, so I gotta find your body on here and not get myself bombed to death. But one thing I'm gonna also do is find where the life is. And it's random where the life is gonna appear. Yeah, by the way, that's where you are. I'll come get you in just a second.
Those bombs.
Yeah. Okay, there are a lot of them. I believe it is random when they appear.
No, it's out of order. I didn't do the piano keys. So the piano keys are...
There's the life. Okay, got it.
Is the piano key thing only for 2-player?
It's for it's 1 player as well.
It is, but it doesn't come now?
What does?
So when would you be in a waterland before coming to the clouds? What character would you have to be playing?
None. The
Really?
water world is next.
The world is next.
We have a boss here, and then we'll get there. Which is the underwater adventure.
All I can think of is Tom Hanks and Big.
Oh yeah, like playing on the
Despina
piano.
417, that's right.
Yeah, I'll have a picture to indicate that as well, referencing that. Alright, so yeah, we have a boss, and here's another Disney reference coming up. The easiest way for this one is stand on one side. Remember Elliot from Pete's Dragon? That's him. He's gone bad, and he gets nervous when he sees us. So yeah, he'll just go that way. Just keep hitting each of them when they come out. You hit him on your end, I hit him on mine. That's basically all I got there. Yeah, actually, we did show that there. Like, he died, so what happens is he gets a full recovery of life, but then we get to try taking off.
So hang on, you can go in the carpet and then go underwater?
The carpet comes first.
Carpet comes first.
Yeah, this is our next
So
step,
now we're in
by
the
way.
water.
You go
Okay,
in the water and you swim on the bubble.
Oh, I see. So presumably one doesn't necessarily have to go up to see the keyboard. That's all that happened.
Yeah.
We'll never know till we try.
Yeah, that dialogue does change when you're playing single player. We'll show that off later.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the underworld and see if we can't die there too.
Alright, yeah, by the way, Atlantica from The Little Mermaid. So yeah, we had that in Kingdom Hearts.
So we can't attack anymore. We're stuck in these bubbles.
You can't attack anymore, but you have swimming, which is on C button. Yeah, be careful of the tigerfish, though. We hear this wonderful music, which, by the way, I didn't go into that specifically. I mentioned Haruo Oguro, who did the music, but also it was a name we've celebrated on the show before, Tomoko Sasaki, who did the music for all the Nights games, Nights into Dreams, Nights Journey into Dreams, and Christmas Nights into Dreams, as well as Rise Star, which we played last year. And also, Space Channel 5 VR kind of funky news flash. We played Space Channel 5 on the Dreamcast earlier this year, the Crusader 64 and I did, and I'll edit it out.
You'll edit out the burp.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Too much sparkling water, you see.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
delicious.
Which is kind of why I try to avoid it. Alright, here are the clams. Turn the other way and they'll come by. But then when you turn around, they'll stop it.
What if leaving the burp in adds character?
I'm gonna take it out anyway. As much as I can. In some cases, actually, thank you for bringing that up. When will I do edits out? Hit no. Yeah, hit so you didn't know. Yeah, I did actually just die. And there are items also on the left up there if you want to go get them. Or we can just stay here. Yeah, just to go into that, whenever I'll edit stuff out, it's extenuating circumstances when I'll do it. And hey, there might be too much talking to, avoid some of that. I know actually one show, Proto Over is sick. I was like, yeah, I know he's coughing a lot. I felt bad about it specific, so I said,
You need a cough button.
actually, there's not. I don't think there's a way to actually do that specific. There's a life. Actually, Joe, it's a good thing we came over here.
I think if you had your mute button on a little, because I could press it.
But there's also going to be that delay. I told you that last week, which is that there's a few seconds of the delay when we speak and when it gets muted, so it's not going to come out sounding the right way. Hey, trust me, I've been doing this for like 2 years now.
But if... let's see where we are.
You have to go back. We came over there for the wife, which is worth doing, but I'm probably just going to lose it. We get this wonderful dreamy music. Alright, there we go. Yeah, although I gotta be careful because if I hit again, we have to start this level over again.
Oops, we're going down?
No, we gotta go this way. Also, be careful not to get hit by the chomping of the clam, because that is a hitbox. I love this, this nice atmosphere. This is the way it feels like. Yeah, you really feel like you're underwater.
Is the chomping of the clam like alternate lyrics for Turkey in the Straw?
I don't think so. I think that was when we did Mickey Mania, because remember Mickey Mania has that, or Mickey Steamboat Willie has that. And speaking of other elements of Disney, there is Cleo from Pinocchio.
This is a weird game. So Despina 417 has never played this before. We've played this many times before.
Yes, we have.
Interested to hear
First time
what do you
impression.
think about this first time impressions of this game, this weird water level.
Well, I don't know, DollyFinn, you were the same way. Do you want to go into your
what
first
it's-
impressions of what you think?
You know what it sounds a little bit like? It sounds a bit like the Arabian Dance from the Nutcracker.
They might have had that on their minds, I mentioned the Sleeping Beauty
Tiny
thing.
bit. And in Fantasia, I believe, I might be misremembering, but I believe they had fish. They had something with goldfish
Well, there's
for that one.
Well, as I said, there's also Cleo from Pinocchio. I'll take a look and see what I can find as far as it. There's also the Fantasia game on Genesis. You play that?
I have not.
It's supposed to be awful, to the point where Roy Disney ordered every unsold copy destroyed.
Wow, that is something.
Yep. All right, so yeah, you have to crawl through that, but once again, my fat ass can't get through. So if I'm playing just as Donald, we'll see what. Oh, you saw that, right?
Yeah.
There was a glitch.
So apparently I'm not the only one who's thinking about the Tchaikovsky here.
Uh-huh.
And the verdict is, game is a bit slow with the run. I agree. I think actually it's not a great game, but I have so many memories of playing it that I have Stockholm Syndrome.
What this? I have to beg to differ. I love
Yeah,
this game.
you love it?
I love this game.
I was looking that up for you and I couldn't find it. Just there.
What, the Roy Disney thing?
Yeah, they're building
Oh, yeah,
Tchaikovsky.
Here it is.
Roy Disney had- That's really
What did he have
something.
destroyed?
Those are really-
Every copy that was unsold of Fantasia on Sega Genesis.
Oh my god.
And it's supposed to be really horrible, so I get that.
Have you played it?
No, I haven't. I was actually mentioned, like, hey, it's supposed to be awful.
Now we want to get it.
Well, hey, I mean, I mentioned that with Crazy Bus, and I'm getting that because I'm gonna fucking die if I don't do it. There we go.
We're gonna get this now.
It's cheap. Because it's insanely cheap. He did, but there was so many copies that were made beforehand, it was fine. Because that also happened with X-Men Destiny as well. That was another one they destroyed every unsold copy because of Silicon Knights. We're ready to go?
I think so. I'm just trying to consider what... Alright, here we go.
There's items up there. Yeah, you do need that rope. Yeah, and I'm letting you get them because I think you need that.
There we go. Oh, who is that guy?
Unique creature here. It's like the crab lobster dude.
It's a really terrifying character.
Yeah, get down here before I get myself. What? No, don't get down here. I was like, wait, because actually, when I'm in that help state, I'm invincible. As long as I'm not saying help.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
This is fine.
It is, yeah. But we also have a quick section we gotta get through. So you have to pull me out again. Because, yeah, under normal circumstances when playing as Donald, I can't go this way. Mickey goes a different way, but because he pulls him through. Go this way, but this place is collapsing, so start running. Oh, shit. Alright, you dead. Actually, we have to continue this then. Alright, at least we got to show what a game over looks like.
Yeah.
Alright, so you have infinite continues, by the way, so it's not that hard. Yeah, of course, Donald Duck never gets any of the luck, as it is. We have full lives now. Yeah, who gets stuck with all the bad luck? No one but Donald Duck. Yeah!
I mean, I think it's fair to say that Donald's abrasive personality and his lack of kind of connection to reality are the root cause of many of his misfortunes.
Well, if you've ever played Kingdom Hearts, he's the one who clearly is in reality to some degree as far as that. And then you get to Kingdom Hearts 2, where Goofy is the wisest character in the entire game.
Well, I think that that's secretly true. He's a wise sage. He's just misunderstood by the world.
Well, I think maybe that's what Kingdom Hearts was getting at. When we get to Kingdom Hearts 2, that's going to make sense for it. As far as, but also with Donald, as I mentioned, he's the one who's good at magic. Because in that game, he's the black mage of the party. So actually, this might have been where he got the ideas from. Him and, well, King Mickey, remember, because in Kingdom Hearts, it's all about King Mickey.
So I don't understand the name Kingdom Hearts. What does that mean?
Without spoiling it, did you play it?
No.
Okay, without spoiling that game, it's referring to something we see at the very end of the game, as far as how it is. Fine, it's a door, but it's a door in connection with what the plot is going with, which is that King Mickey's gone missing, and Goofy and Donald, who are his knights, have to go find him. They have to find the bearer of the Keyblade, who is Sora, who we found when we played the game, who we played that game as.
I guess I don't understand grammatically. What does it mean, Kingdom of Hearts?
I think so, because the idea is that the Heartless are taking the hearts of people, basically taking the good out of them, as it is.
Is it a literal translation from Japanese, perhaps?
Yes.
I
think it is. Because it was Squaresoft who made that.
I see. That makes more sense.
We were talking Square earlier with the Yuji Naka thing, but yes, Square made that, and as I mentioned, the person who directed this game and designed it was producer on every Kingdom Hearts game. Oh, that's weird.
Getting some interesting glitches here.
Yeah, and it's funny, because usually when it comes to this, you don't tend to. You need the cake more than I do. Oh yeah, but I'm going to kill him first. Alright, so yeah, you just crawl through and then get what you need to. Alright, so yeah, you go up and get the cake, because remember, I was dying before, that's why I took it, but for now, we're fine. Alright, so yeah, there you go. Alright, guy, help me walk off.
You can't duck under that thing, huh?
You can. I didn't get hit by it, but yeah, you duck just right if you don't get hit by it. Just take a drink of water. Oh. Well, it's fine. That doesn't hurt you, by the way. It just stuns you. Actually, here's the thing. We're doing the run here. You don't technically need to run out right away. We can go this way. In fact, I will go this way. Oh, right, there's nothing over there. Sometimes there's hidden stuff in the walls, but in case we didn't find that. Yeah, with 6 lives we're fine. We're not gonna die again.
There are shades of the second level of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Columns.
What's that called?
Oh, well, what was going to be the second one? Oh, Marble Zone? Or Labyrinth Zone, because yeah, Labyrinth Zone is going to be the second level, technically, when they were designing it, and actually in the level select they reflect that. In this case, you basically can't avoid actually, okay, fine, yeah, I should have hit it first, but yeah, whatever. Okay, now we're going to be on a time pace. Because we're riding the shell thing down.
But we can't do anything to influence the speed of this contraption.
Not yet, but yeah, it's knocking over the towers. We gotta run. If we don't get out of this in time, we're gonna get crushed. You just keep running. Yeah, we fine. As long as you just keep holding the A button and holding right, we're not gonna lose this. We're just gonna make it. Basically what'll happen is if you do get crushed, I might show this later, it'll just kind of, it gets close to the bottom and then it does just crush down.
There they are. Those are absolutely the fish from Fantasia right there. Are they gonna come back?
No. Well, fine. They'll come back when we beat this level, although it's either them or Cleo from Pinocchio. Chad, if you have an opinion on which one that is, to pick.
They're similar. And those were exactly the ones with the Tchaikovsky.
Okay, I'll see what I can find on that
In
one.
the game Fantasia, the player defeats various enemies by jumping on them.
Ooh, what was that?
That was the floor. If you hit the floor, it cracks, and yeah, you can't run over, you basically jump over, others you die. So I have to find where you are.
Comment here is that we could use some of the music from Fantasia. I agree.
Yeah, although we're talking Jem's audio driver on Eternal Champion sounding really good. Fantasia is a game where it does not sound very good when they run it, so yeah, that's a problem.
And they use things from Fantasia itself, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, Dance of the Wreath, Luke's Nutcracker Arabian Dance,
Wow.
The Rite of Spring,
But it
In this
sounds-
game.
Pastoral Symphony and Dance of Hours, and Fire at Night on Wall Mountain, and D minor.
But it doesn't sound good.
No, and they said, what's interesting is they do say that they think they rushed to get it out.
They did, yes.
The game was shipped in time for the holiday season, and Roy Disney, the reason he complained was because he made a promise to his Uncle Walt that Fantasia adaptations would not be made.
Well, or no, they would be made more respectfully, because actually there is a great Fantasia game that came out more recently. That was Fantasia Music Evolved, which is on Xbox 360 and Xbox One.
So we're getting this question now about the Fantasia game. Yes, there is. There is a Fantasia game.
Which one?
Well, you should fill us in.
The good one or the bad one?
Why don't you tell us about both?
Fine. The bad one, as DollyFinn was mentioning, is it was developed by Infogrames. We mentioned them doing developing stuff when we did the racing showcase about a month ago. We're getting hit by Glut from The Little Mermaid here in the ship. Okay, we did see Atlantica when we first came in here. But yeah, that game was a platform game with Mickey Mouse, but it came out after Castle of Illusion did, I think. It was 1991, I think it came out, right?
Yeah, it said
It was 1990 for Castle of Illusion, it was 1991 for
right,
that
and they
one.
said they criticized the game's controls and gameplay, calling repetitive, clunky,
They
and
are.
unpredictable, and said Fantasia did not measure up to Castle of Illusion.
Oh Christ, no, it doesn't. Start running, by the way, otherwise we're gonna die.
But they did like, you know what they did like? They said the game was a masterpiece of fully designed, planned,
And jump here.
But, although appearing impressive at first with excellent sprites and gorgeous backdrops, the gameplay is just badly
Yeah, from what I've understood, it's really badly flawed. At some point we could show that, but there are other Disney games I want to show first. This one, for example, or show this again, because I think we did this already. It's just that I kind of didn't plan when we did it. I said, I want to do a complete run of this, as we're running the boss here, by the way.
Fantasia was an arcade game too.
There's an arcade. Oh, do you think it was on the what was that, the Mega Play of Sega's? I don't think it was, but is there maybe another case of Fantasia?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
As I mentioned, there's that 360 game by Harmonix. Oh, so it's coming out, you might want to jump off of it. Okay, now that's what from The Little Mermaid. It takes about 6 or so hits to kill, by the way. Well, maybe there's another one I'm not aware of. But actually, with that one Harmonix made, it was great. License-wise, I don't know if I could show much of that. There's some of the classical music I could show, but it also has a lot of famous licensed music. I would not be able to show that for this program.
It's an adult game where
I know it isn't good.
that
I was saying, when you said adult game, it was like, I think I know where that's going.
the player moves the cursor around behind the background picture on the right.
Is it even tied to the
I
movie?
don't know. It's bizarre.
We'll look into it and I'll have an edit, or maybe a link to go into that. Alright, we're getting our next magic power, which is box transportation. Fine, there's the fish. So yeah, we'll have a picture there
There
of
they
the
are.
ones from, we'll put a choice to chat that way or to when it uploads, which is it Cleo from Pinocchio, the fish from Fantasia, or maybe both?
Oh, no, it sounds like it's an erotic game. Fantasia.
Oh, I was gonna say, I've seen it, I'm familiar with that
And even
concept.
more
I did.
disgusting pictures, it says here.
Well, that's rule 34. You know what that is, right? Rule of the internet, which is that if it exists, there's porn of it. No exceptions. There's
I
probably
think it is Cleo.
what gives you that indication.
Well, I'm not
The face when it does the turn.
But they're similar. They're closely related.
They are. As it, I'll have a picture for that. A good observation, by the
Here
way,
we
for
are.
that here at Nog. As we're in the library, because yeah, when you're playing an illusion game, you usually go to a library. Almost all of them. The only ones I don't know are Legend of Illusion, because that's the one I didn't play. And then, well, there's also one that's...
Now, this is a weird library. That book is very strangely shaped.
Yep. And there's an exclusive
Let's see if we
level
can read
plus.
what it says. What's that say? It doesn't say anything.
It doesn't say anything, no.
Got these little paper clips. No, they're not paper clips. They're staplers.
Actually, one thing we're gonna do is I want. Actually, no, you're right. Go up there because there's a life up here. Actually, wait. Come down and get me. Or drop
Does that say winter?
It's a perfume, I believe. Yeah, there's a life. So
I thought
yeah.
it was a bottle of. How am I gonna get that without getting cut?
You pull me. Either you make a very specific jump to pull yourself away from the tax, or you get me, and then I can jump off your back and get it. Because I'm going to show you one other brief thing, which is that there's a little bit of an exploit you can use to get multiple lives here. In fact, I will show you. So yeah, if you want to jump on the back, or I jump on yours, take your pick.
You do it.
Okay. Like that. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go down and on the other side. Yeah, because we have to go this way eventually, but first we're going to drop down. We'll go to the right. Yeah, because as I mentioned, when you're playing an Illusion game, you're going to go to a library most likely at some point. Although, and one of the ones you do is actually a game that is not necessarily seen as an official one, but I count it this way. I'm familiar with this. Epic Mickey, The Power of Illusion. It's on 3DS. It's, was the... Oh, wait a...
Flying fountain pen.
Wait, what? Hold on. Wait a minute. There's supposed to be corks on this. You can jump on top of these. Why are they not here? Are they not here on 2-player? Okay, I did not know that. I'm curious about that. I did not know they weren't there. You're just supposed to just be able to jump up those, but apparently not. I guess we're going this way.
Oh, it's the flying fountain pen again.
Yeah, it is. He's a flying fountain pen bird, and with a stamp. Okay, yeah, I'll get you up there. Just give me a second. Alright, so pull you up this way.
Commenting that the flying fountain pen is like a clue murder weapon.
Yeah, for sure. I can get that idea.
Is it glue? What is that stuff?
It's not glue. It's, like perfume. I think. Also, you're gonna climb over here to the right, yes?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, yeah, if you don't want to be here until 1 a.m., feasibly, but there you go.
Keep falling.
Jesus Christ. As it goes, you're not doing it on purpose, okay.
No, I'm not.
Just hold right. At first I thought I was like, wait, are you doing this on purpose?
No, I wasn't doing it
No.
on purpose. Couldn't seem to get purchase on this. And how are we walking across that? It's very unclear.
Wait, there's your your Disney magic. But also, we're going in there. Jump into the cotton ball thing, my friend. We're doing this for a reason. First off, because there's health in there, you need it. You can't hurt them, so just keep going.
Can they hurt me?
Yes.
That doesn't seem very fair.
Well, fine. Cotton is never fair. They say cotton's the fabric of our lives, but yes, the fabric of your death now.
I thought that was linen.
No, it's cotton. I'll have an indication proving that it's the case. Okay, here's the thing.
Linen fabric of
We
your
went
death.
that way, but yeah, we're going back here, and I'll tell you why, because we're going to regret that life again. When you go into an area where it's a changed screen like that, it recovers the item. So there's the life again. Now, if we're in single player, if I was playing that, I could have went into the cotton ball thing that's over by the wall there, over on the other side of the wall, and I could have gotten that. We could get that again.
So now we're gonna go back.
And we're going to go with a Christmas present. Fitting, because we had
Christmas
Christmas last
Town.
week, yeah. Which is exclusive to 2 players.
Well, this is just in time for the holidays. We're still within the 12 days of Christmas.
There we go. So, here we go. This is the Christmas present. I love
Christmas
this level.
land. Let's take a look.
It's beautiful.
Look
And
at
you,
that guy.
yeah, who actually is a boss from Castle Illusion. The boss in Toyland in Castle Illusion is there. So, yeah, when he pops out, he does have the arms there. He does do the jump out thing, and he does the fists forward. I have a picture of that boss who we did show when we played Castle Illusion 2 years ago. I can't
All these treats.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, and the music here is great. Oh my god, the music is so good. I love the soundtrack of this game. I'm just gonna go into that right now. It's absolutely beautiful, and
Oh,
Just how it
one
sounds.
of those guys.
oh yeah, those things explode.
They're all under here.
Yep, but be careful with the dice and be careful with exploding party favors.
Now, apparently, I learned that in some school districts they do not call them dice anymore.
No.
They call them 6-sided number cubes.
Or D20s if you're a
And I don't know
Dungeons
why.
and Dragons
D6
player.
is what I would say, but 6-sided number cubes, which is fine. That's what they
Yeah,
are.
pull me up. Yeah, because here's the thing. We can go down there at the bottom if we want to, but there's other stuff up top.
I'm not sure why. I wonder if using the word dice makes it sound like it's gambling or something.
Maybe, but...
Whereas number cube sounds neutral.
But I don't know. I mean, they're dice. That's what they are.
But also they say play dice. So I think
They always say that. That's the idea. They're dice. What else do you call them?
D6.
It's fucking dice still. I'm sorry. I'm not. I guess in that case, like, I failed to see the element. By the way, yeah, I'll call on crawling here. Yeah, we were holding on to our lives very specifically, just barely, but we'll get through. Yeah, those can be the most annoying enemies to hit, though. Alright, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, because there's something in Donald's story that you can hit in order to go that, and here's the big Christmas tree. Look at that. Oh, you somehow avoided getting hit by the dice. Oh, you were.
But the lesson here is that the dice are dangerous. Gambling is dangerous. The dice are going to fall on you and crush you.
Well, I mean.
And who's that Christmas baby?
That reference. Oh, yeah, you also got the star card, by the way, which that is invincibility for 20 seconds.
That's not very useful. There's nothing dangerous around here.
Yeah, not right now, it's not. Well, yeah, in that case. Oh, well, fine, it didn't protect you from dying. Alright, fine. Actually, I didn't know that, so fine. Getting that doesn't protect you from dying, but alright, I'll find.
So I fell to my death.
Yes, you did. I have to find where you are without me dying.
And you've got only one.
The thing, or the party favor looked like the Tweedles from Alice in Wonderland. A good indication, Zebrat Brigade. I think you got a point there, and there's gonna be a lot of Alice in Wonderland in the next world. So
Ooh, look at that.
I gotta try and see if I can't make the jump over here. Woo. Oh yeah, you're right. I'll have a picture of the Tweedles then to get a sense of that.
It's a Christmas cracker.
Yeah, that is. Indeed. Alright, so, actually, yeah, there are a lot of them, but in this case, yeah, they're down there. I was like, yeah, I'm not falling down there. But yeah, when they get hit and they explode, they turn black, and they just keep walking around.
Wow, we have so many layers. We have a background, no, we have a background to the background.
Let's go into that while we're seeing this, because that's something that the Sega Genesis tended to do as far as, like, how is it handling background details? And Super Nintendo did this as well. But there's something to be said about just everything this game is doing from a color perspective. And in fact, this is running less colors than the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo had a max of 256, Genesis 64. But looking at a game like this, you'd never think, oh, the colors are
It only has
lesser.
64 colors.
Yeah, it was, yes. Oh, shit. Shit, I'm dead. Yeah, your body was right over there, so we have to start this over. But we get to enjoy the sights again.
I didn't realize it had fewer colors.
It does. Actually, that's one of the interesting things, which is that the Super Nintendo is a more powerful device than the Genesis in certain ways, like that, in terms of some stuff with its audio, but it's not as good as far as its clock speed. So you have games that have big frame rate problems on Super Nintendo that do not have that problem on the Sega Genesis, including when there's like multiple stuff on the same console.
I mean, I guess there were so many trade-offs given the limitations of hardware in that era.
Uh-huh.
That you could end up in those weird.
Also, it's worth pointing out that the Super Nintendo came out after the Sega Genesis did by 2 years. So maybe that's something to do with it too. But it's interesting to see, and that goes to what ElecVerse is indicating, when we played the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, which came out about the same time, and then also the Console Wars episode that was going against taking this one and this and Magical Quest together as far as comparison. The idea of what was the Genesis of the Super Nintendo doing when it came to what their tech was, and how could one do something better than another one. I was gonna say, yeah. So you sometimes got that. I mean, taking those two games into account, I mean, yeah, like I first mentioned, he grew up with Magical Quest for Super Nintendo. Oh, right, that's what you do. You both jump on those and it takes you up here.
So 2 years after, and they come out with a lower clock speed. That's interesting that after 2 years.
Well, I mean, Nintendo, I guess, was thinking that, well, they didn't necessarily need it for the kind of games they were making. Which, to be fair, there were not a whole lot of games on Super Nintendo that were running super high clock speeds. Like, something like Sonic the Hedgehog, for example, or like a lot of the racing games that Sega would make, like Outrun and Super Hang-On, things like that. I mean, Sega had, or Nintendo had Super Mario Kart, that was later, but then they figured out how to hone the Mode 7 graphical rotation elements. Because, yeah, Super Nintendo had built-in rotation effects to it, the Genesis didn't. So you had a lot of games that had to get creative about how do they handle rotating of sprites. Treasure did that a lot with stuff like Gunstar Heroes and Alien Soldier, amongst other things. But it was interesting seeing how both these systems kind of coalesced with each other, kind of did certain things better, certain things not better, but the idea that why was that the most powerful and most popular console battle ever in gaming? I think that's why. It was not always an easy thing to get a sense of what system's really better. Even the idea of, hey, if you and I didn't play Magical Quest growing up, but hey, no one was losing when it came to Mickey Mouse magical games in 1992. We both got really good ones. Genesis got World of Illusion and had Castle of Illusion already, and Nintendo had the other one by walking out. There we go, and then the present locks up, and there's a card.
Now, can we go back and look at the life again?
Well, there's another path I think we take. In fact, I'll do it. In fact, you know what? You walk in the box. Oh wait, it's making me do it, I guess, because I'm one player? Okay, that's interesting. So I'm player 1, you're player 2. I guess it's saying, you know, Mickey doesn't get to do the element of saying the Alakazam. We'll see Mickey doing it, don't worry. There is a way. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to save you yet because, well, fine, you're going to be pulled up this way.
Only to be cut in half by a...
It won't hurt you, don't worry. This is not the mature rated version. This is not the Rule 34 Mickey Mouse case like DollyFinn was indicating. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I do have to go off to the side there to get you. Because what I want to do is I want to try and avoid that box. That takes us to where we need to go, but if I can get over that without touching it, we can go get the life again, I think. And you know what? I'll try to avoid it this time. Jump over. Okay, perfect. Yeah, there you go. All of a sudden, you're over there. In fact, okay, now we can go get the life. I had to do that very specifically. But yeah, come down with me and we can go get it.
Book.
We'll go in the book.
That's a book called Book.
Yeah, we'll read the book called Book in Donald's story. So, in a little bit, we'll go to that. Okay, so, coming over here for candy, number 1, which you probably needed more than I did. But what we're going to do is we're going to go down here. Follow me down, it's fine. It's safe. I'm surprised you're talking about Rule 34 on the show. Yeah, I am too. Thank you, DollyFinn. Appreciate that. Hey, we have to go into somehow. We say gut in the guts of gaming.
Yeah.
Me as well. Alright.
Are we back to the Cotton Land?
We're back in Contra. So yeah, go get the health there. And then we can climb up. Actually, yeah, we'll go around the other way. Actually, wait. You know, I wonder how this is gonna work. Every horn dog's paradise. Yeah, no question. No question. It was like, hey, there you go.
Ah, there they are.
Okay, yeah, why are they here?
They've regenerated.
Okay, I don't know why they weren't there before.
Interesting.
Okay, so, alright, fine. In that case, we can't. Oh, wait.
Where else we're now?
Okay, no, I know why. Okay, I know why they regenerate, I think. Because, I guess you have to go in the Christmas present first. Because I guess it means that when we beat the Christmas present, in fact, we'll show this. So we're getting a lot of mileage just out of the 2-player of this. But yeah, be careful not to walk into the paste or whatever it is.
No? Does it hurt you?
No, it doesn't hurt you, it just slows you down. But that being said, let's go over here.
Commenting that the ows are hilarious. They are. Ouch!
Yeah, it is very scratchy a little bit, but yeah, that is...
Topping out the levels there. Ouch!
Yeah, no, that's the case for sure. Actually, in fact, we'll show this.
That's probably going to give you a little bit of unfortunate clipping.
What is?
Well, I maxed out the audio there. Now we're stuck.
That's fine. Okay, that's why they give you the cork board again, because if you go the other way, so you're not stuck. So actually, we do have to go back the other way we came. We did get the life. So yeah, we did show what happens when you get it 3 times, which you can do. And now we'll, I don't know if I'll show it when we come back here.
Look at these pencil things.
They do take multiple hits to hit. This is where you get enemies that are starting to take more hits to die than just one.
Like the blotter.
Well, also the blotter thing is that, also, if you hit him with the stars of your cape, it'll stun him, so you can walk past him without getting hurt. Yeah, that's why they put that up here now, so that you can't be soft blocked, which is good. As mentioned before, there's so much porn of Crystal from Star Fox, it's not funny. Yeah, I know that. Wait, is it? Oh wait, no, we have to go the other way. It's back to the left. We came this way because we had to do that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if maybe that has something to do with why people are interested in Crystal from Star Fox, or Star Fox Adventures, and Assault, and Command. Although, with Command, they go into stuff that almost seems fanfic-like in Command a bit. Okay, that was weird, you just jumped up and launched that way. Wow, let's keep going.
I've used up almost all the lives that we got for free.
No, it's fine. Actually, we're gonna get another one after we go in the cookie tin. Alright, here we go. We are in the cookie area. Actually, you take this thing yourself. Okay, no, it's a card. But yeah, that'll build us towards life. And by the way, don't
How romantic.
Yeah, don't fall in the milk, by the way. It's to death, so don't touch that.
Why is Mickey lactose intolerant?
In this game, yes, or because we're in the land, the world of illusion. Because no, it's not the land of illusion. That's the next game.
It looks like a very tasty treat. How could it ever be harmful?
Well, that is. Actually, there's a life over here as well. Actually, there's 2 lives. One's right up here. Oh, okay, and 2-player's not there anymore. Okay, I did not know that. The single player was there. I don't know. I guess they changed the item layouts for 2-player. I was not aware of that. You get this great music as far as I love the Confection Land music here. It's good stuff. Yeah, I just love the music in this game in general. And just the atmosphere puts you in, I'll tell you that for sure. Also, if that, you just walk over, you get stunned, so yeah, no reason to do it. But then, yeah, that's the way for monster, you gotta kill him. Like, I guess the way that thing's called. Yeah, well, our health is way better now, so we're in good shape. Although, yeah, I can have the rope there, like, he can climb it if he wants.
Oh, look at that guy.
Yeah, you wanna kill him?
I see.
I think it looks like he's, wafers.
It's like a waffle monster.
Or a waffle monster. Yeah, we're definitely getting that idea of, the creativity of your enemies, and yeah, the gingerbread men are gonna come by and kill you.
Can I kill this holly plant?
No, it's gonna keep bouncing. Actually, yeah, that's what it is. I was gonna ask, like, what is that? Oh, you're right, it's holly. Also, grab this visibility. Alright.
Candy canes.
Also, it kind of dances in the background when you saw Sonic the Hedgehog, a little bit like the flowers in Green Hill Zone.
Gummy planes. They're shooting candy cane bullets.
Yeah, and they hurt.
Yeah, well, you never shot a candy cane at you.
No, yeah, it hurt.
You're gonna sink down in the jelly.
Yeah, go in Jello. Yeah, there you go. It's great, isn't it? It just looks awesome.
Supposed to go this way?
Yeah, you may as well take that.
What's the card give me?
52 of those get you a life. We've basically been getting lives as we go along. I didn't know for years what that did, but that was the main one. That's what it was. Alright, another Disney reference time.
Read the manual. I know who that is.
Who is this?
Mim?
Yeah, Madam Mim from the Sword and Stone. I guess we got Sword and Stone fans. By the way, what happens is when she does attacks, her orb, depending on the color of that, she'll do a different attack. The yellow means an electricity thing. So the blue one shoots a fireball at you, and then the red one shoots fireballs from the air. She gives you the yellow. If you're close, you get yourself a shot. It takes 8 hits to kill, and she'll go down pretty quickly.
Can I hit her?
Now, you can. Yeah, I guess it's like the movie. Does she really, I mean, she's no match for Merlin, usually, in the movie.
Well, I think it was a pretty close call for Merlin in the movie.
Again, it's been a while since I've seen that movie, honestly. And we're getting our final magic spell, which is for the final world we're going to. And, yeah, jump back in here, there's a life. Okay, so yeah, we got 1 life extra. Also, feel free to go get that before we jump into getting ready for the final level of the game. And the soundtrack's
not that long.
It's not that long, is it? That's also why we're playing it 2 more times, and also why we're showing the last 2 bonus
certainly
games.
Alice
Wonderland,
in
yes.
Wonderland.
Yes, it is. Actually, also, I'm waiting. I'll tell you, I'm waiting. You're seeing why I'm waiting there, right? They're walking into you, and they're not hurting you. As long as they don't hit the button to get the magic going, you'll be safe. Okay, boom. And commanding cards, that's what we're doing here. What that means is that when you run into a card like that, they'll create a bridge for you. Ow.
Well, that's awesome.
It is. But as I said, that's also, remember, we went to Wonderland as the first place we went in Kingdom Hearts. So...
Who's that guy?
It's the Mad Hatter. That being said, one thing as far as, like, the busts of it reminds me of, you know, remember the barbershop quartet busts from the Haunted Mansion? Kind of reminds me of that, a little bit. Or them.
Peculiar stuff.
So I think that might be what that was. And there is a game based on Haunted Mansion, more leaning on the Disney ride, which is, it's on the GameCube and the Xbox. I'd like to show that. It's actually really good. And there's also one, speaking of Kingdom Hearts, you remember Disney Adventures in the Magic Kingdom for NES? Oh, you get to do it, so yeah, hit the E button.
I do not remember that one.
You rented that game when we were growing up for NES. It was that one where you're going to all those Disneyland attractions, and then you have to, it's like, yeah, sorry, you have to try again. I'll show it to you, you're like, oh yeah, that game. I own it, by the way. The music was done by Yoko Shimomura, who did the music for Kingdom Hearts. It's worth pointing that out. Oh, you came back after me. Okay. But yeah, that is an interesting one as far as like some of the worlds that are in that, and they do have reference to Haunted Mansion. I'll just show that off, but I will show that off for something else because it's insanely short if you only run that one game. We're talking like under an hour. About to figure how I'm gonna do that with NES. Only because I'm always nervous to run NES because I know that it gets... I was gonna do like, I remember I was gonna do a showcase show of like all the game show games on NES, but I mean, I had to buy them, number one. Not they're expensive, but also because switching cartridges. Like, yeah, if I can't get that system running, that's gonna be a problem.
Do you have on an NES?
Original NES, yes.
So you could get yourself a fresh one.
I could actually. One thing I did do is I got a cleaning kit a couple years ago.
Because the one you
It
have
helps it.
was originally a little bit finicky.
Well, the model, well, they all are. The Model 1 of the NES is insanely finicky with that front-loading element. Dust gets in that so easily. Any version of that you take, unless you get the top loader of Nintendo's, which is quite sought after. And you know, it's probably better you died, with all due respect, because then at that point, this is hard to get across with 2 players. Hell, even with 1 player, it's hard to get across.
Life!
Yeah, I'm gonna go get the life. I'll try to get it. Oh, shit! I'm really tempted fate on this one. I got it.
Good.
Yeah, your body will be right here. But also, here's the thing. Yeah, well, you're dazed like that. Yeah, they can bounce away, and yeah, as soon as I hit you, you're back. There we go.
So we can command these card people.
Yes. Okay, basically, they'll make a bridge.
How did I fall?
Alright, actually, I got a question here, because here's the thing. We're in the press me area. I don't know. Here's the weird thing. I don't remember specifically why it is this way, but there's certain ones you hit to open the door, and I think we have to hit... We both have to jump on number... I think number 1. I don't know what dictates this. Or 2. No, I think it's 2. So both jump on 2. Oh, fine. You have to jump on the dice itself. Okay, no. Oh, no, I think it's 1. Yeah, there's some that are fakes if you... Okay, it's 1. Because, yeah, if you jump on other ones, if you jump on some of the other ones, they'll take you to other places. I don't know. Do you want to show that off?
Up to you.
I'll show it off when I play. For the single player stuff. Let's get going. Alright, this is also an area where they get kind of lazy with the design, honestly, because we have 4 doors. We have... Or 5 doors, or 6. Okay. You have to hit up on D-pad, both of us, on any one of these you pick, which one, or that one. We have to play areas we've already played. To a certain point. Sorry, there you go. Alakazam. Okay, so yeah, you have to go through these. I guess for 2-player, this is, I guess, where they're running out of time for development. Because each of these are going to be an area where we've already played.
I see. They could have created some new 2-player exclusive levels.
They didn't, unfortunately. Because they created the exclusive levels for Mickey and Donald alone, but not for 2-player. I guess for 2-player, they have everything else. I guess they ran out of time, because, I mean...
But I thought the level we already went to was
which one?
The Grand Canyon type.
That was, as well as the Under the Sea Shell Museum and the Christmas present. So yeah, they're exclusive areas, but not everywhere. Whereas with yeah, okay, that's 1 life left. But that also means I can go get the life underneath the cloud again. There you go. Yeah, actually, there are a lot of lives in this game. You know where to look, but they're not always easy to find. Where do we want to go next? I do like the music that plays here. I'll say that for sure. Right here. Alright, actually, we're down here. We're back in Atlantica over there. And speaking of the element of that that we had before, or certain things when it came to Fantasia, yeah, there's no penis element on the castle like there is in the actual Little Mermaid movie. You've never seen the box art of the movie? There is. I'll put the picture up for that, and we're done. By the way, they don't give you much as far as that. There's a picture of a phallic object as far as that. Well, then again, that movie is a massive thing. Of that. All right, we're back in the Crystal Street, at least, so we get to have that. Yeah, but that movie specifically, the way there's designed, there is a phallic element as far as.
Question: why are the sound effects the same as in Super Mario World?
Which specifically? Oh, like. I'm trying to think about that, because, yeah, like, someone on the... actually, yeah, like the thing with the cape feather, actually, I never really noticed that. At some point, we gotta do Super Mario World, for sure. But I'll take a listen to that. It sounds sort of similar.
Jump.
Oh, jump? Oh, yeah, you're right. Like the... And that... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a similarity, for sure. I mean, I guess they're paying attention to stuff like that. I mean...
When did this game come out compared to Super Mario World?
It was the year after.
This was after Super Mario World.
Yes, it was.
Interesting.
Well, we mentioned last week the thing, or you brought this up, the idea of the Don't You Want Me thing with the Human League and Tetris Plus. So, yeah, I don't know, maybe they took an indication for something with the sound effect, although, yeah, it definitely sounds a bit different, that's for sure, with this one. Actually, I think it's good we went this way because we can go the bottom path. Well, in this case, I think it's basically just making us go to the same area again. Alright. Go get the bags.
I do.
Alright.
I don't know what's in them, but I want whatever it is.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's not random what's in the bags. It's just you have to know what they are. You're not going to know until you get them, I should say. Alright, there's the invincibility. Oh. Yeah, but it won't protect you from the fall, so that's the one thing to indicate. Actually, yeah, that case is perfect.
From the number cube.
I'm sorry, I'm calling it a dice. We're calling it a dice on the show. Fine, if you want to call it number cube, you call it number cube. You go to the top, I'll go to the bottom, or to go to Irish proverb or Irish folk song perspective. I'll take the or you take the high road, I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland before you. Wait, that's Scottish, not Irish. That was my mistake. Sorry about that.
It's alright, you're Scottish heritage.
I don't know if we want to put that out there.
Number cube.
Yes, of course. That's why you go to Scotland for you.
Yo, that'll be an interesting case we do DuckTales remastered
Yeah.
at some point.
Who's McDonald?
Which they got Alan Young when he was 94 before he passed away, unfortunately. He was still alive. He was totally willing to do that. They got the voice of basically everybody from that TV show who was still alive at the time to do it, and it was amazing to hear that. It's like, yeah, he's Scrooge again. You have the late Jude Foray as Magic and Dispel, the late Lucy Taylor, who was Mickey Mouse, as far as Mickey Mouse is concerned, for the purpose of this. Ready to go?
I'm just sending a number cube over the internet.
Okay. Percenting?
I'm just sending a number cube.
Okay. We're sending it out in SOS. Okay, this again. We're going down. Okay, fine, we get to do this again. Yeah, we get to do the thing. So yeah, they did. We'll get original levels more going on, and we're gonna get the last level anyway in just a
So
second.
this is my final opportunity to do
To get us a game over.
something dangerous.
And get us a game, and potentially get us a game over. In which case we have to do all this over again.
I don't think I want to do that.
Good. See, I know how to scare him straight. Yeah, all I just need to give is like the threat of, yeah, we have to do this again. He's like, yeah, no, we're not doing that again. Although I could use the save state because we're running Genesis Mini, but I decided, well, I mean, we can if we want to. Yeah, at that point, like, yeah, fine, we'll do that. Then we said, you do need health, and there's health. I know where there's health. In fact, one more door, and I think we can go. Let's get whatever door we haven't opened. Try the one on the end. I'll let you go on there, because I think eventually it does take you to where we need to go. And here we go. Here's the last level. I know we have.
Is this it?
Yes. Make sure you jump over those pits. You walk in them, you die. So don't jump on them.
What's that creature?
That is a witch of some sort. Looks like out of any ideas, chat, or anybody here what that looks like. Just keep running. Fine. That's the Mad Hatter. I know that. You can also technically get her to not drop the hole.
Now let's take a look at what's in the background for a second.
Oh god, it's gorgeous. And this music,
So
my
we
god.
have actually some constellations.
Yeah, which we had with Tetris. Oh no, not
So-
Tetris. We had something else
We
recently.
have Cygnus there, which is a prominent constellation in the Milky Way that you can see in the northern hemisphere in summer.
Uh-huh.
We have Libra here. We have Lyra, which is another prominent constellation you can see in the summer in the northern hemisphere overhead.
Uh-huh.
What else have we got? There's quite a lot. We've got
Also, go to the right, by the way, where the candy is. Actually, yeah, go in the wall. Because actually, there's a cake over there. I think
looks like we've got Sagittarius as well.
yeah,
Cake?
we'll see that in a second. I'm gonna
Cake?
get to the
Where's
cake.
my cake? Oh,
It's oh, I can't rope you here. All right, fine.
can
you
I
have to-
not rope?
Yeah, you can.
Why not?
I don't know. They don't let you do it here. All right, so yeah, we have to jump. Oh shit! Keep falling off. Yeah, because unfortunately you can fall through the steps that way. All right, so what you need to do is stand here. You know what? Fine, jump on the back and jump up there, and I'll be with you in just a second. Well, can I make this? You know what? Maybe I can't make this. Hang on. Okay, I can. All right, so we'll go to the end and pick up the bag.
What are we walking on?
Good question. Is that maybe a constellation as well?
Walking on nothing.
walking into a wall. Yeah, I learned that was there a couple years ago. Yeah, hit the light, by the way. If you don't hit the light, you won't see the enemies behind it, but wow, look at that effect. Oh my god. As if the animations were good enough already. You're seeing this. You're trying to look at the constellations.
Just stretching.
Okay. I do love the details, though, here as far as that, and the way the lights are. It's so beautiful and so magical and otherworldly. That's the idea of what this is. Yeah, you're in another world. This game is totally reflective of that. Oh yeah, it's beautiful here, this. You want to take a look at what we got? I think these are the same ones you saw before, yes? Or anything new?
I think they're repeats. I think they're all repeats.
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't want to fall to my death.
Okay. I'm trying to remember if she comes back when... I think she does. Oh no! Alright, fine, you gotta come with me. You have to make that jump.
Oh no!
Fine, you have enough health, you can survive it. Alright, so we have to time our jump, basically. So yeah, jump. There you go. So yeah, you better be in line with your other flower. Get me all set. Okay, I've never actually seen her come by that way. Alright, we gotta go in the box. Alright, so yeah, we're dropping down here. Hold right. That's all I'm gonna say. Just keep holding right, we won't fall. Because yeah, it snaps off, and we will fall to our deaths if we don't do something. But we're good. And only one more hallway, and then we're at the end. Just make sure to crouch down, because the cards take 2 hits, by the way, to kill it. You mentioned that earlier. Yeah, as long as you hit them directly, they will die after 2 hits, but sometimes if you don't, they'll take more. Or even with just the magic card, it'll just do a stun. He's just crouching, dude. Okay. Alright, yeah. Also, I think the slowdown from the original Genesis version is not in this version. I guess the way they emulated this, it actually is negated. I do not know.
I came right back again.
Yeah, there's a cake, by the way, in the middle. Feel free to take it, but I want to kill him first. Ow, shit. I'll find a life.
It's
Perfect.
a life.
That's even better, okay. Because, yeah, if we get a game over on the boss, which is not hard, the final boss is not hard, despite what it was like. Well, yeah, jump down. Yeah, now I'm kind of nervous, even though I know that we can handle this game. We can handle this game, no issue so far. Just loving the atmosphere. That's the thing I love about this game, I think, above anything else. We can get into this when we go on our final thoughts. It's just the atmosphere it creates. The music, the look, the feeling it gets you in, and all of that. Alright, so... I'm gonna take this just because that'll be fine, because, yeah, we just gotta hit the boss 8 times, and we're almost done. Yeah, final boss starts now. Here's not Pete. You've done so well so far, we venture here. You never defeat me. Yeah, we will. I'm just jumping here, hit him 8 times. That's all you gotta do. The ground will hurt if you hit it. Just keep doing this, you're gonna win. We've got 3 lives, we're not gonna get anywhere here, don't worry. Yeah, just avoid the grippers there.
He's the ghost of Christmas.
We got him. Okay, that's hilarious. I've never had that happen as we killed the boss. Alright, 1 try is left. You want to start 1 player? No. Because otherwise we won't get the ending the same way. We got him. Okay, so that is the final boss. Surprisingly easy. But there he is. You're gonna say what he was?
He was the ghost of Christmas future
In
the Disney version of A Christmas Carol.
Oh yeah, Mickey's Christmas Carol, that's a classic. No one's ever defeated me. You're definitely great magicians. We certainly are. 30 years of experience in counting. As promised, I'll show you my greatest trick. How do we escape the world of illusion? It's in this book. And we're back. So yeah, we got our way out, but we got one more thing to do as far as our part of this. We got a magic show. Because that's what they're doing.
Do our magic show.
Yep, and we have guests there. So yeah, there's Huey, Dewey, and Louie. There's Daisy Duck, Pluto, course, horse collar, Clarabelle the cow, Goofy. There we go. And it's different when we play 2 players, and we'll show this when we do the single player stuff in just a second. Alright, so yeah, for your enjoyment, there is Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck ready to do their magic show. There are 2 parts to this when you're playing 2 players, so yeah, it is the complete end of the cutscene. Alright, so first thing is, yeah, I got blown up in the face, but yeah, he gets the stuff going on there with the dubs. That's the first part. But next, we got my part. Yeah, the rockets. Yeah, but Pete's really happy to see that. And boom. There you go. There's a nice fireworks show for finishing this game.
Thank you for playing.
Yeah, thank you for providing this to everybody who made it. We're getting one of those absolutely beautiful ending credits themes of any game in this era. It's absolutely lovely. And a perfect cap-off to this wonderful game that we are not done with. We have 2 other plays of this we're going to be doing. I'm going to be handling as Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck separately, because they have unique weapons.
Golly. How long do you think it will take to play through in single player?
An hour.
What's your speed run time?
An hour for both. An hour for both.
An hour for each one?
No, for both.
In total?
I think so. And then we can take a look at the last 2 games, because I haven't mentioned what the last 2 we're going to take a brief look at are. Yeah, this is not a long game, and I know this game very well. I've been practicing it pretty much all week. Not that I necessarily needed to in some ways, but yeah, we're going to have that. We'll have more going on. It's like, this is our final show of the year. And talk about a beautiful piece of music to send us out that way.
There was only one programmer.
I know, yeah. Well...
Oh, there was another programmer.
Well, actually, they went under pseudonyms, is worth pointing out. Like we had with with Castle Illusion as well, but also with
they all went by censored, everybody.
Yeah, Lottie, by the way, is what Tomoko Sasaki was known as, and the other was Haruyo.
Now, why didn't people go by their real names for this?
I don't know, honestly. I mean, I'm not sure necessarily why. I know sometimes they do like joke things. That's fine. Patrick Gilmore, that's a real name. But as far as why not, I'm not sure necessarily. Maybe just as some kind of a handle for that. I don't know. I mean, it might depend on the game, but...
Goodbye, everybody!
For now. But yeah, that's the goodbye, everybody. Thank you, by the way, for helping that. Good job, by the way, for showing off the 2-player.
That was fun.
Yeah, because we love this game. This game is terrific.
The end.
Question mark? Yeah, it is not the end. Or to go to Donkey Kong Country 2, the end is not the end. Alright, so what we're going to do for the rest of the time is I'm going to do the two single-player plays. You want to sit back and just go into stuff, what you got. Chat, feel free to go into that. You know, it's open mic night, as always is on this program. And so we saw the cutscene already.
So is it going to be Donald or Mickey?
Both of them.
First, I mean, you got to pick.
We'll run Donald first, because actually he's the hardest of the two. And you'll see that there's going to be overlap of the level, so it'll be like when we played Star Fox 64, so fitting you mentioned that as well. Same deal. Like, I guess I'll sort of kind of speedrun this game, but...
So are those guys ants?
Yes, they are.
Are they army ants?
I think they are. I'm trying to think, is there something of Disney that has, like, army ants? I know there's, Adam Ant, the, Hanna-Barbera cartoon character. You remember him?
I do.
I have a picture of him, by the way, in the edit. Also, I'm trying to do the little exploit. Let me show you this. There you go. If you hit the C button specifically right when the log comes up, you get launched way higher. That is technically your speedrun option. Like, hey, you want to speedrun this game, you better know how that operates. And since we're running on the Genesis Mini 1, the timing is a little different than it is on the Genesis itself. As it is. So, alright.
A comment I'm getting is the ants look like they're sort of Roman or something.
Maybe.
Yeah, they got these funny helmets on. It's interesting.
I mean,
There's a lot of mushrooms here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, the Mario thing.
Lots of mushrooms. Lots of Mario connections.
Well,
Hollow tree. Look at those guys.
Well, I'm thinking like Kirby, like Wispy Woods, you want to talk with Hollow Tree.
Now this is a new one.
This is new for single player Vine. This is where you start if you're playing as Mickey. But as soon as you jump in here, we'll show the Mickey element. You don't go the way Mickey does. You're going on the vines as Donald. So yeah, that's the other thing about this game that I do love, is that, yeah, we played it once, we played the cooperative play, but there's reason to play this game multiple times. It's like, Nocturne, where it came with Mega Man X4 that we played a couple weeks ago. We played that game twice because the story elements and the way the game plays with Mega Man X and Zero in that one are totally different. So it totally justifies playing it multiple times. And it gives it that replay value because, unlike the Magical Quest, which had multiple difficulty levels, this is only one, but they differentiate the difficulty by character you play. And also there is the exclamation point sign. If you jump on, if you fall in there, it's a bit to die, don't do that. Fine, yeah, in that case they can just run away. Okay, so I just got them on the head. Also, the other thing is that in Donald's section here, when you flip, or you attack the branches like that, or the little buds there, they get the leaves there, and you can use them as platforms to go up. Basically, you want to go up just to find goodies and other items. Or as I showed a little bit earlier, you can kind of stay at the top and find items and get them a little bit quicker. But there are going to be some overlap for sure, so in the meantime of that, feel free to go into anything else you want about anything you've seen on
Here's
screen.
this little overlap.
Or
There's some new stuff coming in, right? Pretty soon.
Yep, there is.
So this I remember.
Well, so I technically didn't do this part because I died here, so at that point, you know, I can show that element. Well, yeah, if you stay in the center of those, they will collapse. Don't do that, otherwise you're going to fall and die. But if you're going to cross it, you should be fine.
I seem to recall finding this spider thing very hard when I was a small child.
It was too, because they just like, hey, you're just going to follow him. I don't think I initially knew to follow him. But then I was like, okay, fine. He's going to go upside down. He's going to go off in other directions. So it made it so that, yeah, you got to keep on your toes a lot. And it goes to the other thing, I guess, when it comes to, like, Disney games of this era, which is that they could get tough for a child growing up, but it's also the kind of thing that as you keep playing, yeah, as you mentioned, you said, like, hey, if you had a game you really liked, you kept playing that obsessively until you got really good at it, which makes sense for sure to do that. So at that point, eventually you come to this, and years later, 30 years later, in the case of this one, say that, oh, I know exactly what to do, I have an element. Or when we played Magical Quest, ElecVerse said, oh yeah, I remember this boss, but the spider boss in that one is way harder than this boss is, because of the way that game operates. That is a harder game than this, I will say that for sure. But it's interesting how they kind of overlap that way.
So when you've hit him, he can actually pass over you without harming you.
Yeah, he basically goes, he comes down towards you, you can hit in the back of him, and then he goes to the other side where he's exposed in the front, but you can't hit his chest. So basically, it's kind of the foreground and background. Which is an interesting play as far as that, and I think we've had games that do that.
And now we're coming to the Magic Carpet Land again.
Yes, we are. So this part's the same, but actually, for the Among the Clouds world, because that's what it's called, there is a unique section for each mode there is. So for co-op, we show the western area. For Donald's section, we'll show a unique way, and then we'll also show a unique one for me. So yeah, in this one, each of the second levels of this are different. And I love that. I love that it gives you that incentive to go on and play more, and to challenge your skills. It's actually the ones with Donald here are actually probably the hardest, especially if you don't know how the patterns work. As since I've been playing this game for 30 years, we both have. That's that idea. Actually, I don't know. Do you remember when we first played this game?
I think so.
Would you like to go into that?
Well, I mean, I'm not 100% sure. I think it was probably 90s.
And yeah, we're on the water ride with this great...
I remember this.
The music. And also the hardest part here. Yeah, we're done, thank God. But yeah, just keep... You're on the water raft. Yeah, if you fall in the water, you're gonna die, but, you'll move along with it, so when you jump, you'll be fine. Just make sure you crouch underneath it. Yeah, actually, one of our cousins, or actually, no, I think... One of my cousins had rented this game, I think, when we were visiting them actually for a wedding, I believe, in 1993. And that's the first time we were actually playing this. It was like, oh, this is cool. We kind of liked this idea. And then we rented it, and then years later, I bought a copy. Yeah, but this is the hardest part, because, yeah, it comes to the end, and these blocks will collapse. In this case, jump right
This part
there.
is really hard. A comment, this is where I was dying.
Oh, this part? Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, I made it look easy, but yeah, this took me a lot of time to get
Okay, so then out of nowhere, right, so you start in the clouds, and out of nowhere you're in the middle of some water level.
I'm in the mountain, basically.
And then you're falling back into the clouds.
Yeah, basically I went into the mountain, pretty much. So, when you think of the topography, I guess that's an interesting thought, too, which is that we were in the clouds. For the western world, we went up into, like, on the cliffs, and then we came downwards into the clouds. We went into the mountain as Donald Duck, and then came back into the clouds again. And we'll go to that cave to find Elliot from Pete's Dragon once more. And then the
Here's
question...
the piano keys. So Donald can definitely get the piano keys.
Yes.
But there's a way to take a path that does not bring you to these keys by going below.
Oh, yeah, I'm back. I can show that part now. Actually, I didn't...
there's a life.
Yeah, it just random where that place is, by the way. Actually, I'll tell you this.
There's another piano keyboard.
Yeah, that's the one down there, but here's the thing. Yeah, you can go this way. I guess you can jump down from there and land here. I've never done that. But yeah, that is one way of where it is, but I didn't know you could actually land away. I guess if you jump it very specifically, it might be a speedrun strategy. In fact, I'll try and see if I can find something for the link list for this.
See if you can skip the keyboard altogether.
See if there's a speedrun for this, because I'm sure there is. Specific. Alright, so let's run Elliot again. Yeah, he'll always jump backwards, so as long as he just does that, just follow him. It's pretty easy, honestly. But it's also because I played it so much. If you haven't, it might be a different case. That was me with the Magical Quest. I hadn't played it that much, so I was struggling with certain cases that were a bit different. All right, there we go. We got into the water world once more. I'll show some different areas when we
Which
go
was a
along.
fantastic film that really earned back its money.
Well, it was it's an okay movie. It just didn't do very well. Yeah, I've seen worse. Trust me. I've seen way worse. I've seen Star Wars Episode 9, for example. One of the things that Disney screws up. But, that being said, that'll be that idea. Well, fine, the tech will go down when I say that. I'll actually, think that it's not this time. At least I don't think it is. Yeah, it should.
Now, if you badmouth Disney, does that mean you gotta edit that out?
No. I mean, it depends on what it is. I mean, I mentioned how much I disliked, Turning Red from this year. And don't mind the dishes in the background. That's DollyFinn not taking the dishes out of the dishwasher.
Really, I thought it was the Foley artists that we've been hiring to add a little bit of variety to the show.
Well, if they were hired, I was not aware of them. Like either way, it's fine. It works out as far as that. But I mean, I was talking about Turning Red. And I was talking about the Disney cartoon. I said, like, have you seen Turning Red, by the way?
I have not.
It's the Pixar movie that's basically a massive allegory for burgeoning womanhood. We'll put it that way. But it handles it all wrong, and I'm one of the people really didn't like it. And I said it kind of reminds me of the Disney cartoon from the 40s about, menstruation, which is aged about as well as you'd expect. But
there's a Disney cartoon from the 40s about menstruation.
There's a Disney cartoon from the 40s, as you mentioned, where Donald Duck becomes a worker in the Nazi factories.
That one I heard about, but
yeah.
I did not realize they were up to all kinds of stuff.
Well, I mean, I'm not editing this out. Walt Disney was a Nazi. Let's not lie here. He was. But, I mean, as far as how it was, clearly. But that's kind of an example. That's not the only one. It was definitely kind of this weird case, just going back to that one cartoon, specific. So, like, yeah, I could badmouth Disney that way all I want, and it's either or. But as I said, we go into the guts of gaming on this. So
There are
like,
the fish.
I'll mention it specifically.
There they are. I'm going to see if I can find the fish. I'm going to take a look.
Okay. That's good. That way it also gives us editing material. And by the way, as I said, I can't go underneath that, so you pulled me through last time. I'm stuck, so I have to go back the way I came. But by going back the way I came...
So, I'm taking a look now at Cleo.
And there'll be a picture right here when I edit this. The one he's providing, showing me.
So I'm taking a look at that. I'm not going to take a look at the fish from Fantasia.
Alright, well, I'm in the Caribbean area where Donald Duck is. By the way, despite the fact he's a duck, he can't swim, so don't go in the water. Well, fine. He can't swim in this water. He can swim in the water, going deep underneath with the bubble. And there is the star card, which I think should be okay, feasibly. We'll see. Yeah, be careful of the fish there. I do love this calypso music here.
So it's interesting. They're very similar.
Okay, as I said, I'll have pictures of both.
They're extremely similar. It's difficult. They're clearly drawing on the same elements.
I mean, maybe the same artists who worked on Pinocchio and Fantasia worked on both films.
Could be.
Because, I mean, that happened a lot with Disney back in the day. We'd have,
oh, wow, I forgot about this level.
Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah, we're in the Caribbean here. And this is exclusive to Donald. You can't go that one area, so you come this way instead.
Until he jumps back into the ocean.
with the bubble. 'Cause remember, you can't survive in the water.
And there they
without-
are. Yeah, there they are. They look, well,
It's tough to say. It could be
leave
both.
it up to the
but-
viewers. Leave it up to the viewers.
Yeah, all right. And as I said, when the edit goes up for this,
They're basically they're basically fish with sort of alarmingly human faces.
which happened a lot with Disney anyway,
Yes.
so it made sense. And yeah, Pinocchio and actually, I think Pinocchio and Fantasia were like within a year of each other. Because Fantasia was 1940, and I think Pinocchio was 1941. I think.
1941. Okay.
Well, the original was, because there's the remake that came out this year by Robert Zemeckis, and then there was also the apparently really good one that Guillermo del Toro made, and then the weird one that was like a dubbed one that had Pauly Shore in it, of all things. I didn't see any of them, but I want to see that Del Toro one because I hear it's amazing.
So when you kill some of these things, they turn into shrimp. But
Yes.
some of them start off as creatures that aren't that dissimilar
Yeah,
to shrimp. So
that's true. Like the starfish, sort of, kind of. When his name again, right there.
they go like, oh well, you were one, now you're a different kind of creature.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, that's the
But
magic.
is a starfish more menacing than a, because in some of the on some of the other levels, you're turning a menacing creature into a less menacing creature, but here you're turning a starfish into a shrimp. I don't know. Neither one of them really gives me nightmares or keeps me up at night.
Yeah. No, I get that for sure. I mean, I'm trying to think of like the most. Well, fine.
Although, if you watch Planet Earth, there's a time lapse. They really speed up the footage of starfish, and they're pretty terrifying when they're moving, at a dozen times normal speed.
Well, I was also going to say, we're talking about Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic 2. Remember the Astrons in Metropolis Zone? They just kind of come towards you and they explode in all those directions. Those are some tough enemies to avoid getting yourself hurt by. So, yeah, those are scary. I think, what's the scary, thing? Yeah, just we thought it was safe to go back in the sunken ship, get Glut's here again.
So this guy has a name?
He has a name because I'm pretty sure he's Glut from The Little Mermaid, the name of the shark in that movie.
And is he named that? I don't remember that shark having a name.
He did have a name. In fact, DollyFinn, who played Kingdom Hearts, she was the one who was in the chat and said, I said, what's the name of the shark? It's like, oh yeah, that's the name of it. Because yeah, there's Atlantic in Kingdom Hearts. Actually, in a lot of Kingdom Hearts games, it's there. I'll have to point you to some of the plays we've done, particularly that game. Actually, I think you'd find that play interesting, if nothing else. While getting our transport to the box power. Near the fish once more, and bye-bye to you. Yeah, see, I told you, like... Jesus Christ, I've been here, like... It's been, like, 12 minutes. Wow. Since I started the Donald run. Jesus
Is that
Christ.
fast or slow?
That's fast. I'm, like, over halfway done with the game already for this. And also, I'll show you what I have to do now that you're not here. Which, fine, you're not here as far as playing with me. Okay,
Well,
it's not
I'm here.
it's not a life, apparently.
Oh, okay, interesting.
But in order to get this, okay, fine.
Not worth it.
Well, fine. I came out on top as far as it being the same. I will show the other thing. In fact, I'll show that as well because I'm curious about this now. So there are the things in the cork board. Okay, fine. The life moved. The life's down here. For some reason in single player. I don't know why it's there and not. I guess it's over there because I don't know. It's just easier.
You can't go into Christmas Land.
I can go to Christmas Land, but as Donald, I can go somewhere else.
But you can go visit Cotton World.
I can go to Cotton World. Any of the players can go to Cotton World. Actually, the character that's going to see the least of this world is actually Mickey. Interesting enough, or Mickey alone. So that's that. But I'm going down to get the life again. So there we go. So we got a life. So it's like, yeah, look at the lives I'm getting. But yeah, because here's the thing. You saw Book. We're going to go read Book. So what's the subject of Book? We'll show you. Actually, there's a lot about Book I did not realize.
Book.
Or, yeah, well, I'll show you. Oh, okay, fine. I guess we're getting the life again.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. So we can.
Yeah, you don't have to go in here, by the way. It's totally optional to come in here. If you don't want to go in here, you don't have to. It's not like there are a couple areas in the library in Castlevania you have to go in. But this is not one of them. Alright, so fine. We're gonna get the life again, and then... Okay, so I do have to go this way. Oh, shit. Yeah, in that case, yeah, I'll stun him, just keep going. Just keep running, I don't care. Ow. Alright, so there I have 12 lives. So, yeah, we're not getting a game over anytime soon. Alright, so let's do the box transport. Okay, so... Oh, no! Yeah, I'm waiting. Just move out of the way. Okay, so At least I don't die. Oh, I'm probably gonna die in the book. In fact, here's book. You have to go, and here's Donald.
Book.
Yeah, let's see. What's the subject of book? Well, it is a rock that has the word rock on it.
This is weird. I don't remember this at all.
Yeah, you have to play as Donald in order to see this.
What is that?
It's an ox.
An ox?
This is ox written on it. Also, here's a house. Flip the switch and you get an item come out of the
What does
chimney.
it say? Ox? What does it say? Next time it comes around, can you delay killing it so I can look at it?
Yeah.
More closely? This is peculiar. What are those flying creatures?
I think they're like harpsichord eagles or something.
Can we hit pause on a harpsichord eagle
we
and
can.
see what sometime and figure out what those are? I really don't have any
Alright, so there's
recollection of that.
rock. It says rock on
It
the
says
side.
rock. Okay. It looks a bit like a cookie. Looks a bit like one of those. What are those cookies? What are those cookies that had little gnomes or something?
Keebler?
Keebler. What were those?
There are a lot of Keebler cookies.
Yeah. So we're getting a lot of interest in harpsichord eagles. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to these harpsichord eagles. What is that? It says
That's an
ox.
Yeah, it says ox.
Does it?
Yeah, it does.
I have trouble reading it. What do you see? I see an O.
Oh, it's O, and I guess that's gonna mean X, or it's L. I mean, or it's cow. Or cow. Oh, he's a cow, I think, because. Oh, is he cow? I don't know.
O-L?
Or it's O-W, or maybe it is a cow. I don't know. Maybe that.
It looks like an O-L. I can't figure out what that's supposed to say.
It's that or an ox, I guess. But yeah, it's dying, whatever. So there's a bunny over there. You can't do anything.
That's a very strange creature. I want to see one of these harpsichord eagles. There! Okay, what is that?
I guess that's what it is.
Harpsichord eagle.
Is that what it is? Oh, fine. No, there's a better
What on
shot.
earth is this?
Okay, so yeah, you've been playing this game, but yet you never saw this.
I really can't remember this at all. It's completely bizarre. These are the most unusual. Like, does anyone have any idea what these are? It's like a dog head with octopus legs is one comment we got.
Yeah, chat, go into it.
What are these?
Also, here's the other thing. You see, and also I paused there. Like, there's the animation of Donald moving his head. Yeah, it looks like his head is off. You see that, right? Look at that.
That's so weird. I mean, it doesn't look a little like a harpsichord, or what is it? Or piano, or is it a sled?
I don't know. It's okay. What's that thing?
It does kind of look a little bit like a harpsichord. I'm not sure. With the lid, maybe.
I guess so.
I can't figure out what that is.
Okay, so I definitely got you.
A bird.
I got you in an interesting case. Look at this, haven't I?
Wow, look at him. He's
all
frizzy.
Yeah, Donald's like, yeah, what the fuck is this? Which is a fair answer, because honestly, I'm not 100% sure either. When I played as Donald, I go through this, because you have to go through this.
All right, well, I don't hold you up. I'm just.
No, it's fine. I like that we're going into this. We go into it a bit deeper.
Those creatures
we go in the guts of gaming. I said, I wanted
strange.
you here to do a full look at this game.
This is basically like a flip book. That's what we're.
Or pop-up book.
Oh, it's an electric harpsichord. That's the comment I've just received. There's another one. Okay, we can see the
Also,
OL.
by the way, there's I got that item. That is a fireworks. It kills everything on the screen.
What is this thing? We've got our little house.
Flip the switch and we turn the fire on.
There's another one. It says OL.
Maybe it's a cow. I don't know.
Why would OL be a cow?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's killing me. Although the rock killed me. That's fine. It's probably good because you get to take a look at this.
Rock.
Yeah, rock. Cow
It says-
or ox, whatever
It
it
looks
is.
like OL though.
Oh? Well, fine. At least you're seeing the animation going.
It's something very strange. And I don't know what those electric harpsichord eagles are all about.
I guess so, although maybe there's some clues because they yeah, this is one fucked up book, isn't it?
Those rocks totally look like cookies is the comment. I agree. There is a Keebler cookie, and I can't remember what it is. But it looked like that, with a hole in the middle, and it had that sort of a texture.
Not grasshoppers. They don't have holes in the middle.
No, not grasshopper.
Elf
Something
fudge.
else. Maybe.
Chat, I didn't know we were gonna go into Keebler, elements. But feel free.
I think there. Yes, it looks very much like one of those Keebler cookies.
Oh, yes. Oh, the rings.
The rings.
The ring. I
The
remember
rings.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have a name by the way down here. What they are. I mean, unless you want to look it up without getting sound blare.
We're getting a lot of comments about those cookies. People
What are they
remember them.
saying?
People are remembering them for sure.
What are they saying?
The ring cookies are called.
This is a retro '90s show. Is the comment
It's,
we're
it's
getting.
retro anywhere, anytime
It's definitely-
show. It's Super Old Game Saturday on Friday. So it's like, okay, there you go.
Shouldn't it be called Super Old Game for? Oh, look at that guy. What's he doing up there?
He's playing the entrance to the castle. Yeah, we're
Okay.
storming the castle here, so what you do is you jump on this to open the gate.
So what is he doing?
Playing music.
But why?
Just
He doesn't
cause.
serve any purpose, does he?
Yeah, the king is coming. Well, hey, remember, King Mickey. This is like the tie-in to Kingdom Hearts. So yeah, this is an unofficial Kingdom Hearts game. So yeah, if you love Kingdom Hearts, this might be the Kingdom Hearts game that people can agree is a good game.
It seems like we might have some visuals.
All right. By the way,
and
one other thing to show is you can also change the color of the bushes here. By the way, if you attack them, yeah, change it to blue and to red. If you're seeing this right now, I didn't know you could do this until just a couple days ago. And the only
There's
reason
more of those guys. Look at them. But why does he need so many?
I don't know. I mean, it's like King Mickey with Kingdom Hearts, pretty much. I'll show you that with Kingdom Hearts. The play of it and just also the game. I say, hey, if you never played Kingdom Hearts, or you're like, hey, I'm not feeling Kingdom Hearts, buy this game, please. Because, yeah, you might like this one. And I said, I also got the, oh yeah, because I turned the fountain on, there's candy in it, but I already got it. There you go. Yeah, so your magic thing can do that. So yeah, we were at the castle. We went through, and there you go. That is Book. I just blew your mind. Book, didn't I?
That's pretty wild. I just don't remember that at all.
All right, that's gonna be a that's gonna be fun to edit that part. I would love to say that as far as a
Electric harpsichord eagles, kitties, flying cookies, and some inexplicable creature with an O and an L on it.
They look like these shortbread cookies with the ring.
They look a lot like those.
From Murray's.
Murray's, yeah.
Yeah, I'll picture that as well when we edit. Yeah, so this is definitely unique, isn't it?
Now we're going to the cookies level? We've already
Yeah,
been
fitting. Well, we already were there, although... Well, actually, here's the thing. The only one that has a difference for it is Mickey. We'll see that later. Although, actually, yeah, the one with Mickey's is absolutely beautiful.
There's definitely a lot of cookie research tonight in the comments. Cookie research.
No, that's that idea. We've been there before. I mean, we went into a lot of different things in the show, and that's what's really interesting sometimes when it comes to
They're little gummy Boeings that fly back. Or are they gummy Airbus? I'm not sure. I think they're gummy Boeings.
Yeah.
Flying past.
This is 1992. They're probably gummy TWAs.
They might be.
Yeah, talk about aging you specific, but yeah. Remember TWA, Transworld Airlines?
Yes, these days, they certainly don't exist.
They were folded into American United, was it after 9/11?
Gosh, I can't remember.
I think that's what happened. Ow.
Swedish flying fish, yes, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting as well.
Flying fish.
I wouldn't put it past this game.
I could go for some Swedish fish. And there's the waffle monster again.
Yeah, just, get him gone. In this case, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this part's gonna be the same, but as Mickey's gonna change. We'll see that a little bit. Given the rate it's gonna be, it's gonna be
flying
within...
Swedish fish.
It'll be within 10 minutes, if nothing else. Yeah, oh yeah, you're right, they are playing. You're right, that's exactly what they are. I didn't even notice that before. When they do the turn...
Yeah, the game is definitely making everybody hungry, I think.
Alright, so yeah.
Getting that from some comments as well.
Yeah, so...
Making me hungry.
There you go.
Wow.
It's something, isn't it?
Look at all that jello.
We got a little more is I'll take Maleficent.
Now, who portrayed her? Who was the actress who did the voiceover for her?
Okay, we also get to see one of her different attacks, which is the fireball.
Because I can't remember. But I know that the one scene where she battles Merlin, was excerpted in one of those Halloween specials of Disney.
Oh, the Disney Halloween.
Disney Halloween.
And actually, see, you were saying, like, how can we justify showing this game, or showing the same levels over and over again? We found the way, I told you.
Find new things to talk about.
Find new things to talk about from
There will
us,
be
chat,
less on the
game.
third. There will be less on the third run, no doubt.
A little, no. We did that with Star Fox 64. We were able to do that fine with that game. There's no limitation. That's why I make this discussion program, because, yeah, you've seen what the game is. We've gone through it. We have the explanation. We're back in Wonderland with this. And also the fact we're playing different games. So that's
true. But because Mickey is easiest, one of the things we can do is we could time you. We can see what is the fastest you could actually get through the game.
I will also have an edit down when I do this, saying like what was the time of each of the plays, like how long did it run. I know I'm not specifically speed running it, and actually one thing I want to show is...
you might as well, because you're getting a lot of on-screen practice as well. By now you're pretty warmed up.
Pretty much.
I think by the time you get to Mickey only, you should be able to get through it in a sub 30 minute. I mean, I would look at this the way I would look at a 5K for what would be a respectable time, I think.
Well, Protorova mentioned that as well. He's like, he always gives me shit. Me dying. Well, fine. He does give me shit in terms of some stuff with, fighting with, or running through a game, I should say.
Now, if you're
not super fast, but then again, it's a lot of stuff he's never played and never will play, with all due respect. But then again, the idea of like speed running, but it's also the thing that I'm not aware of what the community is on certain games. Certain ones, it's obvious for certain reasons. Stuff like Donkey Kong Country, where they have a timer on it. And the question of what do you do to make runs through that? How do you do that? What constitutes a specific run? Because like you've heard like the... Well, actually, what's your familiarity with speed running in gaming anyway?
I understand the concept. I've I've seen a few. I've
Okay.
witnessed some. I wouldn't call myself an expert.
But you know the concept of 100% and any percent?
I do not.
Which is that for games where there's a reason to be playing them, like a percentage concept, like Donkey Kong Country is a great example. Because remember, Donkey Kong Country, you find all the bonus stages, you get to 101, 2, or 3, or 5%. But yeah, if you're going any percent, you're ignoring that, just getting to the end of the game as quickly as you can. If you're going for everything, then that'll be like a full percentage run. So they'll have it run differently, although this game, the way you'd run differently would be based by character. One thing I'll show is that for him, you hit dice, I think it's 2, but I'm gonna hit 5. Yeah, because you can sink down, by the way.
Getting some comments here about Mario speedruns are pretty wild. You can skip
yes,
like
they are.
5 levels.
Yes, they are.
And I was wondering how that works.
Well, Super Mario World in particular, you finish the game in 10 minutes.
Really?
If based upon the warps you take.
Okay, but you've got to plan them very.
Uh-huh.
So because there could also be a concept of a speed. I mean, perhaps this is not in keeping with the spirit, but you could also imagine a speed run that says, well, you've got to actually visit all the worlds or stages.
It's a different category. So yeah, there is.
Oh, this is new.
Yes, for Donald, you go through the gardens, which actually look like the gardens we saw in Kingdom Hearts, actually a little bit. But yeah, there's different categories. So the idea is, and you also see this.
What is that?
That's out of something from Disney. It has to be. Tell me, Chad, do you know?
That is a strange bird.
It looks like something maybe out of like a Sword in the Stone or something from the 70s Disney.
Oh, and what happens to it now?
It cuts a hole in the ground. You go into that. And you need to use that in order to get to the other side.
Getting a comment, it's a formal 17th century garden. It absolutely is.
Yes, it is.
With strange birds and all kinds of.
Yeah, wait till you see the Kingdom Hearts play we did. And there's that one boss. In fact, I'll show that. Here's the bounce. I'll do the fist out, just like the second boss in Castle Blue.
Is it getting later in the day? Is this the idea? Is it now evening?
I think it's just different sides of the garden.
Oh, we've got some interesting numbers written in the hedges.
Yeah, 4, 7, 3. It's like the cards. So yeah, the Queen of Hearts and the cards and all that.
So those creatures, when you deactivate them, or when you interact, whenever you use your cape with them, they turn into reciprocating saws and they cut a hole in the floor.
Yes, they do.
And you can fall through the hole.
And you have to do that in order to get to the end, which is coming up here, I think. Yeah, it's right up there, but I have to basically transport myself back and forth between each side. It's like, boom, go through that. You find the next one, which is right here.
So why not? I mean, why not allow both players to play all these levels? I mean, I guess you could say it means that it encourages people to play the game multiple times.
But also the way they're designed, because they're designed. I mean, the water raft we saw.
You couldn't really do that with 2 players.
That would be an interesting one to do with 2 players, but when it comes to design elements, you imagine the frustration of having to manage that.
You would die many times.
Yeah, that might be the reason.
You would die and die and
For
die.
something like this, yeah, no, I get that. Okay, so we're already at the end of this game, and also show, yeah, running across that, you're fine. There's no issue. And also, you can sort of paralyze her a little bit with the edge of the cape, and then she won't shoot that out, or just run that way. So yeah, that's the interesting thing. So I guess to go back to the speedrun concept, really, I mean, depending on how they categorize it, with this game, I would think they categorize it one of 3 ways. They categorize either you're running it through it as Mickey or Donald in single player, or doing a co-op for 2 player. So at that point, unless there's some exploits in this game that I am not aware of, I don't think you can actually skip levels in this game that I'm aware of. You can go through levels quick, like I am for certain things, but skipping levels, not really.
I see.
At least I don't think so. Chad, if you know there's what the skip method, or if there is one for this game, I mean, fine, one that's designed into the game, because that's another distinction, which is that
As opposed to something that exploits the
code
directly.
Yeah, tool-assisted speedruns, as they tend to be known.
Game Shark?
Or Game Genie in the case of this one, although I don't think
What's it called, Game Shark?
Well, there's Game Shark, which is on a bunch of systems. Game Genie was the one that Genesis had. In fact, when we did, actually, one of the last Disney games we did, or one of the Disney games we did this year, we did Aladdin on Sega Genesis. Nocturne played that for us. She used the Game Genie as a backup mechanism. She's like, hey, I just want to make sure I'm not going to die. She beat the game in an hour and 15 minutes. She cheated, no problem.
How does the Game Genie actually work?
It plays around with the hex data of the games in order to give you, like, infinite health and things. So basically, whatever trigger would be to, like, when you take a hit, say, whatever trigger gets it so that the card would be turned over to lose health that way, it just won't turn it
Changes
over.
the state. So here's a question. So how, when whoever developed the Game Genie, did so, how were they able to make sure that it would work with lots and lots of different games?
They basically made it, I think they pretty much were just playing with the hex data, and they also said that, yeah, it's not going to be a legal case, because remember, Nintendo took, it was Chimerica and Galoob who were involved, and it was Codemasters who developed it, who made the Colin McRae Rally franchise, they made the Grid games, I think of other Codemasters games, they made Fantastic Dizzy on the Commodore 64. They designed it. They were taken to court by Nintendo. They said, "Oh, you're mutilating our games." They said, "No, we're not, because it's changing the hex data and it goes away when you turn the game off." They beat Nintendo in the lawsuit on that one.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty straightforward one because, the game is the person who has the game owns it.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they want. I mean, if the owner wants to mutilate the game by hitting it with a hammer, they can do that. So it's interesting because nowadays I don't know that those cases would be successful anymore because you no longer own. Quite often you don't own games, you own some kind of a license to use the game.
Yeah, you were getting into that with some of the stuff I got for Chris. It's like, why do you have to install the disc to the drive the way PCs have to do it? And also for that matter...
Wow, that was quick.
Yeah, I know.
It's over.
Yeah, that part's over, but see, this is also the reason we take a look at those other two games, just a little bit extra. But we'll take a look at that, we'll do Mickey's stuff, and we'll look at the last two games.
Wow.
But yeah, that's the interesting thing about that, which is that, and here's the other case, because a lot of stuff is online now, you don't have cheat elements the way that we did back then. Like the Game Genie and the Game Shark, which came later, as far as the Nocturne has that for Sega Saturn. So in that case, it is a unique thing. You're right about that. Right, fine. Donald Solo.
So we're gonna do another round.
gags.
Wow, I might need to take a little pee break or something like that.
I will edit that out.
Come back.
Yes. Feel free to do that. Because by that time, we'll probably be done with the game again with Mickey Mouse. So that's fine.
Well, I wanted to time you, so I could start the timer.
Fine. In that case, I'll tell you what we want to do. Do you want me to take a look at this? There's one game I'm ending on. Do you want to take a look at the second of those games before we do the last part of Mickey's run?
You could do that. That sounds like a good way to do it.
Okay. Alright, and it'll also go into the elements of, do you know what this game is? And also, this is also proof ElecVerse to you, because I'm like, I said we're going to do this game. I said I pushed it back to September of next year. I want to show that I'm not lying about that, number one. Is we're in this wonderful press music once more. I love it so much. What do you think of the music, though, with this game?
I can't hear it so well right now, but when we get the recording, I'm gonna listen to it.
Well, what you remember specifically. It's beautiful stuff. And that's even
it reminds me of the score to Harvest Moon, which is my favorite video game.
That's a great game, and we're gonna play that.
It's difficult because Harvest Moon it's either going to be Harvest Moon or it's going to be Age of Empires.
Those are great games too, which is on Xbox One next month. At some point, we're gonna definitely play that for the show. Or I'm thinking of the Crusader 64. Whenever I bring up Harvest Moon, he always says, "Oh God, here we go." Because like he's not huge into the farming stuff. It's like you gotta play this one at least. Except that game costs $400 now.
Harvest Moon 64?
Not 64. 64 is about 150, 200. Super Nintendo is 400. And
What do you have?
Oh, it's your copy. But yes, I do have it. Its only available way to get it is going away in March, and it was never going to be released in America ever. Yes. In fact, you know what?
What is the only available way to get it?
It is on the Wii U or 3DS's Virtual Console. It is on the Switch Online for Japan side only. It is never coming to our side. Harvest Moon 64 is actually coming out for Japan that way.
But you can get it by having a separate account, by creating a Japanese account.
Which is what I've done. I mentioned that on the show. We can do that. I've shown that before with some of the stuff we've done. I might show that for the game we're going to show. I guess next, or I don't know. Do we want to finish off with Castle Illusion now? Or World Illusion? That was the other one. But yeah, because I do want to talk to you about that Harvest Moon thing, because it's actually technically not Harvest Moon anymore, and it's a licensing. It's a complicated licensing thing that why they can never re-release that game, or if they're going to do that, they're going to have to totally remake it. So it's your choice. We want to see this, or we do the other game briefly.
Whatever you think is better.
Let's finish our way with World of Illusion.
All right.
Okay, so yeah, that is the second time. Yeah, you want to time me, right?
I'm gonna time you. I've got a timer here.
All right, let me just get my character set. So I have Donald Duck we played as 2-player with you. All right, so we are gonna do the speedrun element. So all right, 3,
Hang on.
Yeah, count me down, and when you
I'm
hit
gonna count you in.
and then I'll hit start. This is how speedruns actually work. But it will not be just, oh, I'm gonna be doing this with speedrun. Alright, so count me down.
All right. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, yeah, this is how speedrun goes. You hit that. I will explain what's going on with Mickey Mouse as I go along, just to get a sense. It's the same deal. Run around, kill everything. We are in the Enchanted Forest once more for our final time, our final jump here. Love that we're able to be here once more. Oh shit, I got duck a hit, so that cost me like 2 seconds. And there's the cake. I can avoid that because otherwise I'm gonna lose time. Like, all right, fine. I'll use the exploit if I can. Oh my god, I got it on the first shot. Shit.
Oh yeah. Yes, commenting that we should be faster this time because we won't stop at the weird animal zoo or whatever that level was.
Oh, which level is that?
With the
book.
The book, that very strange
book.
electric flying harpsichords.
I don't know. I love the fact that we did that.
was.
See, that's. I didn't remember if you remembered that part of the game.
I forgot that one.
All right.
Okay, so we've definitely been before.
But it changed a little.
Are those things that are spinning around like leaves?
Onions, like? Maybe it's a Fantasia nod. I mean,
Very weird.
Sega did have the rights to Fantasia for that Fantasia game. Shit. That's fine. We're going this way.
Take care. Alright, got a little candy. That's good.
Yeah, go on the highway. If you're going for a speed run, as we're inadvertently doing with this game now, this is the way you want to go. Fine, just
Little hummingbirds are dangerous.
they are, but yeah, we're just. Oh god! I've never seen that before. That's awesome. Okay, right away, I'm glad I did that.
Alright, now we're into the spider land. We're gonna avoid as many spiders.
Actually, technically, when it comes to killing a run, fine, we're talking the speedrun case of this game now. You're totally getting me into this. What's I guess killing the run is you have to wait for this part. So it's like, fine, I can jump to that and say, fine, we're gonna skip this, or go this way. Maybe jump up, although maybe hitting the log would be faster. We'll see. I'll put a speedrun element as well in this game. So yeah, this part, like, I can't avoid this. Alright, this is fascinating. Feel free to go into the... Actually, I'll go into the Harvest Moon thing now. Because it was a complicated thing with Natsume who published it. And it was Marvelous Entertainment who was involved in developing and publishing it. Or fine developing it, I should say. And the original team that made Harvest Moon broke off with Marvelous. And they now have the rights to what Harvest Moon was as Story of Seasons. But the Harvest Moon name is still owned by Natsume, and Natsume still is making games with the name, but it's not the same people who made it.
See.
So there was Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town, which is on Game Boy Advance, and there's also Harvest Moon Wonderful Life, which is on GameCube. They re-released them on the Switch recently, or they re-released Friends of Mineral Town. No, Wonderful Life is out next year. They're called Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life and Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town, and that's the reason why.
So those are the real ones?
Yes. So
they're available on what systems?
They're on everything. On PlayStation 4, Switch, Xbox One, PC, PS5, Series S, Series X. But the thing is that they're not the same as the Harvest Moon game that Natsume put out recently. They put out Harvest Moon One World, which is not by the same people. People say like, we don't like this. But it's basically the farming game concept. Harvest Moon is named that way, but the people who made Harvest Moon before made the Super Nintendo game, they made the Nintendo 64 game, they made Back to Nature, which is on PlayStation.
So the reason they kept it released is just the name.
Yes. So they said, like, fine, we have the element, we have the team, that we're just renaming them, and then they are remakes or re-releases or revamps of the old ones.
They are. So they're making a revamp of the original?
Not that I'm aware of yet. But that's also that's the reason why Harvest Moon 64 and Super Nintendo are only on the Japanese Switch side of things.
See,
and here's the new level.
The licensing is different.
Here's the new level.
Oh
by
wow,
the way.
the lightning level with those fire dancers. What are they?
Yeah, probably something out of Fantasia. A little bit. Yeah, I'm getting the. Yeah, there we go. This is the horror elements. This is what Mickey has to deal with. The haunted cliff with
like,
lightning.
It's a bit like
Annabelle Mountain. Or the
Firebird.
Or like the fire.
So that wasn't in Fantasia.
Wait,
was Fantasia 2 maybe? There was a second Fantasia. The thing I didn't like about Fantasia 2000 was they cut all the music down.
Yeah,
very short.
Yeah, the original movie's 2 hours. That one is barely over an hour. And a lot of people I know were upset about the fact you have a lot of famous people, including Steve Martin, and talk about things not aging well. Whoopi Goldberg saying how important and great this is, but was like, yeah, no, we're fine with that. Even the people who like the movie say like that's the problem with it, and they like the idea that seeing the visuals in IMAX, but outside of that, it's like, well, that's.
I just felt like Rhapsody in Blue is already pretty short. Like somehow they managed to cut it.
Which is weird. I would have thought like maybe there'd be like an extended director's cut saying like, fine, we're not going to cut this, because hey. I mentioned to you this week, remember the Muppet Christmas Carol? That was cut down for the song by, Ebenezer's Love. Disney wanted it out. The VHS version had it, and they cut it out for certain releases, but not for other shit. And now, then they lost the footage, or the raw footage, or the original negative of that part of it. Brian Henson basically was saying for years, you go and find this. They found it, somehow. And now they stitched it in on you go on Disney Plus now. You can watch the original cut of the movie and there's the life of it years.
And I think the premise with Fantasia 2000 was that people's attention spans are too short. The average pop song is 3 to 4 minutes in length.
And that was back in
the movement of a classical symphony is going to be, 10, 15 minutes long. Rhapsody in Blue is about 16 minutes long.
And that was in 1999. You think how much worse it would be if it came out nowadays, with all due respect.
The 16-minute segment, I mean, if you're actually making a compelling story to go along with the music would be... So I don't see why they couldn't have done that, but...
I mean, they'll actually use enough
yeah, comments are lighting up. Fantasia 2000 sucked. Absolutely sucked.
Okay, well, I mean...
And you're 6 minutes in.
Wow.
You think you're ahead of schedule or behind schedule?
Ahead.
Ahead, okay.
So fine, I'm showing you how to speedrun this game while I'm also explaining what's new with what this is. See, that's how we make this unique. We go over these weird things.
Right.
We go into idea of Fantasia 2000, although one thing people did say about this, like, hey, the best part of the movie actually is the Rhapsody in Blue section, and there's a great section. But also a question, hey, you want more? So yeah, in this case, yeah, we're going to
go. We're going to avoid those
tigerfish.
And tigerfish. And...
Also, see, there's one other distinction which I haven't done, which is, taking a no damage run. Yeah, do a no damage run where you don't get hit by anything, but I've already failed, which is fine. But yeah, that saves like 2 seconds.
Getting some comments in the original Fantasia with the expressionist dinosaurs in the Rite of Spring. I really like that.
That's your favorite one of them, maybe?
Well, I just think it's really... They would never make something like that today.
Well, also remember, they can't re-release Fantasia easily today because of the blackface section in this.
Oh, was there?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
And they've edited it out, so if you watch on Disney Plus, they don't have that part in it.
I don't remember it. What was it? What piece?
I don't know. Chat, do you remember what part it is they had to censor out? I don't know if they censored it. And I think they also put in front of it it was wrong then, but it was wrong now. It's like, yeah, you don't actually believe that. You were fine with it back then. So at least admit you were fine with it back then. Let's just put it that way.
No, people don't seem to remember this. I definitely don't remember that. I mean, I had the VHS.
The VHS has it uncut.
The scenes from Fantasia they censored?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
You can watch them. It's on
yeah,
YouTube.
provide me the link.
What piece was it?
Yep, I'll give you all the censor.
Alright, so yeah,
I really have no recollection of that, but I did watch it again on Disney Plus a couple of years ago, and it had been more than 20 years.
The Sunflower was considered a racist caricature from the 1969 re-release until it has not been in future releases.
But I think the VHS version has it.
Its scene shows the black centaur that is in a slave grooming a white centaur who is modified in the remastered version.
Oh, I see. So
Remastered
this was in the Beethoven Pastoral Symphony part. Okay, so that's probably why I forgot, because it was probably a relatively minor detail of the. There were lots and lots of characters running around in there. I see. I definitely do not remember that. Interesting.
Yeah. So basically, it's like.
When was Fantasia made? 41?
1940.
40. Okay.
I'm gonna need some help, else I'm gonna die. So fine. We're gonna stop the speed run technically because there's cake down here and a life. So fine. That's the only way we're detouring on the purpose of this. Also, one thing I didn't mention this with King Triton's tridents. They don't always fall at the speed you'd expect. So you have to kind of time them so you don't take damage. But in that case, I did. And this level is basically the same, except for what we saw with the clam cave. I didn't actually go into that. We passed by it too quickly. You're going through there, you're jumping on the clams, and that is unique to Mickey, and it looks really nice with pink stuff. Oh, DollyFinn has in the chat over there. So yeah, she is both in chat and on the show. Specific thank you, DollyFinn. They'll go in the link list as with videos of what that is, so we can show it that way. Because hey, we'll put it in context. mean, it's also why I have to show Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut. There's racist stuff in that game, and Nocturne has Rivet King, which is homophobic as anything. It's like, yeah, we're showing it as it is to put that into a context. Because I do not believe in censorship on this program for stuff like that. But hey, we'll talk about it. We'll go into it, we'll explain that. And hey, with Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, it's a game that costs $1,000. I have to show that. And Nocturne's case with Rivet King, that's a game that's $200. And it's an interesting one. You ever heard of that one, Rivet King?
I have not. No.
You play Frog. It basically is a golf game with frogs. You hit them on the, like the teeter-totters when you go to the county fair. You have to flip them onto the lily pads. It's a golf game like that. We did, like, a game night with people. There was, like, a tournament that we had. She never played the game before. She won the tournament. And they were giving away, like, a Rosalina amiibo from Super Mario Galaxy. Back when amiibos were all over the place. She won it. But he's like, I like this game. I got it as a birthday gift for $20. It's now over $200. On the GameCube, at least. On the PS2, it's like $80.
All right. Are you curious about your?
It's like 15 minutes, right? Yeah, I think. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, as we're back in the library, so you're already really closely done.
You're only 10 minutes and 45 seconds.
Jesus Christ! Oh my God, this is amazing. Oh, another link. DollyFinn, what's that? Perfect. Thank you for providing that. I'm not going to say viewer discretion advised because I have faith in my audience. And we're not going in there. Okay, fine. The life is there with Mickey, not as McDonald. That's weird. Jesus Christ, I really am speedrunning this game. Jesus. This might not be even 20 minutes. Jesus. Okay. See, I told you this game is short, and I also told you we'd be able to manage this 3 plays. And we'd also still have stuff to talk about. Like, it's not going to get old. I've done this before, trust me. I did this with Star Fox 64, and I was absolutely the way to handle that. Still can't believe I won that tournament since I never played or heard of Rivet King at that point. Oh, yeah, good job for that one, for sure. Yeah, that was some amazing skill you had specifically for that one. And it was great to that. And yeah, she called dibs on Rivet King specifically. We gotta show that game, because it's so weird. And the reason, by the way, just to give an idea as far as the homophobic element, I don't know if this is in the Japanese version as well, it might be. It's the aspect of the referee, because he talks in a massive lisp. But, and the characters explicitly state there's something wrong with it. But either way, here's the new thing. We're hitting the new year tomorrow night. Pop your champagne. Oh my God, the music here is so beautiful. Oh my God, take a listen to this. As you're going through this section, you move up and down to get the items. Listen, this is just lovely. And also don't hit the yellow spike ball for those of you hurt, but otherwise
Definitely don't remember this.
yeah. It is exclusive to Mickey and he's riding on the quirk. There you go. There's cake. Cake champagne. And I got 2 cakes. Oh, that's just lovely. Yeah, that is exclusive to Mickey Mouse, and that is the most unique area here. Yeah, hit him down on the rebound. Yeah, can I outrun the candy cane? Oh, okay, I can sort of.
I wonder if there's a way to use the Game Shark or the Game Genie
I don't know
to play Donald in the Mickey levels and vice versa.
There's probably cases of people being able to edit the ROM for the purpose of that. Chad, if you know. Now. Yeah, consider a preview to the next game this franchise is going to play, which is going to be at some point. And if you want to call dibs on this, feel free to let me know. Land of Illusion for the Game Gear. Although if I can't get that one quickly enough for the stuff with the Retron 5, I need to run that, we'll do the Castlevania remake.
So how long do you think it's been?
It's been under 15 minutes.
It has still not 15 minutes.
Okay, this is going to be the question, how quickly I can get through this part.
So it's just coming up to 14 minutes. Right now.
Okay, so yeah, there we go. So this is, yeah, DollyFinn, if you were not privy to this, I'm apparently speedrunning the Mickey Mouse portion of this game, which I did not expect I was going to do, but I'm glad I'm doing it. So, yeah, the bells, those are our park. When you jump on them, they go to the left and right, so you know what, fine, I'm going to do this. This is good. This will kill any speedrun, feasibly, because you'll lose a lot of time like I just did. And, well, that, and also this. Alakazam, boom. Also, take in mind one thing, which is when the black cards come down, they will not go left and right until they reach a specific position. The red ones will go left and right, or will go up and down all the time. In that case, fine, you know what? Just stun him. And also, I know exactly which one I have to hit, because there's the other thing. If you know exactly what dice you gotta hit, you're gonna be good. You gotta hit the dice that is number 3, that's right here. Okay, we get this level. This is unique to Mickey Mouse. We're in the, I guess, the Mirror Land, as it is, part of Wonderland. And this is an auto-scroller, so yeah, there's nothing I can do to speed this part up.
So what do you do?
Just keep running and keep killing everything that's along.
It's a treadmill.
Pretty much. We'll get the scrolling effect on the floor. Yeah, Alice in Wonderland, that is where we at, and yeah. Okay, fine, I screwed my time up, because yeah, I'm stuck here, I can't do anything. Yeah, because I'm beating this game as Mickey in under 20 minutes. Yeah, you don't want to go down the rabbit hole, otherwise you die.
I don't remember this level either.
Yeah, but the hardest part actually of this is, yeah, when you get to the candles, because they explode. We've been killing him the whole way. All the busts we've been killing, it's the Mad Hatter. The Mad Hatter's long since dead.
Oh, wow. Super Beauty and the Beast.
Which is fitting, because Beauty and the Beast had come out a year before this game did. Alright, there we go. We're on the final level. Yeah, I told you... Well, Jesus Christ. Wow, I cannot believe that this is the... Yeah, you know what? We were asking that. What is that as far as her? Like, yeah, I guess so. It is Angela Lansbury's character. I guess, rest in peace, Angela Lansbury. Unfortunately, that case. She passed away this year, but, yeah, we have a lot of luck. No, her shit! Alright, I'm dying. So, first death, but that's fine.
That's gonna cost you precious seconds.
That's exactly what they say in a speedrun. That's exactly, it's like, that'll cost me about, 3 seconds. So yeah, this is the speedrun. I guess if you're gonna speedrun, World of Illusion as Mickey Mouse, don't necessarily do what I'm doing.
Well, you're gonna be within a minute of the optimal, I think.
I'll also put an edit saying what is the actual speedrun time of this plus world record. It's not what I'm doing.
No, but I bet you'll be within a minute of it.
Well, we'll see. I don't know what the speedrun element of this chat. If you know, tell us as far as what's the speedrun community of this game. Because there's 3 categories. You're playing as either Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, or the co-op, what we did.
I missed a comment about a magic barrel ride. Or the cork, yeah, that was quite good.
Oh, right. It went by really quickly. I was thinking that or the barrel jam.
It was a very, very quick one.
It's barely enough time to hear that piece of music. You don't even let the music reload. It basically just plays once. We're almost done. Actually, to be honest, I've also killed the final boss so quickly we barely hear his music. Yeah, she's gone. She's not here. She just sent us out. Oh no. Yeah, they take 2 hits to kill, so I gotta be careful on that one. That's beautiful. Oh my god. The art direction in this game is just gorgeous. Even though we've seen this 3 times now, I'm not getting tired of saying that. Oh, shit. But I have 8 lives, we're not getting the game over now. Or 6 lives now. And 0 does not count as life by the way.
You're still sub 20 minutes.
I don't know if I hit 20 minutes, we'll see. This game. I basically already beat the game almost, as far as Mickey on his own. I beat it with Donald, and we did the 2-player. Now we're doing this, and then we have 2 more games to take a brief look at as far as our extended show. Although, feasibly, you know, I could pretty much say, you know, we're going to run a 4-hour show. Well, fine. If I ever run over a 4-hour show, I'll just put... Actually, I don't know what the last game, I won't even do half an hour. Only because I just want to give a little bit of a taste. And the one I know I want to show, just to show that I'm not lying to we're actually doing that. And I'm taking the thing that I said, you know, that we're going to play this very seriously. You probably know what it is already. Fine. They know because they've seen me playing it, but also, if you've been watching the show, I mentioned this more than once. Alright, so here's Final Boss. And by the way, get ready for time, which is when he dies.
Give me the time at the moment that he dies.
Time. 19 minutes and 21 seconds. Oh my god, wow.
So that's a sub 20-minute Mickey Mouse run.
Wow.
And I think you were within. I mean, I think if you had played a little differently, you might have shaved off 20 seconds, but I don't think you would have done much better than that. So.
Okay.
So that's pretty good.
Yay!
So it's a sub 20-minute,
Well done, Captain Future.
which would be very good for a 5K. So.
I mean, I'll tell you, this might be one that, if there's any game I'd be maybe wanting to speedrun, this might be one of them, honestly. I haven't necessarily thought to myself, would I want to speedrun a game? Chad, what is your case as far as speedrunning games? Would you ever want to do it? Is there any game you'd really want to do it with? What's your fascination on it? Any of you in the room here, as we see in the final magic show. World Run is, okay, Zubak Brigade is an answer. It's just a tiny bit over 1444 if you're running an emulator. I guess technically this is because of the Genesis one, or just under 1452 per system. Here's a link to it. Thank you, Zubak Brigade, that'll go in the link lists.
Why is Donald
Getting
burned? Yeah, why would did it look like? Oh, he was just.
Yeah, he was.
Oh,
He's my assistant, but like my trick, you know, had his.
You got it.
effect.
Okay.
Oh, there's another one. Okay, so Zubak Brigade has the other. Thank you so much for providing that. So yeah, I was like 5 minutes off the world record. That's what Zubak Brigade's saying. For Mickey, at least. But as I said, there's different categories, so thank you so much for the purpose of that. Alright. Wow. Alright, final thoughts, by the way. Inherit Doc, do you want to go into that on this game? Because we're seeing a less credit case.
It's beautiful.
Well, it was a lot of fun. There were a lot of parts that I remembered. There were a lot of parts that I forgot. There was a lot of interesting visual elements in the game. A lot of references to Disney that are kind of interesting and confusing. It's shorter, though, than I remembered somehow.
Maybe because when we played it, the idea of, you know, us not being used to it. But then again, that's the idea. Sometimes that's not the idea, but is a lot of life. I mean, we were able to get out about 2.5 hours this game.
Yeah.
With those modes, and that's why you play this game. That's why I wanted to play this game 3 times. And thank you so much, Inherit Doc, for this one, because I wanted to do this game.
It was great. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, because I knew I couldn't do this game without you. So I'm very happy that I was able to go on that, and DollyFinn you as well.
You're welcome.
Yeah, my final thoughts on this game. I love this game. This game is a game that shaped my childhood for sure, as far as my knowledge and love of Mickey Mouse and gaming. The Illusion games, everything Sega did except Legend of Illusion, which I didn't play, but I wanted bad. These are absolutely the pinnacle of what you expect from a licensed game, what you want every time. That feeling of being in that world, beautiful graphics and audio, fun gameplay, good reason to come back to it, great co-op in the case of this one. Is this a gem? And if you don't have it, I would highly recommend you pick it up. It's on the Sega Genesis, not too expensive, like $15, $20, maybe $25.
Really?
It's more than it used to be. Or if you have a Sega Genesis Mini 1, it's on there as well. You find the unit for like $100, $120 on eBay. Specific, but yeah, it's a good unit to get. But yeah, if you haven't played this game, please do. It is wonderful. It might be also one of those cases that we can get another modern re-release, but this is its modern re-release. This is the only other way to get it officially. But it is a wonderful game. I had a great time playing it, but we are not done because we have 2 other elements of unfinished business to do. So we're going back to the main menu of the Sega Genesis Mini 1. Alrighty, so the other 2 games I was going to show, I might, you know, DollyFinn also at some point in between the last one I'm going to show, you pick something we want to take a look at that we haven't looked at yet.
Ooh, okay, wow.
But first, I'll tell you what I'm doing. ElecVerse?
I know which one for me.
What do you want to see?
Dynamite Headdy.
Oh, you want to see the preview of that?
I do.
Great. Okay, another one I got to get back to. Fantastic. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, ElecVerse, I told you we're playing Contra Hardcore. We are. We're playing it next September. I'm giving you a brief preview of what this is. This is Contra Hardcore, which came out in 1994 for the Sega Genesis from Konami. You familiar with this?
Yep.
You're familiar with this because I've been playing this game, and there's been like a random utterance of shit every like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Because this game is insanely hard. But it's really, really good. This was Konami's answer to Gunstar Heroes, which we played a little bit, or we played that earlier this year. I believe it was the beginning of the year we played that, back last January.
They look like they have super soakers, I remember.
And they kind of do, as far as it, and yeah, this is Sega's entry of Contra, which started back in the arcade, as well as on NES and Super Nintendo. There's a 2-player mode for it. We're playing the US version. I gotta practice the US version, because the US version is the one that has the story stuff. And it's hard. Very hard. As in, you take one hit, you die. But you have a selection of your characters. You have 4 of them. I will indicate them more when we play this, but just to give an idea, I'm going to start with Sheena. Just, let's rock! I'm also going to turn up the audio a little bit on this one, I think. Yeah, get your dance party going on, by the way, on this one. Yeah, the security system's been breached by an unknown hacker. Unmanned robots running to the city, you gotta stop. Alright.
Alright.
As a brief preview to show what we're dealing with here. You're thumping them. Yeah, boom, we bring the car in and boom, everything's dying. Okay. Yeah, move left to right. If you've never played a Contra game, just move left and right and shoot. Shooting is on the B button. Jumping is on C. You have switching of weapons, which is on A. But if you hit the A button when you're standing still, you have your change of shot. Yeah, they're paying attention to Gunstar Heroes, because yeah, like Gunstar Heroes, you can shoot in any direction just without moving, or you go shot one and you can move and shoot at the same time. Or an X, Y, and C button if you got the 6 button controls run that way. One hit and I die.
Yeah, the shooting on this one.
Be careful of where the bullets are.
Yeah.
Keep cognizant of that every minute of this game, every second.
Yeah.
In fact, so right there, I already died.
Yeah, that's the thing.
This is why I'm practicing this game 9 months from now.
That's why it's
to
so
play.
hard.
And I'm already down to my last one.
It's a killer.
But you do have a slide, which is on down and C. But if you ever get a chance to use that, you sometimes protect something not. And I already got a game.
Yeah.
I just want to show that specific because I want to show the idea that what am I dealing with, what am I practicing. In fact, I will show this once more. And your choice of character, because of the fact that they have different weapons. I've been practicing with Sheena. I'm probably will play a bit with her because of her weapon selection. It's very useful. There's a weapon that's actually like one in Gunstar Heroes that's very useful. It moves insanely fast, though, and that's one thing about this game that's incredible. And actually, all the Contra games, to the point where actually, with practice, I've been able to get through this entire level without taking one hit. But you have to practice like a madman. That's why I said 9 months for playing this game. And by that time, I'll be able to practice. Already, I've had my coworkers, into this when I've been saying, hey, I'm practicing this. I practiced the Japanese version where you have a life bar in the Japanese version. You do not take one hit kills. This one you do. And I was actually coming up with the story for the Japanese version with the Japanese text, and also that's the other thing. There are branching paths in this game. So we're going to be using a system that runs save states, and there might be flashing lights, by the way, on this one game. I'll indicate that right now. Shoot everything. This is a lock-on shot, by the way. That's why I'm using it. So hold the B button down, never let it go. Pretty much. And also, there's a bomb. Use that, and you can destroy an enemy on screen. It can hurt badly. This is one of the bosses here, mini-bosses. Actually, there's a lot of weird stuff in Contra, and actually a lot of scientific, grotesque experiments going on in this entire franchise. All right, there you go.
Garlic spider.
Pretty much. Yeah, if it hits you, it's an instant death. So yeah, gotta be careful. See, that's why I'm basically memorizing this entire game, pretty much.
There is a lot of flashing.
Insane. Oh my god. And these have been cut down. We saw Wizard of War. You remember that, right? You were like, oh my god. When I saw it, I was like, oh shit, that's going to be an insane case. And they did not tone that down really. This is nothing compared to that, but alright, we got our next boss. There are 3 bosses here. This is pretty easy if you know what to do. I know what to do because I know what to do because I practiced it. Stand right in the center. When he does that, doesn't hurt you, but the fire comes up. If you hurt, unless you stand right in the center between the 2, little indents.
Shoulder pads.
Yeah, shoulder pads. And it'll throw the car, go to the side. Remember, this is a secret shot. Boom. And I did get a life. Did you get a life? I believe every 20,000 points. If that's not the right number, I'll put it down here when I edit what the right number is. And yeah, you pick your other weapons up. Because, yeah, you do have different weapons for each character. You have the grenade shots, you have that laser, you have the seeking laser, you have the bomb, I'll hold that later, and then I have the pellets, which you can also upgrade. And each character is different stuff. You with it?
Do the people who fight you, right? Do they use the same weapon you used at the time you choose a weapon?
No, thank God. Imagine the game with that.
That's what I was
saying. The game would probably be almost unplayable if they did that.
It seems unplayable now. It's so hard, so fast moving.
Here's the thing about this game, and it's interesting because, flashing light was there, by the way. One thing I will say is that a game that, honestly, I got this as a Christmas gift for this, and I'm very appreciative of this. I got Cuphead. They finally did the physical release of that. Cuphead plays a lot like this, honestly, as far as it's a 2D shooting game. So it doesn't run on 1-hit kills the way this does, 3 hits, but you can also get upgrades to increase your hit output. But also has multiple weapon case. It's one of those things that game and this one, what they have in common is that you can really get into a rhythm of this so that even when I die, it is my fault. I will say that it's not the case the game's screwing me out. And there's a robot, by the way. This is the boss here. We understand the patterns, he'll do the shot there. And then when he does that, I know to duck down. In fact, I'll show that. And you can duck down underneath the bullets. And here, Knock, you're saying about ducking under the hearts in Mortal Illusion. You can do that with this game, too. Yeah, just like lock-on shots.
You can lay down now.
Yeah, you can lay down, which all the Contra games let you do. Especially here, because he's going to do this. You slice the building in half. And he's do this.
Them also.
He'll go down that way. And also, you gotta be careful because you can do that dash. Yeah, I understand. I now memorize this pattern.
Wow.
Basically, that's how I'm doing it.
That's like that Robots in Disguise. What's that called?
Transformers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, there is maybe a Transformers element to this.
Isn't it like a Transformer?
A little bit. So, who or what are you? Alright, yeah, this is Deadeye Joe, by the way. You want to know more than that? Come and get me. So off he goes. But the research center's under attack by another group. Please, come and help. Damn, what should I do? This is also why this had an MA13 rating when it released. For the language and also the violence. So, we have a choice. This is what we're going to have to do when we play this game for the show next September. And I will use a save state system to play it. I think I'll use the Switch Online expansion pack so that I can show the Japanese version off as a contrast. And I can show the European version because I have the Contra collection that has this. I mean, after like 2 decades of Konami never re-releasing this one game, I now own every re-release they've made within the last 3 years.
Wow.
Interestingly enough, just by chance, because it's on this, it's on the Contra Anniversary Collection, and it's on Switch Online expansion pack now. So I have a choice. I can go after Deadeye Joe or I can go to the Research Center. What your choice? What do you want to do?
Research Center.
All right, we will, when we play this game for real, for full, we will show off all the paths. I promise that. But there we go. That is the first level. So yeah, that's what I have to.
Yay.
That's what I'm practicing. This is why I'm practicing. That's also why, as I mentioned, I just want to show this. I want to show that I'm taking this request seriously. I'm saying that. That's why you're like, why am I taking 9 months? That's why.
Gosh.
Yeah, grab on the machine. You'll take me where I want to go. Also, I got to be careful of one other thing. The air police have good timing. They're helping me out. But the thing is that if I get hit with that weapon I have, that really nice laser thingy.
Oh, you got in time.
Yeah, jump over that and shoot that and knock them into that. As I kill them, it goes in the car. So you have to get into a rhythm. That's what it is. That's what Contra always has been. I missed it, so I died. And my great weapon is gone, so I don't have the seeking...
Oh, and each one of them turns into more...
Yeah, they basically crash into... There is a rhythm to this game. That's what I'm going to say. This game is insanely hard, but it's one of those things that even after the couple months of practicing this game, so for like 2 months, on and off, admittedly, that's how I've been managing that. But also, you got to be careful. Like, where's the hit point? Where are enemies coming? He's coming from there. All right. Yeah, so they don't have that nice seeking weapon. That's not going to be good anymore. I'll have to use something else to attack. Yeah, that's the idea of Contra. It isn't. Contra's always been hard, but even by the standards of this franchise, this is one of the hardest. For sure. It's called Contra Hardcore for a reason. They're not lying on that name. I don't even think Contra 3 is that hard. And here, Doc, you're saying this about we're talking about the difference between clock speed on Genesis and Super Nintendo. Contra 3 The Alien Wars, that's the Super Nintendo Contra game that came out. I'm getting myself killed again, and that's game over. And you have 5 by the way. And then it's back to the start. The clock speed of the Genesis helps this one. There's not much slowdown, but it also hurts it because there's not much slowdown. Because at that point, you have to be pretty much on point with all of your movements, whereas with Contra 3, there's slowdown in case you can sort of be okay. It's like, yeah, we'll make it a little easier, even though it was not designed around that. This one's like, yeah, the Genesis is blazing fast with all this. It's like, yeah, you better be on your point immensely when you're playing this. I don't hear enough what you got on what you're seeing on the Contra Hardcore preview.
Very fast.
It's insanely fast. Yeah, it's that idea. Like, yeah, getting the rhythm down, keeping an eye on where they're in that direction, also watching my back, so I jump over the missile, hit them, and their body comes off, it hits in the car and damages it, and then it explodes. I know. This is Twitch gaming at its absolute highest elements. But it is a great game, despite how hard this is, and that's the other thing, is that sometimes you mention, here or not, you mentioned this, Star Fox and Super Nintendo, man, that game is hard. DollyFinn, you were mentioning that when we played it, you said that game is hard. I have, actually, both of you have the Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit. I don't have it, because I have the games in it elsewhere in other places.
Right.
But you played that game, you know how hard it is. But also that idea of, like, how can a game be fun when it's really difficult? And I think Contra Hardcore is a game that is that, even though it is insanely hard. This is one of the hardest games I've ever played in my life. I'll play that right now. I mean, you were asking me, I think, a couple days ago, saying, what's the hardest game we've played? Which I think I said Ghosts and Goblins from Capcom, which is on NES. That's another one that's insanely hard, and it doesn't even have one to kill it. And it has infinite continues, so you can just keep playing, keep beating your head against that brick wall until you beat it. And you have to beat it twice because of the way that game is operating. Although there's a bad ending in this game too. In fact, I'll tell this story. The Crusader 64, we've always said about this, he always says, like, I joke about stuff, and then it turns out it actually happens in real elements of the game you're playing, like I'm dying again. And I'll basically go through all my continues. We'll go to the game you want to take a look at briefly. He was saying that I was playing the Japanese version, so I had no context of the story. He's like, what selection am I? Just pick the bottom one. He's like, and then it shows my decapitated head over an image, and it's like, wait, did I get you the bad end? He's like, I don't think so. It's like, your head is disembodied now. Like, what's going on? And it's like game over. It's like, I always say that. It's like, or as he said on part 4 of Majora's Mask, it's a joke. It's always a fucking joke, and it always ends up turning being right. So like that idea of like him saying something as far as that becoming that way, but I love that skill. The idea of like, I wonder what's gonna happen. And that's been the other thing, because when it came to this game, I practiced the Japanese version because I could take multiple hits. I did beat it, but I don't think I got one of the good endings. I think I did. But I was just making up my own dialogue for the Japanese text because I didn't know what the story was on this. And that just became a fun thing. And the other thing also, then looking at this, which is, I'll tell you actually, which is that you don't know anything about this game. Just looking at this, kind of just having an instant reaction on your first look and just coming up with stuff that you're just gonna look at that and maybe just say something that makes like it's common sense. And chat, feel free to let us know if you ever played Contra or Contra Hardcore specific. I mean, ElecVerse, I know you have, because you're the one who asked for this game, and I'm glad to be giving it to you eventually, and giving you a preview of it now. And this is why I'm doing it, to show that I'm practicing, getting a sense of what's going on, but also showing that, yeah, why'd I set it out far out in advance for play? Yeah, this is why. But I am getting better, and that's the thing, that when I first played this, I couldn't even get past the first level. But now that I'm even as far as I've gotten for now, it's definitely quite an accomplishment, honestly, so I'll say that. It's all this thing, I keep getting a little further each time, even with the lack of continues. Like, there are no infinite continues, and here's the other thing. The US version does not have any codes for it, so I can't cheat. And I don't have it on the Genesis specifically, so I can't use the Game Genie for it. In fact, only the Japanese and I think European versions have cheat codes. Yeah, you can't put that Konami code in and be okay. Alright, I'm dying again. Alright, so yeah, I have 2 continues left. We'll see if I can at least beat this. But yeah, let's show another character just to give a sense of... Oh, never mind, I already selected her, so never mind. You can select characters between deaths. Yeah, we'll never get there in time. Yeah, I'll never beat this level right now, but that's also what that's going about. But it is fun, as I said. That's the idea, but it's just insanely hard. Actually, to that degree, I'll put it to both of you, and Chad as well. What would you say is one of, or the hardest game that you've ever played?
Chess.
Well, we played virtual chess in N64, it was, because the way that AI works, Protorov and I pretty much cracked the code of how the AI of that game works. And like, at first he's like, yeah, he thought like, oh, you're really bad at this because you can't win a game, like, which is true, my chess days are far behind me. Then he played it when we did our last part of Ocarina of Time this year. He's like, even I couldn't win against this because it's basically changing it dynamically. So like, it just seems weird the way that AI is working, and even like the difficulty levels of it, it technically doesn't make a difference, weirdly enough. So when you think about it, yeah, that is a case of like a really hard element of it. But he said it was also weird because, hey, it's a chess game that's on Nintendo 64, the only one. I think that, hey, it's aiming maybe at families or people understanding how chess works. It's a great one.
Play it against Stockfish. So you should do a section where you have it running, and then on your phone or some other device you can run just Stockfish, pick up the chess engine, and sort of see how presumably virtual chess is gonna lose.
Well,
it'd be interesting to see how.
And we brought that up when because I looked at, I'm not fine. We've played that game twice on the show already. I did a full episode on that 2 years ago. Actually, about this time 2 years ago. And then when we did Ocarina of Time, I said, Proto, you have to be in here for this. And I then at that point let him run it. We looked at the previews of all this, or the tutorials and all that. We tried to crack the code of how this was operating. You know what? Fine, I'll show another character. I'll show Fang.
You asked me hardest game I've ever...
Yeah.
Shinobi?
Oh, which one? Revenge Shinobi, Shinobi 3, Shinobi Arcade, Shadow Dancer. The PS2 game, I know that's what ElecVerse would say, because which was by the PS2 game was by the people who made World Illusion. Revenge of Shinobi, probably, I would think either that one, if I'm going to say the Shinobi games were one of the hardest.
It's 2022.
There was a Shinobi game this year?
2002.
Oh, that's the PS2 one. Okay.
Yep.
So you played the PS2 game. I never played that one.
Yes, it was. I had a friend who had that system.
Okay.
He had that game. But they didn't have it I played it in like 2005.
Okay.
But it was ridiculous.
Oh, that's what ElecVerse is. Like, he said, I hate this game because it's a case where you're constantly over bottomless pits if you don't do the dashes correctly and understand that Tate combo system. It's insanely hard. Well, as I said, it's the people who made World Illusion, interesting enough, or the company that would go on to be, that came from the ashes of the people who made it. But it's insanely difficult. I've heard that game is nuts. I've never played it, but it's one I'm curious because, like, hey, I love overworked stuff. How many times have I said how amazing Scuzz Arcadia is?
You probably would have liked it. You probably would have liked it.
But even ElecVerse is saying that I love Shinobi. I love these kind of ninja games or this kind of Twitch action thing. He loves this game. It's like, that game, the difficulty is bullshit, where this one, I guess that goes to the idea of, like, fairness of game when it comes to difficult. It's like, hey, this game is insanely hard, but the thought that it is sort of fair when I'm missing the shots or getting myself blasted by an energy ball. I'm like, you know what? I was not in the right position for this, or fine, I was in the fire that way, like I shouldn't have been. But I'm like so focused on just trying to kill this thing that's what's happening.
Well, my friend was Japanese, so...
Okay. Alright, fine, I got him. Thank God. So we're going to the next part of this. Took one. We're going to be going down. Rough landing. But we are going to the research lab, so yeah, fine, I'm at least get a game over here. And also show his case. Yeah, he has the charge-up shot on the one, and he has the fire. So yeah, it's just like Gunstar Heroes. Yeah, they were paying Konami was paying attention to Gunstar Heroes. Remember, ex-Konami people who worked at Treasure, who were made Dynamite Headdy, which I know you said you wanted to see, and we're going to take a brief look at it next. That's that idea as well. Alright, you okay? I'm fine, we must stop them. They're after the alien cell. Alien cell? Got from the mother alien, the Alien Wars. So this is a sequel to Contra 3 on Super Nintendo. Because that was Contra 3, the Alien Wars. It's dangerous, so keeping a close eye. Rampage Robot was a clever version. It was. If he's just burn these guys, yeah, they're dying. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so I've got fire whips. It's just like Gunstar Heroes again. Yeah, so I'll say, if you're going to be playing a game like this on Genesis, and you are like, this seems like it's too much to play Gunstar Heroes first, which is on the channel, by the way. So yeah, you get both Contra Hardcore and Gunstar Heroes. And if you haven't seen our Gunstar Heroes play, I'd recommend that. That was a great one. You ever play Gunstar Heroes Inherent Knox?
Never.
No, I haven't.
Oh my god, it is so good. It is one of the best games on the Genesis.
Really?
For sure. Yeah, St. Aspartame revealed that one to me. Like, he swore by that game. And I remember my story on that, which was that it was the brother of an ex-girlfriend. Him and I were playing. He bought that on Virtual Console because, like, I love my Treasure stuff. I hadn't played that one. We played that game all night. We adored it. Okay, so here's the boss here with the alien cell. Here's how this works. Yeah, this is my last continue, so I might want to run into fixed shot mode. Whoa. Oh shit, no, don't be underneath that, because yeah, what happens is that he'll...
The Jabba the Hutt scene from Star Wars. Where
a little bit, actually, no,
what's
fine.
What's your name goes in there?
Oh, Prince Slave.
Yeah.
Which we could show doing Super Return of the Jedi on Super Nintendo. I'm dead already. I think that's the last continue, and if that's the case, I will go out to the other thing just to show. Yeah, there you go. That is game over. That is your preview
well
of...
done, though.
For now. I got 9 more months of practice I got to start on this game.
You did great, though. That's really hard.
Well, as I said, I wasn't this good before, so you're at least seeing what it was, and also, look, I'm showing to the chat, I'm showing to everybody, I'm showing to ElecVerse. I said, when I say we're going to play a game on the show, I mean it, okay? When you're saying that I want to do something, even if it's hard, I'm not going to say, no, we're not going to do this because it's too hard. I'm going to do whatever I have to do for the purpose of running the game, show it to the best of my ability. I'm not going to be able to speedrun this the way I did with World of Illusion, but I will do everything I can for this. And hey, chat wants to see this. Anything they mention, anything either you mention, Here Noct or DollyFinn or anybody else out there, Zubat Brigade, ElecVerse, Spina 417, yeah, just say it. We'll play it. We'll absolutely run this because I love doing that. I just love it. Also expands my horizons because I didn't really play much Contra Hardcore until I got this unit number 1. And ElecVerse said, hey, I want to play it. This is my favorite game in the series. I was like, I think that's what he said. ElecVerse said, that's wrong. Correct me. Feel free to do that. But I said, I want to understand this. I want to broaden my horizons out. And it did. And Turtle Champions was occasionally like that. I haven't played that much either. But it goes to the idea of all these memories we have with a game and certain different games, you know? I mean, I'm saying that I love Gunstar Heroes. You hear an actor saying you didn't play that, but then you're saying that, oh, I played, we played Castle Collision. That was a great game. And stuff like Columns, or other cases you were saying you played on this, well, fine. We played World of Illusion, I guess, is what we played so far of the show. We did Streets Rage 2 a few months ago. We played a Tetris game. We played last week, the other Tetris game, the Tetris Plus. We did Sonic 1, we'll do Sonic 2, I think Proto-Revo called dibs on that. We'll do Spinball eventually. I did Shinobi 3. This one, you want to talk about the one to get into? That's the one, Shinobi 3. It's fantastic. We played that about a year or so ago.
I remember the bodies decompose in the Shinobi one on the ground after so much time. It's like a timer that goes.
Well, that PS2 game, you do the Tate combo, and then it does like, he does the flourish, and they split in half. Which is, I love that. But alright, fine.
It's impossible, though. Like, it's an impossible.
Yeah, even compared to something like Ninja Gaiden. But alright, fine. 2 last games we're going to show. DollyFinn, you wanted to get a brief preview on Dynamite Headdy. We're going to review Dynamite Headdy. Or a brief return to Dynamite Headdy, because I played this game. Actually, I played World of Illusion as well. In the days before I had recordings of all the games and all the shows we had. Before I had the nicer audio tech. But I love this game. I wanted to play this again. And when we come back to this game, we'll play the Japanese version because there's differences in story. And I'll print out the entire text of the dialogue of what the story is, because it's totally different. And there's definitely some interesting stuff to be had with that. Also, this is an important game for SuperOldGameSaturday. I'll tell you why right now. This game is why the show is named that way. I think I've told the story in the show before, but just in case, I will reiterate it again. Nikki, who is going to be on the show in 3 weeks when we do Guitar Man, or Ed Wex will be there as well, he's going to play it, she'll be there as well. Her and him came into the chat when I played this game back in July of 2020. I played it through entirely using the Genesis version, the US version of that. She saw me at World 3-1, Down Under, and she said, the name of the show should be called SuperOldGameSaturday. We have a thing, Bad Game Thursday, but she came up with that name saying, that's what the show should be named. I said, that's a great name. That's where it is. That's where we got the name. And this game is the reason why. Yes, that's the idea. In the US continuity of this, you have Headdy, who's the puppet. He's in Puppet Town, or fine, North Town is the way the game is operating. Dark Demon has taken over, and Trouble Bruin has come around, and he's causing trouble. And you have all these weird creatures. This, by the way, this game is by Treasure, who made Gunstar Heroes, by the way. And this came out a year after Gunstar Heroes did, by the way. Of course, the things of that are, yeah, they like the Fair Maidens. That's Dark Demon's deal. Everybody else is getting thrown out in the trash. But yeah, it comes to me. Like, yeah, he has the question mark on his head. So he's almost like Rayman a little bit, because he doesn't have a neck. Kind of like Rayman doesn't have arms or legs. Or a neck either. And we gotta come back to Rayman, by the way. But yeah, we're gonna get burned to death.
Heather.
Yeah, Heather is a friend of ours. Yeah, good job, Treasure. Yeah, this game is, I guess, giving yourself compliments, because like, yeah, whatever. It deserves to, because, yeah, this game is awesome. Alright, we're making our getaway. In the getaway, which is named after... Actually, every level in this game in the US continuity is named after a movie or a TV show of some sort. And there's Bino. He does not do anything. You're just flying with this. It is great music. Oh my god, the music in this game is so good. And the colors. Talk about the colors on this game. Jesus Christ, look at this. This is this robot. I don't have to feed him. I'm going to feed him, and I'll show you why in just a second. Yeah, look at this color explosion. It's one of those games like World of Illusion, like with Eternal Champions, like with Contra Hardcore in its way with its darker palette. And like Rystar, where it's just, you think 64 colors on Genesis, what can it do to be impressive with its color palette? Yeah, games like this can do it. Now let's tell us now. Alright, there you go. You got a secret bonus point. Yeah, you do something specific in levels, you get one of those. There's no real reason to do it aside from getting points that don't do anything specifically, but it sure sounds satisfying to find it. And there are things you would never, ever figure out how to do without knowledge. I'll tell you that right now. When we play this, I will show off as many of those as I can. And I'll also get a listing of what they all are. Making a getaway and avoiding getting hit easily. Alright, let's get going. And this game has also been re-released a bunch of places in this. There's a couple of Sega Genesis collections that have it. But the stage is falling down on me. Now, in the Japanese version, there's a dialogue box here of Maruyama, which is the name of this character, who is a purple bear. In the US continuity, he's a cat named Trouble Bruin, who's brown like that and looks angrier. Also, he has more energy balls coming out. On the 4th jump there, jump over, and he'll shoot those out. And he shoots more of those out in the US version, so there's another case like Contra Hardcore, where this is a harder game for the US than for Japan. Somehow. I don't know why that was. I guess, fine, ex-Konami people would treasure them doing that, and same with Konami with stuff they put out, generally speaking. But he only takes 2 hits, so yeah, it should be fine. My health, by the way, that's the H up there. The H is not there in the Japanese version, just to give the indication that way. Hit him twice, he's done. Yeah, if you keep getting hit, if that spotlight goes out, it goes from green to red, you get hit when it's flashing red, you die. So we're done. If nothing else, I'll at least show this in, actually, in here, you played this game?
Yeah, a long time ago.
I like when he takes his head off and starts bouncing it like a ball.
Yeah, the animations are quite good. Yeah, you want to go into that?
No, I just love it so funny.
Also the cheering.
Oh, he's juggling his head, too. Yeah.
And another case where there's actually a lot of voice acting in the game. This and Contra Hardcore, and Guns Heroes, and World Illusion, actually. Alright, so we're in the town. I'm going to show 3 things. Okay, I'm going to show 3 things. I'm going to get to the boss of this world, and then I'm going to show off one boss, because it's going to be one of those what the fuck cases. Yeah, Headcase is my friend here. He gives me my power-up heads. What you do here is a mini-game. You have an empty head. You're invincible. So when you walk into the enemies, you don't get hurt. You hit the A button to switch them off. B is shooting them off. That's the warhead. That's the protector head, which has shots going off. You have to kill all the enemies here specifically. You also get the vacuum head, which is pretty useful.
Look like a wooden soldier.
Yeah, hold that thought if you have not seen this part of the game. I think Heron might know what I'm talking about. Oh, you get the pig heads. Yeah, you shoot the pig snout out. So they give you a lot of different methods to use, or the hammerhead, which is double damage. And as you go along, they get more powerful. They have swords, and they take more damage. Yeah, there's Warhead to shoot stuff out. And he has, like, the X's for eyes. Yeah, he is war-driven.
Can you imagine them pitching this game in a meeting to say, well, you know, his head comes off and they throw it around. I don't know if I like that. Well, yeah.
It's by the all they need to say in a sentence is by the people who made Gunstar Heroes, and there's an element at the end of the game where you kill the head of Sega to the tune of a song that's called I swear to God, I love Goldie Hawn. You'll see when we play it. I'm not joking about that.
Well, I do love Goldie Hawn.
I do too. I don't think there's any game she's been in that I'm aware of, unless chat you know. But that being said, it is a weird one. But it's the people who make Gunstar Heroes. It was one of those cases where here's the thing. As I mentioned, we play Gunstar Heroes. As this is Hangman, you shoot your head onto him and he launches you up. And this is gonna be very useful when we play this more. They were ex-Konami people, as I mentioned. They went to Sega, they said they want to make Gunstar Heroes. Konami wouldn't let them make it because they're like, we want you to make other stuff with Contra and other franchises of ours. Sega said, okay, you can do it after you make McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure for us. It was great. And they said, okay, fine, you release this. And then Gunstar Heroes came out, it was very well reviewed. You said, when we played that game, you said, Electronic Game Monthly voted it their game of the month when it came out, and it's an institution on the Sega Genesis, so much so it's on this unit. I think at that point, Sega Japan specifically, they trusted Treasure on a game like this. They said, fine, they're going to show off what the system can do right in the area of the system. 1994, this was right before Donkey Kong Country came out, and when eventually we played that game, Nintendo won the 16-bit console with that game. That game won it for them, no question. Especially after Sega went on to add on fetishes with 32X, which flopped, and then the Sega CD, which did better, but had problems still, and then Saturn didn't do well here, but at the same time, Sega was saying, like, oh, by the way, you don't have to buy a 32X to play Donkey Kong Country, just buy a Super Nintendo, and that works for all games. And it was like, yeah, we're buying a system for that. So I think with Sega, they said, we're going to trust them to make this, although weirdly enough, there is one game that's on the Genesis Mini 2, Alien Soldier, which didn't come out here. Weirdly enough. So that was on Genesis with Mega Drive in Japan. That didn't come out here, but yeah, this one did. But they made a lot of changes to it for the US release. They used the training mode specific as far as understanding how this works. Because this is a platform game, we have Headdy, the puppet, and you're going to save the world from Dark Demon. And we'll also see how there is. And there's one boss I'm going to show without any context. Yeah, here's the thing about this game. I always thought this game was interesting just because of how different it was, and also just because how wonderfully precise it is. The same way Contra Hardcore is a little bit in terms of how it plays. Alright, this is Bo. He gives the weak points of the Keymasters, which are the bosses. Maybe a Ghostbusters element. So Bo says, target! And his, Ed Wax Sailor plays like, did nobody think that was annoying? He was like, no, I don't think it's annoying. I'm just gonna be on point shooting everything here. basically to do my targets and hit everything, like boom, 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 and just destroy everything in 80 seconds. Yeah, it is really interesting, and I guess the idea that it's voice samples as clear as it is on the Genesis, that's pretty impressive. We heard stuff that's scratchy with stuff tonight, but hey, they're pushing that, whereas on Super Nintendo, usually didn't have that problem, although sometimes I mentioned we played Mickey Mania. Mickey Mania on the Sega Genesis had more voice to it and more clear voice to it than the Super Nintendo version. And they compressed the Super Nintendo version, but they didn't have to on Genesis for some reason. I don't know what that was about. It was really interesting to kind of think about that, and as we were saying earlier in the show, the idea of the decommonization of Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, what they did really well, what they didn't really do really well, what one was stronger of and not stronger than the other one. And by the way, when you hit them more, they have the black hats and then the purple hats, which they go out really quickly, because you hit them that way. And I don't know how many hits precisely it is. I'll have an answer when we play this. We will come back and play this one, don't worry. I also like that this has become the case where it's like this little bit of a demo of what we're going to see. Yeah, which like it's fitting because Sonic the Hedgehog. Actually, yeah, the enemies there do have kind of the thing of that. Alright, there's a secret bonus. Get the point? Absolutely. You do this to get secret bonus points, of which there's 8 in this level, by the way. Yeah, I think it's the most in any level, or any world in the game, because there's 9 worlds. But some of them are insanely hard to find. Now, Toys in the Hood, named after Boys in the Hood, which is not named that in the Japanese version. It's called I think it's Northtown or Southtown. I'll put a note down here. Which one is? Ouch. And there's points. As I said, the points are kind of worthless, so it's like whose lines anyway. The points don't matter. They just are nice for a number. I said, what I'll do is I'll show off if I there's a super bonus point right here. Hit him off the tower. Except you hear that, which sounds like a woman yelling, specifically as far as like the nice, which is a kind of an interesting touch. Right, there we go. Basically, just pretty much go along. Also, there is a bonus stage that's here. You play basketball. We'll show that when we come back and play this game fully. Because in order to get the best ending, I have to do that and get all of the secret numbers. We'll do that. When we come back to this, at some point, it's on the table. Don't worry. I will absolutely do it. I've been willing to do this at some point. When I find an open weekend I can do this that I don't have set for something else, we'll do it. Also, I'm going to fight this boss who actually is a reference to Captain Noob. I'm not joking. They actually have the name of her after Captain Noob, and as you can see here, you're talking World 34 before. We don't have to, because yeah, she just has her breasts specifically having energized and energy pulling out, and pulls you in unless you're going the other way. They didn't emphasize that really for the US version, although they have the Captain Noob naming. But hey, when I played this, I didn't know that was what it was. Also, kill the enemy come out of there, you get secret bonus point. And you use it get small to go down that way, but you go up this way, there's boss, there's secret bonus point over there. I'm gonna show all of them off except for one, because the other one, we might do that for a while, potentially. Also, that is the kicker head. You get that, it freezes time, and then you have 3 pickings on any enemy that's in range. And the triple head, you shoot 3 heads out. Okay, fine. In that case, you go to the cancel heads on the A button. I need to hit the last couple parts of the tail off. And get it in the range so I can hit it. Come on. But it is a very weird game. I think that might be the case of a lot of people with it. I guess maybe why people didn't play it. It just seemed very strange. Actually, weird enough, the reason I played this is going to sound very superficial. I played this because I saw a code for its level select, code for this in a gaming magazine, Squat Pro, actually. And for some reason, like, I don't know, I want to play it. I don't know why, I didn't know anything about it. I was like, hey, this stage select code, we can play this. And then I realized, like, oh, this is what this was. And I bought it actually off my Blockbuster, in 1997, I think. I did Mad Dog and Headdy, named after Mad Dog and Glory. Yeah, they go deep with some of the movie referencing. And in here, this is why I was thinking of you as well, because there's classical music here. Yeah, the Nutcracker thing, which is not the first time we've heard that out of a treasure game on this show, by the way. McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure had the Swan Lake case in one of the areas. It's very weird. I'll just show you that game. But unfortunately, it's one that costs a lot of money. I played it for the show already, but I could rationalize showing it again when I get, I don't remember what it is, the Global Gladiators game, which is by the people who made it last. Oh, it's Mick and Mac Global Gladiators, that's what it is. It's on Sega Genesis and is McDonald's theme. Okay, good thing I didn't get the trip head, or the blackface head in Japanese. Because yeah, they had the puffy lips as far as that. They changed it a little bit for us, but not completely. But alright, got all the
Yeah.
Oh wait, did I don't know if I got enough for 3. If you get enough, she says, you got a secret try, which is your way of getting continues, and you don't start with any in the US version. Now, Japan, you don't. You want to say something?
No, I want to see that. Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, I got 7 of the 8. The 8th one is you have to wait for Bino, who's the stagehand, to come out here, and then you knock him off of the field. And I'll show one other part after this.
Yay.
Because you're saying, like, who's Heather? That's Heather.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's thankful for that, because she's kept picking up the keys, of which the reason for that will be revealed when we play this game. Eventually, yeah. He's kind of confused, though. I was like, what's that about? Why is she taking keys away? The game will explain this, and because I'm running the Japanese version, I'll explain it better. One thing I'm going to quickly do, though, is I'm going to reset... Actually, you know what? I don't know if I have the save down for this right. I'll see if I do. You know what? I won't. I'll reset it. I'll put the code in. Because, hey, if I knew this code specific for this, I can put it in. I know exactly what it is. On the title screen, when it hits start game on the menu, hit C, A, left, right, and B. He says, nice! Hit start, and you select level. I want to show stage 6, 4. If you've ever played Gradius before, it's a flight shooter. But this is the boss here.
Wow.
I just want to show this without any context. Also, they speed up this part in from the US version over the Japanese. But alright, okay, here's the boss. This is Babyface. With this boss music, oh my god, I love the boss music in this so much. Of this boss piece specifically. Alright, just start talking on this. I'm not giving any context to what this is. Just go. Please. Anybody, say something. Well, what is this? So you go, what the fuck is this? This is baby spitting out stuff.
It's like that. What was that show? Ally McBeal with the dancing babies?
Yeah, and this was before Ally McBeal came around.
Oh,
and
look!
Yeah, he becomes a teenager. Yeah, it's I guess it becomes Macaulay Culkin. I joked that with my coworker Sean this game. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is Dynamite Headdy. This is Babyface. You have to see this battle. Also, I do have the laser shot, which penetrates through stuff, which is why I want to use it.
It's like Monty Python-esque almost.
You wait. You wait. It gets even better. This is also really hard if I didn't have this way, if I didn't know specifically what I'm doing. A lot's happening, it's not slowing down, and also you can get hurt very badly. But yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wow,
so go back to the Monty Python thing. For tonight is the meaning of life. And so here's a adult element. Yeah, if you have the laser shot, you can penetrate through the arm. If you don't, you can't, so use this. If you get hit by the hand, it hurts. You're getting blocked. Those lasers hurt badly. He shoots up all across the screen. It goes like that. Doing that, but yeah, he's going down.
When did they get next?
Yeah, wait. In fact, I'm putting a save. Yeah, I'm gonna put a save state. Actually, no, I don't have. Actually, no, I will anyway, just because. Yeah, getting torn apart. He's not living. Yeah, he's the keymaster. That's the idea. That they run on the keys. All right, so here is the last part. I'm putting save state down right now, though.
Why is that?
I will show you. Because there is 2 methods of getting. You can get a secret bonus point if you do this specifically or otherwise. Yeah, he's an old man. Here's the deal. He can catch me. I can let him catch me. Okay, so he caught me. Apparently he had a stroke or something, because he's dying.
Oh. I'm catching you?
Yeah. And that's an easy way to beat the boss. As long as you get caught by the hand, you're fine. And it's insanely easy to continue here. Okay, but in the words of the movie Clue, that's what could have happened. But here's what really happens.
Okay.
So, you can kill him still, if you want. If you don't get caught by the hand, you get a secret bonus point.
Okay.
And what you do is you pay attention where the clouds are coming down the bottom when there's like the rustling there. Just get out of the way on the hand. As long as you don't touch him, you can't lose this. At least for now. I have an embarrassing story I'll tell when I beat him. When I do enough damage to him, he gets cracked open. Okay, there we go. There's Bino. He is the stagehand. I can shoot him off. Do not touch him. That is an active hitbox. I've gotten killed touching that. I've had to do the entire boss all over again. In fact, I'll show that.
You get untied?
You get to shoot him off. That's your secret bonus point. Yes, he is. Well, he's part of the stage crew, so the US continuity goes. But if you hit him down, usually anywhere he is, you get a secret bonus point. So he's like the,
That key looks like a cat.
a little bit. I'm trying to think, isn't there like some Shakespearean character who's like always, like all the bad things are always happening to in something? Or, I don't know, like, what was it? Or maybe I'm thinking Greek myth. Sisyphus, who always is trying to push the boulder up the hill, isn't that right? Yeah, I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, fine. That's our preview of Dynamite Headdy. We're coming back to this game. I love this game. Good selection for that. But alright, what we're going to end on. This will take us to actually under 4 hours. I'm surprised, unless you want to put me to pull someone else out. You know what? We were talking about this last week. We have to show this as context. We're going to show this as context. We're going to show Tetris Genesis. This is that Genesis game of Tetris that was like $40,000. You find a cartridge of it.
What?
Like we mentioned last week when we played Tetris Plus, because they couldn't release this.
Yikes and yikes.
The Gaming Historian episode that ElecVerse gave me, which was, oh my god, thank you ElecVerse for that give as far as the link list. That's an amazing show. I'll have to show you that. That is terrific. What he gave me goes into all the history of Tetris. This is that unreleased Tetris game that Sega was making, they couldn't release. And certain copies got on the wild, like 10, which is why it costs like $40,000 if you can find one. But even then, there's a question of, does it actually exist? But I gave a link last time saying it does.
Yeah.
For this unit, they said, we're going to revive this. So here it is. This is Sega Genesis Tetris, which has a 1-player and 2-player mode, and it's pretty basic. It's not like Tetris Plus, or many of the other ones, where it's anything else. And I know Despina417 said, hey, this is not that great a version. And she got a point. It's not really. It's pretty basic. You're just doing the Tetris thing, you know, run the lines across, and B and C button to do the twists of the blocks. Creating lines like before. Also, you have a little bit of the delay also when you press the button, which is that when the block comes down, I'm hitting the button. It wasn't doing anything initially, but it only after a certain, I guess, reach point that you can twist it. In that case, it's pretty basic for Tetris, but hey, it's still Tetris.
It is basic.
And it was unreleased, so I said, okay, fine. You spend the price of a new car feasibly to get that cartridge if you can find one, and there's like 10, so you're probably not finding one. Or you buy a Genesis Mini device, and it's like, okay, this is an interesting piece of gaming history that was unreleased, like Star Fox 2. Because that was not released either as far as the Super Nintendo Classic. So at that point, it becomes a bit of a fascination, even though that, yeah, this is not the best Tetris game you ever play. I don't know if I'd say it's necessarily the worst. I don't know if I can necessarily say what the worst original Tetris game is. There's like other spin-offs that might not be so hot, but I'm not sure specific. I mean, I know the next Tetris was not necessarily that well liked. The Tetris Worlds, yeah, and the background changes, so it's this kind of realistic look almost. We mentioned the CDI one; it's almost looking that way a bit. I'm gonna hit the top, and boom, you're done. That boom. And there's a monkey. I don't know why. Don't ask me to explain the monkey. I don't know. It's there, but I guess that's what it is. So this is what Sega was doing, and it's doing the back.
Look at him jumping up and down.
Yeah, what's he doing like there?
He's crying.
He's doing the Japanese taunt thing. You know when you put the eye down, you do the tongue out. I'll have a picture of some anime that does that. So that's what he's doing. He's like, yeah, stop that, monkey man. All right, so I can put my name in. I guess I'll put in that's a 0. Put in short for the show, and then we'll look at the last. Okay, no, never mind. It's like, fuck you. You don't have time to enter that. I'm S. I'll tell you what I am. I'm S.
Parentheses.
S parentheses. Okay. Okay, so that might be another case like why this isn't that awesome a game.
Good handle. S parentheses.
All right, S parentheses. I like that. And hey, there's dinosaurs. So yeah, we had dinosaurs in Tetris 2, which is better, admittedly, on Super Nintendo. But that being said, that's Tetris Genesis. Okay, last thing in the show. This is gonna be the end of the show, I promise. The end of 2022, quite something. I've mentioned this game multiple times. I want to play this game so badly. This is going to be one of the RPGs I'm going to select to do at some point. I know I want to do Rhapsody Musical Adventure, which is a short one. I'll probably do this one after. I know there's other stuff I've been asked for. Actually, the RPG plate is full for quite a bit of time, actually. Probably for another 2 years almost, actually, no joke. Given some of the stuff that people want to see, because we're currently working through 2. We're in through Shadow Hearts, we're in through Parasite Eve, we're finishing Parasite Eve next month, and then we're going to do Lunar Silver Star Story complete with Protorova, and then Gemini 96 is going to be playing Earthbound. There's going to be involved with that one. I don't have as much familiarity as he does. He adores that game, and in that case, like, yeah, it's all yours. But I want to show this game eventually. This is Landstalker. This came out in 1993 in the US, and it was 92 in Japan, so yeah, 30th anniversary somehow on this one. It was from Climax Entertainment, the people who co-developed Shining Force, and they made Super Runabout San Francisco Edition, that weird driving game where you're picking up the ketchup and the mustard in town to like this very jazzy, like surf rock music.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made this. It's an RPG, an action RPG, kind of in the Zelda style. It's Landstalker: The Treasures of King Null. This is not a game I grew up on. This is a game that I played when I downloaded on the Wii Virtual Console. This is back when Sega was not re-releasing this much. They've now re-released a bunch of places, but including on this unit. I found this game. I said, I want to play this. I heard it was very Zelda-like. I like my Zelda. I don't know. You guys like Zelda?
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody out there who likes the Zelda? This is Sega's idea of Zelda, or one idea of what Zelda is, but it's not exactly like Zelda either, to the point where I'm going to show the opening.
It looks like, look.
Well, there's a little bit of Link to him, but I'll tell you one thing we're getting that Zelda does not give us. We're getting an opening in cinematic in 1993. It's almost like a movie. It's like, yeah, except
Talk
for
about Sisyphus.
Yeah, I know. Or, I mean, think about it. At the time here, there were not a whole lot of games that were going cinematic or trying to be like a movie. Because, like, yes, Sega presents a Ken Naito program. I mean, the only other game I can think of this era, Landstalker was the name of the game. The only other game of this era I can think of that did something like this was Final Fantasy VI, which is, oh my god, the opening of that is amazing. That's beautiful. I've never played Final Fantasy VI, although, hey, you both have it. You both have the Super Nintendo Classic Edition. It's on there, and it's awesome. Not recommending the game highly enough. And showing our main character, this is Nigel. He's going through, he's an adventurer and a bit of a bounty hunter. He wants some nice treasure. Let's find one, the statue of Yitai, that is. I'll tell you, this is a game I played in 2018 when I downloaded off the Virtual Console for $8. You can't get it that way anymore. But it's been re-released in a bunch of Sega collections that have it, including on this Jazz Mini 1 unit. I fell in love with this. This is one of those games I said, where's this game been all my life? Why did I not play this when I was growing up? I totally missed this.
Me too.
But I love it. Even just with this way it's set up, like, so, okay, he got the statue, so yeah, this is a bounty for doing the job. And there's going to be some flashing lights, I think, on this one. Also, we played, even on this unit. I will indicate that. Yeah, I want it to work for quite a bit of time. Well, what's going on? Yeah, this ferry crashed into me. This is Friday. And there's Kayla and her goons. Her goons, by the way, are Wally and Eek. Yeah, they know I've seen King Null's treasures and they're going to kill me. Yeah, they'll do anything to make me talk. Yeah, they'll probably even kill me, who knows, so please help me. He's like, wait a minute, you said these treasures, right? And she's like, no, don't ignore us, give us the girl. They're like, yeah, no, you're not getting a fairy girl. But I was like, wait a minute, this could be interesting as far as the idea of these treasures. So, yeah, he loves his treasure score. So at that point, he's like, fine, I'll save you. Yeah, and they didn't see me going down this conveniently placed alleyway. Yeah, they're gone. Okay. No one said those characters are smart. We'll see that when we play this game for real. Or fully. He said, yeah, do you see these? Who are you? Yeah, my name's Friday, and don't call me girls. Like a more talkative version of Navi from Ocarina of Time like that. Or even Tattle from Majora's Mask. He's like, yeah, don't lie to me. You've seen these things, right? And why are they running you if you hadn't seen them? Well, I didn't actually see them, but they're around here somewhere. Alright, take me to the area, okay? You have to have a keen sense of leads to the treasures. So yeah, they do give you a little bit of a plot element on this as far as the setup. And I'll show a little bit of the gameplay of this, and I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, I'm not your follower, you're just coming with me. We said, well, we're going to take this bird, specifically to get where we need to go. And they're also talking about the music, which is by Motoaki Takanocho, who did the music for Shining Force 2, Shining Force CD, and Shining Force Sword of Haja, which is the Game Gear game, that latter one, as well as Gun Griffin on the Sega Saturn, and EVO Search for Eden on Super Nintendo, which is by Enix. It's great music. Oh my god, I love the music in this game so much. Right, I hope you're right about these treasures. I paid all my money to that bird to get over here. So, Nigel wants to go get treasure. Friday knows where they are, so he says, was like, yeah, the ship to go in the island comes once a month. Again, you said, I don't care how much it costs, I want to go now. It's like, oh, where we're going. 2,000 golds? Yeah, that treasure's worth way more than that, yes? Yeah, it was the 2,000 I paid to that guy for that statue. In for copper, in for gold. Alright, so here's how it's happening. Let's start our adventure. We'll have a brief preview. It's a lot like Zelda. It's isometric Zelda a little bit, since you're kind of going on diagonal directions, moving up, down, left, and right. Hitting the B button to jump, although it actually feels pretty natural, honestly. And hit the A button or the C button to slice on the sword. Here's what we're going to do, just to give it a sense. We're going to take a brief look at what this is, go through the first dungeon, which is not very long, and then we're going to show the end in town. Yeah, I want to end on the music in town. Oh my god, the music in town is so good. Get a life stock. Get that, you get extra health, and as you go along, get more of those, your health up. It actually increases your stats. So I'm swinging with this sword, I can hurt things without, you know, I can kill them quicker when I get my life stock up higher. And you'll take gold, which you can use to buy stuff. Hit start button, go into your equipment menu, but I have nothing, so we're going out. So in some ways, they're kind of leading you a little bit just on rails to start, in the sense of like, okay, we got here, we're gonna go out and see what's happening. And it's interesting stuff. You said, here, Knock, you're playing this, yes? What are you thinking on what you're seeing on this? It is something unique. It's their take on Zelda that's like Zelda, but also not. It's kind of this great adventure game, really. This is this great atmosphere, and also a lot of kind of like puzzles for like the platforming, which is isometric platforming. It's weird sometimes how it operates, but they do give you some help to try to get a sense of what to do on this. Just having a walkthrough again. Talk about atmosphere again. All these games we talked about, they're all great at atmosphere, great in that feel, and I guess that's what gaming this period really was good at in a lot of cases, and in different ways. Alright, here we go. So there is that button. Gotta keep running. There's Boulder chasing us. I don't think you can jump to that. You can come back to that later. We are on a raft. And this is just for show. We're just sitting on here. So it's like Donald on the raft in World of Illusion. Except we don't have anything to be, you know, worried about running into. But we are going to end up going a little bit down the path. And it's going a bit faster. Yeah, but you fell out the waterfall, and man, that's a tall one, and boom, we fell on the ground. Oh my god, a man. Alright, so we have these little creatures that look a little bit like, just the Ewoks from Return of the Jedi a little bit. I guess there's a lot of different things you could say as far as these kind of like woodland bear-like creatures. I have to tell Grandpa. Alright, but yeah, Nigel got brought over here, as did, Friday. He's still sleeping, didn't see laser type. I think they're gonna be flashing away when I hit the A button here. Okay, no, soon enough they will be. Want to sleep for a while, you can stay in our village as long as you want, right? That's a good idea. Well, wake up. It's time to continue the treasure hunt. Yeah, she's gonna wake him up with her flashing lights. Yeah, they didn't tone that down, unfortunately, to give a sense. I will have a flashing light warning when I get this. Alright, so that's Farah, and this is Mayor of the town. Yeah, Treasure to King Null. I don't know. Alright, fine. That is our element of that. Alright, so yeah, we're in town. I'm actually going to quickly leave town. I'll come back in just a second. Because the idea is you're basically going around, you're going to be doing stuff, slaying stuff. Okay, here we go. Evil Gumi came and smashed the bridge. The bridge is broken. It must be possessed by evil spirits. Tell the mayor. Yeah, we'll go back and tell the mayor in just a second. And what we're going to do is basically just walk around. We'll start killing stuff, because that's a fun thing to do. I'm going to be able to slice anything with the sword. Oh yeah, alright, the bridge is out. Wait till the mayor hears about this. Yeah, he'll hear about it in just a second. I'm just gonna go down the path here because I want to kill something quickly. Except, no, I can't do that this way. I just want to kill one thing and we'll go back to town, and I think this will be the end of the show for tonight. Or do I have to go in the first place to kill something? Fine, we're briefly going in, we're gonna kill something and come out. Or maybe not. Okay, yeah, I have to kill that later. Yeah, fine, nothing's dying in here then, until we come back later. So fine, we'll go back to town, and we'll basically, I'm gonna leave it on that music. Man, the music in this game is so good. Just the atmosphere. The chat, feel free to go to any memories or any familiarity you might have with Landstalker. I don't know if people know this game, though, because it seems like it's one that draws a blank with a lot of people when I mention it. And hey, drew a blank with me. I'm just as guilty as everybody else. I had not played this until about 5 years ago. And I'm glad I did. I'm glad I found this. I really am. It's one of those cases where, and I don't know if any of my guests or Kat, you're like this, the case where you had a system growing up, there are games on it you always wanted to play, but you ended up not playing them, and then you find it years later and you say to yourself, thank God I found this. Thank God I get to play this finally, and it's something that I wish I had earlier, but I'm glad I had now in order to experience it. I don't know if there's any games you can think of like that, but do feel free to fire away on them. And just walking around the area. And I do just love this element. And the music. It's so good, my god. I mean, if you're gonna play this game for any one reason, play it for the music, but that indicating maybe that the game is not fun. No, the game is tons of fun. A bit of an adjustment in some cases, but it is terrific. Alright, fine, we're going back to town. And so we'll have to talk to the mayor, we'd have to go down and go through other stuff, go through cases where we're gonna be slicing stuff with the sword and it goes, wow! And goes, ah! When they die, so it is interesting, and we're gonna be using, when we play this, I think we'll either use this version, or I might pull the Wii out just for variety's sake. I don't know. If anybody here has a preference on which way you'd like to see me play this, that's fine. The one way we're not going to play this, though, is I'm not going to play the Sega Genesis Classics version, because there's emulation problems and there's button line. So that's an absolutely no. That is, unless maybe they put this on Switch Online, and Smash back is... They haven't put this on there yet. Actually, of the games you mentioned tonight, World Illusion isn't on there because of the license, but Sega did get the license back for that and Castle Illusion for this unit. So I think maybe they still have it, but I don't know. I mean, then they'd have to pull it off eventually. Dynamite Headdy's on there. Contra Hardcore's on there. Yeah, Tetris game is not on there, although they could go back to the Tetris company and get it if they wanted, although there's a bunch of Tetris games on Switch already. There's Tetris 99, there's Tetris Back Connected, I'm trying to think of other Tetris games that are on that specific. Oh, there's Tetris the Grandmaster, which I mentioned last week. So, that's there. This probably will come eventually. I mean, it's only a matter of time, I think, before Sega gets to this. And I'd love to get that available in a perfect way to more people. And this is a great port for sure, and the Wii one as well. I might show that Wii game off just because, I mean, it's the same game as it's just straight emulation. So it's either way, unless maybe that, if they bring it to Switch, and Sega please bring this to the Switch in the Switch Online expansion pack method. It's on Switch in that Genesis collection. But if they do, maybe they tone down the flashing lights and can run that way. I'll see. Specific. Alright. With that, I think that's going to be putting it to the end of the show, and I'm going to keep on this wonderful music. You know, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to look out to the water. So think about this. I've done a show every week this entire year. I cannot believe that we are almost at the end of 2022. We have 2 days left now. This has been quite a ride. I'll tell you this right now. And it's the kind of thing, as I said, I do this every week. Usually Saturdays, sometimes Friday if we have a schedule or a holiday or something. For the purpose of that, I've just loved what the show's become, of what chat, which you've made it become, to ElecVerse, to Zubat Brigade, to Despina, Forward 17, and to all my guests here, to DollyFinn, to Inherent Noct, to Montague UK when he was on the show last week. I can't thank all of you enough for what you've made for the show, and especially for this play tonight. The play of a bunch of Genesis games, mostly with World Illusion, but just a bunch of random stuff, and that's kind of why I also want to look at all this stuff. Kind of thank everybody, give a sense of games you wanted to see, let's give a little bit of a preview to them. I said, the ones we have not played fully, we will play them fully, because that's what we're going to do.
Captain D-Track. You're the one who did all the work for us. And
well, I mean, yes and
us for this year.
Yes and no. I mean, yes and no. Because hey, I've said when we come on the show, I don't know what I'm going to get into. I'm just saying that hey, we're going to play something where Chad says I want to see something, we'll play it, or if you say you want us to play something, we'll play it. That's kind of how it goes in a lot of ways. That I've always said this is as much your show as it's my show, and that's what I really mean by that. And I can't thank everybody enough for making this a wonderful second full year of SuperOldGameSaturday. I can't believe that. I have 2 full years of programs specific for this. And yeah, if you have not seen some of the classic plays we've done, feel free to go over to our YouTube site. It is linked somewhere around where the Twitch window is if you're watching from here. And if you're on the YouTube site, you're watching this channel right now. We got tons of plays. We got lots of great games. And we take viewer requests all the time. Anything you want to see, we'll make happen. It's stuff I want to see, stuff they want to see. That's how it works. And the idea of going into the guts of gaming with me, I appreciate that. It brought so much to it, everybody. And that's why I'm so happy I was able to do World of Illusion, do this game justice, and justice I didn't do it the first time I played it, because I was trying to cover up the fact that I had tech problems running Mickey Mania initially the first time before our play of that earlier this year. And I said, if we're going to do this again, and I'm going to do this fully for the show, I have to do it right. I have to have Inherent Noct here. I have to have DollyFinn here. we have to play through the game 3 times. We have to show off everything, and we use this unit. We'll show off the other stuff, and I can't thank both of you enough
Thanks
for
so
making
much
that.
for having us, and congratulations on a great year.
Yes, congratulations on a fantastic year.
And thank you for making it a great year, because it would not just, without me, this show could be not anything. It's fine, whatever. But with all of you, you've made it that special thing. The idea that I said, I don't want to stop doing this ever. I'm not going to stop doing this ever till the day I die, pretty much, if I can make that work. And it's also something that, as I said, I've done everything I could to not skip a week this year, except for actually January 1st. But even then, technically, I guess we sort of didn't skip a week. It was just a day when we first started the year. But I really am very glad for what that's been, and the idea that I'm driven. Whenever I come to something, even something that I know, I don't know what I'm going to get because of chat and my guests, what their insights are about anything. Even games if you haven't played. It doesn't matter if you haven't played some of the games you've seen tonight, or if you have even, because, if you have your memories. If you haven't, you can look at that, it's like, hey, what's this about? What's this? Here's an insight. Something I might not notice. And I've always loved that element to that, and every one of you has made that so wonderful, and I can't thank you enough. And with that, I can't wish you all enough of a happy rest of your year and rest of the holidays. Yeah, and if absolutely have a wonderful New Year's Eve and New Year's Day in the next couple of days. And so with that, let's talk about... Oh, you were going to say something else?
Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone.
All right, absolutely. Okay, so last order of business. What we always do is the last order of business on the show. We always go into the schedule of what's coming up. So, 2023 is next week. We are back on Saturday next week. That's going to be January 7th. For that show, I have a bit of a New Year's resolution I gotta get taken care of. I started playing Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon for the Nintendo 64 about almost a little over 2 years ago now. I said I wanted to show this for the period of what I was showing it, but I said it's a multi-part game. I think it was the first game I played one of the first games I played that I have a recording of still, that I have not finished the play of. So I said, it's been long enough, I put this off too long, we're going to finish this game. So starting next week, on January 7th, we're going to restart Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. I have the better sound equipment. I'll have part 1 up there. Part 1 is already up on the YouTube site as it is. So you can go up there and watch it now, get a sense of what this game is as far as its first 4 hours. We'll do what we always do with the long-form plays, 5-hour runs, until we finish it, but it's a short game. I'll finish in 2 months. So February we'll finish it, but next week we're going to start it. It's going to be also an interesting contrast to what I did. I just was kind of just basing that off of nothing. I didn't really take notes. I said, let me just wing this game, and I was able to manage it for what I was doing. Basically just showing Proto that, actually, and he was kind of curious, like, yeah, this is a weird one. Like, it is, but it's a wonderful game. One that costs a lot of money, unfortunately. It's like $150. And Konami, please re-release this. I think I'm not the only one who's been mentioning that. Chasm22 mentioned that too. A lot of the people I know mentioned they love the Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon game, and a lot of games in that franchise. So yeah, starting next week, we're going to be having part 1 again of Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. It's a weird enough game, though, it makes sense. So that's how it's going to be for next week. Then the week after that, for January 14th, Crusader 64 is coming back. We're continuing with Shadow Hearts on the PlayStation 2. He's been playing that RPG for us. That is a game I never played before, based on what he's showing me. I said to him, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass on this. I do mean this when I say I'd want to spend $150 for this game, because it costs a bit of money now. But it's what I'm saying, that of what I'm seeing, this is too interesting. This is too engrossing. This looks like a fantastic, underrated game. Like, actually, some of the ones we showed. Maybe people don't remember stuff like Eternal Champions, or Will of Illusion even, or Landstalker, or Dynamite Headdy, or the Tetris, Genesis game, or even Contra Hardcore, depending on who you ask. So we're giving the light still to Shadow Hearts. We're at part 4. We have 3 parts so far. They're up on the YouTube site, but we have our adventures with Zhuzhen and Alice in 2 weeks, continuing with their exorcising business, because they are doing ghost busting out there. And we need to get some answers about what happened last part, because I got a lot of questions, and he's going to provide all the answers he plays through that game for us for his next part. Then the week after that is going to be a Friday show. That's going to be January 20th. Edwack and Nikki are going to be on the show. Edwack's going to be playing for us Guitaru Man for the PlayStation 2, developed by Innis, who made Elite Beat Agents and a couple Beat Mania games on the PC. It's a music game that does not have licensed content concerns. He loves it. He's going to show it off, and I can't wait to do that. And I'm very happy he's showing that game off, just because it costs a lot of money too. It's one he loves, one he grew up with, and one I don't have familiarity with either. So it's the idea of sharing experiences, sharing games, broadening my horizons. Not me coming on here saying I know everything. I don't. I've always said that. in that case, I've always appreciated my guests doing that, and the chat, all of you as well. So, again, thank you for that, but as it's going to be the show for January 20th, and on January 28th, Maddox is coming back. We're going to complete Parasite Eve for the PlayStation, which is by Square. Another one he exposed me to, or he helped expose me to. Protorov exposed me to it as well, and while other people. This great action RPG of sorts, kind of a bit of a shooter. I don't know, Inherit, you ever heard of Parasite Eve?
I've heard of it, but I've never played it.
You might find that game very interesting. I'll have to show you the parts that we played of that game so far, just because of the milieu of it, the scientific element, because it's, the guy who wrote it, it's based on a movie and a book by a guy who's a PhD, actually. He has a PhD in microbiology. So a lot of the stuff he's looking into in this game has to do with like that's midichlorians in Star Wars. I'm saying mitochondrial, thank you, sorry. I was like, wait a second, I mixed my stuff up. Mitochondrial elements of that game. But it goes into it really interestingly, like for saying we played one of the parts of it, saying that it's a game that makes biology very interesting if you don't have knowledge of it, but also makes it so that it's kind of scientifically on point, on top of the fact of being something that is something people are looking at. I remember there was a letter in Electronic Game Monthly once of someone who said that I had to do a paper for a biology test in high school. I played this game. I was able to remember the concepts because of that game. So the idea that it's really sticking, and it is a great game on top of that. A very cinematic game, a really interesting game as far as what it's doing. Beautiful cinematic cutscenes. I'll definitely show you that game, but we are going to be finishing that, going up the Chrysler Building on January 28th. Hopefully I won't get us killed, but I'll have a couple weeks of practice where I am not playing game at all. In fact, I'm only playing 2 shows next month, as it is, which are going to be with, what is it? Mitsuko Ninja Storm going on and Parasite Eve. So in between that, I'll be getting Ibrea up so we don't die to the boxes anymore. Yeah, get a defense set and we'll be ready to go. And then we get February, where we have, right now, the dates are to be determined, but we currently have the finale of Mystical Ninja starring Goemon and Part 5 of Shadow Hearts. And we'll have to figure other stuff as far as what we're going to do. I'll have to talk to Nocturne, because I know she wanted to do something, potentially. I'll also talk with Nikki, because she's going to do something for us with Freddy Fish. We'll have answers for that one, I think, on April... or not in April, March... Oh, no, not March either. January 20th. But some of that stuff is subject to change. It'll be subject to change. If something has to change, I will give some kind of indication that it will have to change. Or I'll also do the other thing to do, which is give the schedule on Twitch. So, like, yeah, when you see the next game up, that means the show is set, and that'll be that. So, I think with that, we're going to be in good shape for closing out Super Old Game Saturday for tonight and for 2022. Once again, thank you so much to everybody for watching the show, to adding to the show, making another great year as Nigel's looking out on the horizon onto the ocean and seeing that, yeah, it is vast and the possibilities are endless. And all of the experience we're going to have are going to be endless as we go along into the future. And thank you again for all of that. Alright, well with that, I'm going to bid you a good night, a great weekend, a great week coming forward, and a Happy New Year. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the restart. The Mystical Ninja starring Goemon for Nintendo 64. Until then, keeping awesome as you always are. Have a wonderful night, and take care.